Spellcraft, Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 401 A Strange Sight. I looked at the Elf Queen with sincerity and honesty locked in my eyes. What churned in my heart was a question I needed answers to so desperately. What happened to your sister, Amelia? Aurora looked slightly stunned for a moment, staring at me with a bit of puzzlement. I read about her in Lewis Griffith's memoirs, so I was curious. It seems he had some regrets about her. I also want to know how she ended. Perhaps as a form of closure. I wasn't sure if Aurora bought that, but I certainly hoped she did. While I had said a bunch of bullshit as excuses, it was true that I wanted to know what became of Amelia. Even though I never saw her ever since that day, I did hear of her. Still, it wasn't anything definite. The one thing I learned, though, was that the visit of my comrades that very day was all because of her. The information on arcanas that they supposedly deciphered was all done by her. She was the one who orchestrated the whole plan of having my friends lift me from my slump. I owed everything to her. So, if only I could see her one more time and... Amelia is dead. She died about 100 years ago. Something within me broke. How? What do you mean, how? We elves aren't immortal, you know? Our time comes eventually. Even I will probably not live for another century. I smiled, quickly switching gears before my sadness could be deciphered. Surely you jest, my queen. You are still in optimal condition. Who? Is that so? We shall see, then. Elves knew their time more than others. Aurora was most likely right. How was her final moments? What was it like? I knew it was severely rude and intrusive to ask something like that about the Elf Queen's dead sister, but I couldn't help myself at this point. Hugh, come with me. Aurora stood from where she sat. I followed her lead instantly, and we walked out of the room. Once again, we began walking through the corridors. I'll tell you what you want to know once we get to our destination. I see. Where exactly are we going? Surely it couldn't be Amelia's dead body, right? Royal elves were buried with the sacred tree after death and their bodies would dissipate afterward. Was there an exception for my wife? I told you I have a favor I need to ask of you. No, it's more like a task. We're heading there. Oh. I see, I muttered, realizing it probably had nothing to do with my concerns about Amelia. We stepped out into the courtyard and I felt the sun hit my face and body. We're heading over there. Aurora pointed in the direction of a huge building at the corner of the massive palace grounds. It looked like a residential building, but something about it seemed off. Are we going to visit someone? I asked. Yeah. Something like that. Even though I had been asking so many questions that would seem rude, Aurora didn't have a tinge of annoyance as she answered. We walked slowly and steadily until we got to the entrance of the building. Elf guards were stationed around the luxurious building, something akin to a mini palace, and I could sense layers of magic enchantments flowing within and around the structure. Whatever was inside this place must have been highly valuable. We're going in, Aurora told the guards, and they nodded instantly. Parting from the door and bowing respectfully, they allowed us entry. Even though I only stole a few glances at them, I could tell that all the guards stationed here were strong. They're on the same level as the professors of Inslark. Not only that, but their pieces of equipment and spirit weapons were of top quality as well. That proved these weren't mere guards. Even royal forces weren't usually this powerful. They must belong to a special unit. As I thought, there's something special about this place. We entered the door and found ourselves in a corridor. It was dimly illuminated, but the room was more expansive than I thought, probably thanks to magic. I would like you to observe first, as I tell you what you want to know. Then, I'll explain the nature of my request to you. It sounded fair enough, but Aurora's tone contained some emotion. I slightly felt uneasy as we walked down the corridor. There were a few doors to our left and right, but we kept moving onward. Aurora murmured something like she should be in the workshop at this time, so I surmised that was where we were heading to. I could see an expanse covered in a glass-like structure at the end of the hallway. Within it seemed like a vast workshop of some kind. Machinery that would be alien to the elf kingdom were openly displayed here, and I could also notice some activity within the glass-protected room. All sound is blocked from going on and coming out, so you won't hear anything going on inside, but this much should be enough for you to see. Her murmur contained slight hesitation, but I could sense her resolve. Aurora and I finally arrived directly in front of the glass construct that stretched for a long distance like castle walls that barricaded the interior of a compound. The color was transparent, so the covering didn't prevent us from seeing what went on beyond it. This stuff is enchanted with several layers of magic, though, my thoughts trailed in observation. And so, I looked in shock and awe, wondering how devices of such caliber would be allowed in elven territory. Magic tech was something elves avoided, yet this room was abundant with it. But, just as I was still basking in my puzzlement, I noticed a lone figure amid the pieces of technology around. This single being was the only living person in the room, though I could see some automatons moving about. Who is that? Chapter 402. As this figure moved to a particular area, working seriously on a project, a flying automaton followed behind, hovering at shoulder length. The automaton was no bigger than the head of a child, but I could see the intricacy it possessed. Still, perhaps it was because the figure was too immersed in their work I couldn't get a good look at them. The only thing I could see was the long lab coat they wore, and the long, peculiar hair they had. Black and white? Interesting color. Was it a royal? Perhaps a crossbreed? No. Even if royals took in non-royals as their spouses, their offspring would still have white hair. Elf mothers could control such factors while the children were still in their wombs. Then, why was this one an exception? Fortunately, just as I began asking internal questions, the person finally turned as though looking for something, and that was when I saw her face. My brain nearly shut down, and only a single person came to mind. Emilia. My voice was uncharacteristically loud, but that only expressed the number of emotions bursting from within. Emilia. Is that really you? Emmy, I thought she was, didn't you say she was? I reached out, trying to reach the girl as she frantically searched for something. Calm yourself, Jared. I wouldn't touch that glass wall if I were you. Once she said this, I retracted my hand, though hesitantly. She can't hear you no matter how loud you shout, so there's no point to that as well, the Queen added. Still, I couldn't let go of how fast my heart was thumping. The girl before me was definitely Emilia. Her black and white hair made her look slightly different, but there was no way I could forget the way the love of my life looked like. Her eyes were... That's strange, one of them is blue. Emilia's eyes were violet, but the elf I was looking at had only one eye of that color. Her black and white hair was also different. Still, even with those slight differences, it was definitely her, right? That isn't Emilia, Jared Leonard. It's her daughter. Emilia had a daughter? My heart felt heavy all of a sudden, but I fought to retain my composure. That is surprising. Yet, I'm sure Lewis never mentioned that in his memoirs, did he? Well, I didn't. That was because I had no idea. You asked me about how Emilia died, but you should have been more curious about how she lived. I didn't know what to say as a response. Did you know that she was actually the one meant to be queen? But, for the sake of an alliance with the humans, she threw it away so the elves would join forces with your kind. What? I had no idea what Aurora was talking about. Was this the deal she made with her mother? Emilia, my sister, came to me after my mother had rejected the humans' offer for an alliance. She told me to help her in exchange for the throne. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was young and naive then, and I also wanted to be the queen, so I agreed after she convinced me for some time. Aurora seemed quite pained at this point. Our mother wasn't able to resist our joint front, and so she had a private audience with my sister. My heart thumped with every word Aurora uttered. I don't know what other secret deal she made with my mother, but that was how we were able to form an alliance all those centuries ago. I clutched my heart in pain. Just how much did Amelia throw away for our sake, for my sake? I guess that's probably why I never got along with Lewis Griffith. We eventually got close at some point, when I sought someone to confide in, but I couldn't completely forgive him for the choice my sister made. According to Aurora, Amelia was superior to her but decided to let everything slide out of consideration. It made me realize just how much I didn't know about my wife. I digressed a bit, didn't I? As for how she lived after parting with Lewis Griffith, she was mostly buried in research when she returned, studying the mysterious existence of arcanas. That must have been what she gave my comrades back then. Everything slowly began to make sense. After a while, she finally stopped locking herself up. Though she often avoided showing her face in public, she still interacted well with me and my brother. Zarius was Aurora's older brother, but Amelia's younger sibling. She introduced him to me, and I got a little close to him at some point, especially during the war. Maybe it was because we were naive on the matter. She wasn't reserved when she played with us. I don't understand. Naive on what matter? Aurora's face stiffened once I asked. Her pale face, slightly tired-looking smile, and easygoing nature, they were symptoms of pregnancy. What? Wait, hold on. Now I was even more confused. If I remembered correctly, she was indeed showing those signs back when we were still together. Does that mean? My eyes bulged as I returned my gaze to the Amelia look-alike. That's right. My sister was pregnant, with Lewis Griffith's child. What would you do if I get pregnant? Why do you ask? Well, back then, we had just moved into our brand new home. The war was over, and we were happy. I hadn't really given much thought to having a child yet. After all, I wanted to enjoy my time with Amelia well. Besides, having another person around would be a distraction to my work. I'm not sure, was my response to that question. I see. A shame then. Well, when you're sure of your answer, let me know. Months later, I began noticing her pale face. But, that was already after the whole incident with Carla. At that point, I still wasn't sure about her question. Perhaps that was why she never told me. As the bombshell landed, my whole world came crashing down and was reconstructed in an instant. My child. Chapter 403. Elves could control many things during pregnancy. That was one of the reasons why women were superior to the men in their society. Various factors pertaining to the child were decided by the mother. However, that wasn't all. The length of pregnancy was also something they controlled. Over 100 years. Amelia carried that child for over 100 years. I was still recoiling from one shocking discovery when I heard of another. What? That's possible. Yeah, but not for everyone. It's probably because Amelia was very powerful and skilled at mana that she was able to pull it off. I was even more amazed. Holding my child in for so very long. Why? I couldn't comprehend it. She most likely didn't want to burden Lewis. Their relationship soured over the course of time. But, that wasn't the only reason. At this point, Aurora stopped looking at me and stared at the elf girl who had already found what she was looking for, a magic gem that shone bright blue. Upon finding it, she returned to her work. Something about her made my heart beat fast. Not only because she looked exactly like her mother, but because I realized, she was my child. But, something was strange. I felt uneasy somewhat any time I looked at her. It was as though there was something about her that was slightly off, different from the others. It seems you've noticed it already, Aurora said with a sad tone. I didn't fully understand what she meant, and the barrier between me and the girl interfered a lot with my sensory abilities. But, even with the little I could notice, I realized something terribly wrong. What's going on with her? Her body isn't normal. It's almost as if she has miasma poisoning, right? My eyes widened, realizing my hunch was correct. Aurora flashed me an impressed look, though the sadness on her face clouded it. I'm surprised you were able to notice it without me having to tell you. I was all the more surprised. Miasma poisoning for an elf was a terrible thing. Though the effects didn't seem to be fatal, I could tell that the poison had spread throughout her body. It's the second reason why my sister had that child in her womb for so long. She was incubating it, trying her hardest to contain the miasma within her. Miasma? I don't understand. Aurora sighed, probably not knowing where to start. Unfortunately, the answer dawned on me before she even answered. Louis had a special constitution. It allowed his body to strongly reject mana. It was caused by his overexposure to miasma when he explored the demon world. My genes got passed on to her, causing the special constitution of my body to be inherited. However, unlike me who was inept, my daughter had mana. The miasma in her body fought with the mana within, causing a dissonance. How was such a child even born? How did she survive for so long? Amelia found a way to isolate the miasma in her child's genes, using 100 years to cultivate a stronger mana essence to overcome the miasma within her. Aurora further explained that the mana shell made by Amelia served as a prison to hold in the recessive tendencies of my miasma-inclined genes. As a result, when our child was born, she didn't have to deal with the clashing effects of both mana and miasma. That was how she was able to live for 4 centuries without incident, or so I had hoped. My sister died early, most likely because she used the mana meant to sustain her life force to help the child in her womb. Unfortunately, a few decades after her death, the dormant miasma gene within the girl started manifesting. As a result, she was slowly getting miasma poisoning. Aurora and many skilled elves had tried controlling it, trying to replicate what Amelia did, but it was too late. Even if they could prolong the girl's life and mitigate its effects, it was inevitable that the poison would catch up with her soon enough. At this rate, she'll die in a few years, Aurora winced as she spoke those words. It must have pained her that her niece would die before she did, but the hard facts were difficult to escape from. Even I, when confronted with that news, was devastated. I hardly knew the elf, but the mere thought that I would lose her soon after just meeting her nearly shattered me in my core. No, that can't happen. Aurora stared at me with surprise, most likely shocked that I shared her sentiment. She didn't understand that this was simply the selfish desire of a father to save his child. It's a shame that there's nothing to be done. It's impossible for mana and miasma to coexist, especially for an elf. Aurora wasn't wrong. It truly was impossible. That's why I let her do as she pleased. That girl, she has a strong interest in technology and magic research. I suppose she takes after her father that way. I nearly burst into tears as I was filled with both pride and sadness. Yeah, she does. The elf had the appearance of Amelia, but the vigor she showed as she worked on the project was definitely a reflection of me. This truly was my child. She has developed quite a number of innovations that have even surprised me. Though, because of her condition, I can't allow her to interact with many elves, my children, and I still enjoy her company. Aurora was truly a lovely woman. Freya indeed mentioned that she had an eccentric cousin who was into weird stuff. To think she was referring to my kid. Does she know? About her condition, about everything. Aurora nodded at my question. We never kept any secret from her. She knows about her origins, the true identity of her father, and her identity as a half-elf. According to Aurora, she had never been bothered by her identity because she was always surrounded by the loving warmth of family. Besides, Amelia only died 100 years ago, so she had lots of good memories with her mother. Still, there was a void that the elves could not fill. That brought us to the favor Aurora wanted to ask of me. Please, Jared Leonard, can you become friends with that child? Chapter 404. She was loved all her life. Her mother never left her, and her family always supported her. As a result, the half-elf got all the warmth she needed for a normal childhood. However, it still wasn't enough. As she grew older, the curiosity she inherited from her father drove her in search of something deeper beyond what she knew. Humans. I want to know more about humans. Apparently, the stories she had heard from her mother weren't enough for her. The books available in the Elf Kingdom were also limited. After consuming all she could about the race a part of her was from, the girl was filled with more curiosity. Unfortunately, it was never sated. To compensate, she was allowed to explore what no elf ever could: magic innovations and technology. According to the words of the child, "Whenever I make something, it makes me feel closer to the humans, and my father." No one could deny her that right. As a result, she was able to delve into the wonders of magic technology and theories. Thanks to the long life she lived, about 4 centuries, she was able to develop so many things despite having almost no precedent. Crazy as it seemed, it was clear that this was a monster on par with the great sage himself. This was the second coming of Lewis Griffith. Once they realized this, the elves realized one simple truth. She was more human than elf. Please, Jared Leonard, can you become friends with that child? I shouldn't have been surprised to hear those words, but my heart trembled in shock. She doesn't have long to live, so I want her to be able to fulfill her long-held wish. I sensed urgency in Aurora's tone, a genuine feeling of care that couldn't simply be expressed with words alone. If she makes a human friend before her death, then I am certain she would be able to sleep forever, with no regrets. After meeting you, Jared, I feel you will be the best candidate for that. Sadness. Pure sadness could be seen all over Aurora's eyes. You bear an uncanny resemblance to that man, after all. Everything that happened thus far in relation to the newly made elf alliance was thanks to my efforts. She must have seen my past self in the current Jared Leonard. The fact that I had Lewis Griffith's memoirs was also something that would help the girl know more about her father. In essence, I was the optimal choice for the dying girl. Sure. I can do that. I smiled, looking at the elf queen. Her face loosened up a little once I said this, but there was still a great amount of pain left written on her face. But, are you sure this is what you really want? What do you mean? You want me to befriend her in her last moments, so she can die peacefully? Is that what you truly desire? Why yes, that's what I... Stop with the bullshit. My voice was raised at the most powerful entity in the Elf Kingdom, but why didn't I feel any fear? Aurora was in a vulnerable state, too overcome with emotion that she couldn't even get angry about such a thing at this point. Is that what you truly want? That she spends a few years with a human, and after finally discovering her half-heritage, she simply does without exploring it further. I knew it was difficult, but I had to get the queen to admit what she truly desired. It was the same as what I wanted. For her, it was going to be hard to say the words. She must have tried all she could, all to no avail. The long-lost hope that had been abandoned. I wanted it to reignite. Oh, of course not. I want her to live. I so badly want her to live a long, fulfilling life. But, that's not possible. She can't. That's why I... Aurora, what have I often told you about saying such words? The elf queen looked at my face with puzzlement. What did I tell you concerning that concept? Tell me. Even if she was dead shocked by my words, the old Aurora I knew, and the new Aurora standing before me couldn't resist the response I drilled into them. And nothing is impossible with magic. But, how did you? It's just something else I saw in his memoirs, and it's a personal philosophy I stick by. I could see a faint light of hope showing in her eyes. That was more than enough for me. Then, do not despair. Rather, ask me for what is truly hidden in your heart, Queen Aurora Vindil. What do you truly desire? My smile was bright and confident, and I dared her to hope once more. I want. Yes, Aurora. Tell me what you want. What we both want. I want my niece to live. I want her to live a long, fulfilling life. I want to die before her, and I desire that she achieves all she has set out to do. To reach the pinnacle of magic. To see the very depths of magic. I want her to achieve them all. Emotion and desperation filled her voice. The light of hope shone brighter than ever. Excellent. My lips parted, revealing my broadened sets of teeth. I wish the same. I returned my gaze to the half-elf girl as she diligently kept working on her project. What's her name? Oh, it's Lamy. Gotten from both the LE in my first name and the ME in Amelia's, et. I smiled in nostalgia. My wife always had the best ideas when it came to such things. Then, let's make both of our wishes come true. Drawing closer to the elf queen until I could reach her shoulders with my arms, I gave her the brightest look of confidence I could muster. I will save Lamy, no matter what. It was my duty as both the husband of her mother, as well as her father. You did your best, Amelia, but I'm here now. As her father, and her potential friend, I would do everything in my power to save my daughter. Failure isn't an option. Chapter 405. Lamy gave a huff as she neared the completion of her work. It was an automaton unlike any other she had ever created. It looked strangely humanoid other than its metallic complexion and robotic look. It was more akin to the race she had always been curious of. I'll call it Charlie, maybe. She murmured, looking at its exposed chest. Embedded at its center and connected with tons of wires was the gem she had temporarily misplaced. It served as the automaton's power source and would energize the circuits so it could function properly. Just a bit more in the design department, and I'll add some more functions as well. Her goal was to make the perfect human automaton. That meant she had to ensure every single function, expression, reaction, and action of the automaton was well synced. If it couldn't pass for a regular person, then there was no point in it. Artificial intelligence is quite a chore, the half-elf sighed to herself, her black and white hair swaying as she drooped her head. The hair had a straight line that separated both monochromes, and it looked quite strange how distinct they were. The same applied to the violet and blue eyes she had on the left and right side of her face respectively. Mom says I take after Dad with the hair and eyes, but it wasn't like there was a picture of him she could use as a reference. This sucks. She looked at the unfinished automaton. In her 400 years of life, Lamy had created many things, but most of them couldn't be perfected. It wasn't because she wasn't brilliant, or because she got lazy midway, but the simple fact was that she was all alone. There was a limit to what a single person could accomplish. Besides, materials concerning theories and mechanics were very limited in the Elf Kingdom, so she couldn't exactly prove her theories beyond what she already knew. It was frustrating, but Lamy had reached a deadlock in many things. It wouldn't be long until the same happened to the current project in front of her. Damn, if only there was a human specimen I could observe or someone who could serve as my assistant. Unfortunately, none of the elves were interested in that sort of thing, not even her cousins. They did their best to help, but it was mostly out of fun and not commitment. Lamy couldn't blame them, though. Just as they weren't into her stuff, she too wasn't interested in a majority of the elven culture. That was probably why she was still unmarried despite being over 400 years old. Isn't there someone? Anyone? The half-elf was desperate now. Still, she knew her wishes were made in futility. How many times had she gone down this trail of thought? Lamy lost count. She learned the hard way that such thoughts were useless. After all, Someone like that won't simply appear out of nowhere. Creak. The door to her workshop opened, and two individuals entered the vast room. One was someone she recognized quite well, her aunt. Seeing the woman always brought her great joy. Before she could complete her statement, Lamy's sharp eyes wholly spotted the other individual behind her. His blonde hair and charming features drew her notice. However, what was more important was the weird feature that made him different from every other person she had seen this far. Ears, your ears, her whisper was strained, and her heart was racing faster than it ever did before. Lamy felt like she was hyperventilating when she was overly excited, but this was even beyond that. Lamy, calm yourself. I brought him here from the Eastern Kingdom. He's a... Before Aurora's rushed introduction was completed, the half-elf raced to meet the human with immeasurable speed according to her. In an instant, she was right in front of the guy who was most likely not older than 16 years by human standards. Compared to an oldie like Lamy, he was no more than a child. Huma-a-a-a-a-on! She shrieked, circling him like a hungry predator observing her prey. Even though she was older by far, no one who had the privilege to observe the situation could ever think so. While the human boy gave a relaxed look and smiled, Lamy was busy lost in her assessment of the fine specimen who had indeed fallen from the sky. Her prayers were finally answered also according to the slightly delusional half-elf. Control yourself, Lamy. At least let me finish my introductions. The elf queen sighed, looking at Lamy's rushed behavior with a shamed sigh. The older elf was most likely mortified by her niece's childish and mannerless actions. Forgive me, Lamy had enough common sense to see that was overdoing it. But, that was only after she was stripping the human and touching his bare chest. Maybe I went a bit too far, and so, upon realizing the error of her ways, the predator stepped away from her prey. Sigh, this child, once again, Queen Aurora looked mortified. The gentleman in the room didn't seem to mind, though. It was either because he was a simple perverted who had been enjoying how the half-elf massaged his chest, or he simply thought it wasn't a big deal. One glance at the rubbery smile plastered on his face would tell anyone that it was the former. This is Jared Leonard, a delegate from the Eastern Kingdom. And, yes, he's a human. That was the most important part of the introduction, so the Queen indeed saved the best for last. For real? For real? You finally brought one for me. A human. Finally. The human looked charmed by how she jumped with glee. Clearly, he too was happy about the new life that awaited him with her. How long have I waited for this moment? Lamy rushed to the human once more, observing his features with her eyes. He was an optimal male perfect for her uses. So, I can keep him, yet. She looked at Aurora, her aunt, for permission. She had gone through the trouble of granting her long-held wish. It was only courtesy that Lamy act like the good niece she was. No, it's not really what you think, Aurora hesitated once the question was raised. Even the gentleman had a raised eyebrow. Weird, what's going on here? Didn't her aunt explain to the human already? But, I told you how much I wanted a human specimen. Why else would you bring him here? Chapter 406. An awkward silence hung in the air. Apparently, there was a misunderstanding between the half-elf and the Queen. The human was simply caught in the middle of it. Lamy and Aurora stared at each other, both having contrasting views on the current situation. Isn't he supposed to be my specimen? The face of the Queen instantly went pale, and for a second, she glanced in the direction of the human boy. I thought you could use a friend that was. That wasn't the deal. I want a specimen, an experimental subject. That's why he's here, right? You. Lamy shifted her gaze to the already shocked human. His expression had transformed from joy to something a bit more horrified. You're mine now, okay? You will do as I say, as a loyal pet. Finally, after so long, I finally have won a human pet. That's right, contrary to her innocent and charming demeanor, this half-elf had a dark side. Her sadistic tendencies had been honed and left unbridled ever since she was younger. Thanks to Lamy's mother, as well as everyone around, spoiling the heck out of her, the half-elf truly developed something known as a superiority complex. All her requests were answered without question. She could obtain whatever she desired. Unfortunately, there was one single exception. Human. I finally have a human. Sure, Lamy felt a connection to the human race. That was probably why she wanted one so badly. But, it wasn't to keep as a friend. If something was rare and difficult to get, wasn't it common sense that she would make it into a loyal pet that would stay by her side forever? That was the mentality of the half-elf. And now that she was able to obtain a fairly young human, after so many years of wanting, Lemon felt a strong sense of fulfillment and joy. I think I'll name him Charlie. Her delusions manifested some more. A look of disbelief spread on the human boy's face. He had been looking at her with quite an unsavory expression for some time now. That wasn't the appropriate expression a pet was supposed to make before his master. I'll have to correct that. Ignoring her aunt, Lamy dashed in the direction of the human and brought her face close to his with as much ferocity as she could. Her eyes were burning with uncontrollable desire, but the defiant attitude of the boy before Lamy made her uneasy. As a result, the half-elf uttered the perfect word to correct that behavior. Sit. For a moment, there was absolute decorum. The commanding voice of the half-elf was enough to drive the mood into a heavy atmosphere. Tension pervaded everywhere. Lamy had read several books on raising pets, and even one in particular about how humans controlled theirs. Surely, he would understand if she used the method. That was the rationale behind her one-worded command. Unfortunately, the human didn't understand it. Was he perhaps deaf? No, it didn't appear so. Then, maybe he needs to hear another command? This is quite the disobedient one. Even though her aunt was saying some words in complaint and reproof, Lamy closed her ears to avoid listening. She always had her way, and this time was no different. I said you should. Before she could complete her words, something hard came crashing upon her head. Cop. If it hadn't been for the soft cushion her hair provided for the fist that landed on top of her, Lamy would have been sent to the ground, or so she concluded. That was the only way the immense pain that shot through her head would make sense. Ow! The half-elf backed away from the violent human pet and nearly cried. This would be the first time in her life that she had been hit like that. It was no exaggeration. Ow! 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 The stinging pain in her head didn't subside. Her cheeks were flushed with anger, and she instantly glared at the blonde human who dared to raise his hands against his master. You dare! Cop! Another knock came crashing down. Once more, Lamy felt like she would faint. Her head rang in many ways, and she stumbled backward. How and why was she being treated like this so suddenly? Was her taming technique not up to par? No, that wasn't the problem. It was this human. It was the defiant person that had an issue. Don't you? Cop! This final knock was what completely broke the girl, causing her to sharply turn to her aunt for help. Aurora, he's hitting me. Now near tears, the half-elf sniffed while attempting to garner the attention and pity of her loving auntie. This human was more violent than she bargained for, but if her aunt intervened, then... You brought it upon yourself. Why didn't you listen to me? Yet. Lamy was beyond shocked. Her aunt had never refused her, especially when she used the puppy dog eyes she was currently wielding. Utilizing the power of her cuteness and the principles of psychology, Lamy was able to get away with anything. The proof of her power was the very fact that she had a workshop and was granted the liberty to develop technology despite the strong position elves had against such things. Yes, she was special. Anything she wanted was granted to her. Unfortunately, it seemed like that special privilege had suddenly been revoked. Aunt. I'm sorry for her rude behavior, Jared. She isn't usually like this, sort of. Instead of reproving the human, her aunt was speaking so respectfully to him. Aurora was the queen who possessed absolute power in the elf kingdom. Lamie had been able to leverage that fact to milk lots of goodies from her. To think there would be a person this woman would apologize to. The half-elf was petrified with shock. Once more, she glanced in the direction of her potential pet. He was smiling now. The kind of smile that seemed dangerous. At this point, it seemed their positions were switched. He was now the predator, and she was prey. Chapter 407. What the hell? That was my reaction after seeing the true colors of the half-elf known as Lamie. I had initially thought she would take after her mother or me thanks to her genes, but I was so wrong. Her rotten personality resembled none of us. To begin with, her warped mindset was very worrying. When I looked at Aurora for an explanation, she sharply glanced away, most likely in guilt. It was at that point that I realized something. They've spoiled this girl too much. I wasn't against being considerate to a child based on the unfortunate incidents surrounding her birth and her identity, but these people overdid it. Amelia and Aurora, just how did you guys raise this girl? I wasn't surprised that Darius and the other royals went along with the whole thing. After all, if those two decided on something, the rest would have no choice but to obey. Damn, this has gone too far. I looked at the half-elf throwing the tantrum. She was nothing like I imagined her to be. Not in the slightest. It's weird watching someone with Amelia's face acting like this. My wife was someone with an upright and composed demeanor at least most of the time. The bratty attitude shown by my daughter just ruined the honored memory I had of Amelia. But that was only the beginning. Even though I had thought she yearned to be closer to the human side of her origins, it turned out she only saw her distant relatives as nothing more than pets. That was probably the second most bothersome fact about the half-elf called Lamie. Her attitude was even worse than that of regular elves. My own daughter, I nearly broke down in tears. Still, the most shocking aspect I found out about the 400-year-old lady who still acted like a spoiled child was the despairing state of her capabilities. In simple terms, Lamie was weak. She had a special grade mon amour, but it was hardly developed. Her body's constitution was hardly built as well, and it was clear that she had been pampered all her life. Does she even know how to use magic? I began to grow worried. Now that I took a good look around me, almost everything she had built was either in an incomplete state, or was terribly inefficient. They looked like no more than toys with flaws. The fuck? Just what was this girl doing for 400 years? What are you looking at, jerk? Lamie, my infuriating daughter shot a glare at me. The moment I raised my fist slightly, she fled behind Aurora. Eek! Why did I even bother? I once again stared at the elf queen, but she uncomfortably looked away. That's right. Your conscience should prick you for deceiving me. During our emotional conversation back then, I had already gotten my expectations raised, but this was so disappointing. Sure, elves didn't know much about magic technology, so they all probably revered Lamie as a genius or something. But these were simply toys and scraps, compared to the real stuff. Well, other than the automaton that hovered above her, most of the stuff around were in pretty weird shapes and odd conditions. You call this the next Lewis Griffith? My heart sank. As much as I loved seeing the product of my love with Amelia, this child was just too weird. She has so much potential, but... Then, I'll leave her in your care, Jared. Aurora gave a strained smile, interrupting my thought. From her movement, I could tell that she was trying to wiggle her way out of this one. Also, when did she start calling me by just my first name? Please, Your Majesty, I gave a broad smile. As expected of the perceptive queen, she read my intentions instantly. Stay for a bit, Why don't you? Don't you want to watch? Watch? You mean, you're going to do it now? Of course. Might as well get this over with. I sighed, moving toward the frightened Lamie. Stay away from me, you rogue. Relax, Lamie. He's here to help you. I sighed, not ceasing in my steady approach. Help, what do you mean? He is Jared Leonard, a powerful magic user from the Eastern Kingdom and a diplomatic envoy sent to the elves. Surely, you've been informed of this. He's the one Freya won't shut up about. So what? It has nothing to do with me, right? He says he can cure you. Once Aurora said this, the half-elf halted her flippant demeanor and stared at me with surprise. For the first time since we met, Lamie mirrored Emilia. My hardened heart melted instantly. You can. Yes. Now, Lamie, I'll ask you, do you want to be cured or not? I was already in front of her, and since the half-elf was shorter than me, I looked down on her as she faced up. Her differently colored eyes looked oddly fitting for her. And, they shone with a form of childish hope. I do, her voice trailed. All forms of childishness vanished and a darkened expression took over. You believe I can do it? I don't believe you, but Aurora wouldn't bring this up if she didn't believe in your capabilities. Freya also ran her mouth about you yesterday, so you must be pretty good. I guess she isn't a total idiot, after all. I smiled. How will you do it? Her question was direct, and the sincere look on her face was beginning to clear the initial doubts I was having about her. It's not very difficult. Your condition isn't the first I've seen like this. What? Even Aurora joined in surprise. They must have thought Lamie's case was special, and that there was no one alive who could live with miasma and mana in their system. Usually, they would be right. Yes. Your case is indeed special. There's only one other person besides you who has a condition similar to yours. Lamie's eyes widened even more as she stared at me. It wasn't because she figured out the truth, just simple curiosity. Who's that? My grin broadened more, and I began to like the girl more as she asked questions. That's more like it. With that, I released a portion of the energy within me, revealing it to both Aurora and Lamie. It's none other than me. Both elf and half-elf gasped in shock, completely surprised by the faint glow of mana and miasma on my body. So you see, Lamie, I said, drawing closer to the flustered half-elf. I'm just like you. Chapter 408. Just like me. Lamie was dumbstruck by my statement, or at least she appeared to be. More than just my words, but the fact that I was emitting both mana and miasma from my body yet appeared completely unfazed by it made both elves look at me in wonder. How is that possible? It shouldn't be possible, right? Right. Ignorance was a terrible foe. While it could be bliss at certain moments, there was no doubt that it robbed many of the right kind of perspective to achieve certain goals. That was why I lived by the philosophy that nothing was impossible, at least when it came to magic. It gave me the right kind of mindset. Just because it hasn't been discovered yet doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That was the kind of perspective that brought me this far. It was such a shame that many didn't share the same line of thought as me. Well, it is. This right here is the perfected form of your condition, Lamie. That's right. Her current situation was by no means an affliction. It was a gift. If I cultured it well, it would turn into an indispensable platform for growth. I'm also curious about the results. Now drawing closer, only leaving barely an inch between us, I stared straight into Lamie's eyes with a grin. So, do you want it? What I have? I could feel the feeling of superiority within her dissipate. Her composure began wearing off one after the other, and then she sensibly gave in to the only hope before her. Why yet? I do. I want it. Good girl. My grin grew broader. I turned to Aurora, who simply watched in stunned silence. We'll begin the process now. It's best if you wait behind the glass. The concerned elf queen looked hesitant to leave her precious niece with a human who was about to begin who knows what. Will it be dangerous? Her concerns rang out. Yes. It will. But I promise that I won't hurt her. It was pretty obvious that the spoilt girl didn't take to pain well. Her fragile body had barely undergone any training, and it was also degenerating as a result of the miasma poisoning. I had to be careful if I wanted to pull things off successfully. Okay then. I'll trust you. Please do. As Aurora began moving toward the door, I looked at Lamy, who was fidgeting uncomfortably. Don't worry, I smiled, rubbing her black and white hair with my hand. It felt weird doing this to a 400-year-old elf who was my daughter but was technically older than me. She didn't seem to mind, though. The spoilt girl must be used to being pampered. I'll be gentle. Mana and miasma. Contrasting forces that are never meant to be combined. As they are opposite forms of energy, they repel each other and cause adverse effects on the body. This imbalance is known as poisoning, whether of mana or miasma. However, just as it is possible for mana to be corrupted by miasma as demons usually do, it is also possible to overwhelming miasma with mana. None is superior to the other, and they are simply two sides of a coin. In this case, it would energy. However, a loophole exists. And that is balance. In the situation where there is an even distribution of mana and miasma, down to the perfect decimal, there will be no resistance. In fact, both energies will simply cause another reaction, anti-magic. But, rightly apportioning both energies is very difficult. If one's core isn't capable of producing the two at equal quality and quantity using the same wavelength, then an imbalance will occur. That is why, when dealing with these two energy sources, it's always good to first understand them. Then, control the flow to generate a core that contains both energies with complete balance. And then, once the fused core is made, just as with regular mana cores, it is possible to release both essences to generate its power. It sounds quite complex in theory, but the principle isn't very hard. Once the balance is achieved, the next step is as natural as possible. Then, for the challenge before me, only one solution presents itself. I must achieve perfect balance. Lamy let out a soft moan as I placed my hands on her bare back. She must have felt the foreign energy of mine that penetrated her body and was now permeating it. Even though I needed direct contact with her skin to freely achieve what I desired, there was no need for her to undress. My palms simply burned through the clothing she wore and touched her from behind, leaving everything else she wore intact. More sounds came from her lips. I remained silent, focusing on the task at hand. Distractions were unnecessary at this juncture. Forcefully resonating with the girl allowed me to gain access to her body, causing me to feel the strong miasma that had deeply rooted itself into the corners of her being. Her mana core was already shrouded with negative energy, and I could tell that the imbalance was severe. Okay, let's begin. What surrounded me was a big black space of miasma. Particles of mana around like stars were fading away thanks to being corroded by the darkness. And, the biggest light of all, Lamy's mana core was barely hanging on. For a girl whose insides have been devastated this extensively, how can she be so energetic? Lamy must have been feeling immense discomfort and pains, yet she endured it. She's stronger than I gave her credit for, I sighed, feeling a bit bad for knocking her so mercilessly. To be fair, I was holding back, but still. Jared, focus. My senses returned to the surrounding darkness and lights. First things first. Now using my miasma, I attracted the surrounding negative energy to myself. They responded instantly thanks to the influence of spellcraft. Upon attracting every ounce of the miasma particles, I was able to free the dim lights from being corrupted by the miasma. With that, the rogue miasma that was killing Lamy was now contained. It wouldn't have been possible without my ability to use miasma, but the solution was that simple. However, this was only a start. Even though the miasma could be dispelled or absorbed by me if I desired it, I had a better idea. Consider this a gift from me, Lamy. I grinned, looking at her special grade mana core. It was brimming brighter than ever. Time for Phase 2. Chapter 409. A special grade mana core stood at the very peak of all mana cores. Unfortunately, it wasn't for everyone. Only special individuals born with a special affinity for mana could have it, and if was from birth. Life was unfair like that. While some were born as inepts, possessing not a single fragment of mana, others had the ultimate magic cheat. Individuals with special grade mana cores were meant to be unparalleled in magic, achieving exploits at an early age. Yet, there existed one right in front of me that was hardly developed. Just what were you doing for 400 years, Lamy? I nearly sighed in exasperation. Even among elves, special grade mana cores were rare, so Lamy was immensely blessed with talent. Her potential was immense. Yet, she had hardly cultivated it. This girl. Still, because it was a special grade mana core, it had been able to survive against the miasma surrounding it for so long. Weaker mana cores would have been destroyed a while ago. I was happy that this was the case, considering the next phase could only be possible if Lamy had a very sturdy mana core. Sure, it was possible for me to build it up to a satisfactory level myself, but since it was already at this level, there was no longer any reason to do so. Let us begin, shall we? I began pouring the miasma that was concentrated in me into the multicolored mana core. The immense glow was strong enough to push the wave of miasma away, but I had no intention of losing out. Activating my miasma cores, I increased the potency of negative energy, finally overcoming the barrier that shrouded the mana core. And then, it seeped into the special grade mana core. Gah! Lamy's scream rang out, but I ignored it. Bear with it. It only hurts when it's your first time. With that in mind, I inserted more of the black stuff deeper into her. Ignoring her screams, I kept at it, meeting less and less resistance as I furthered. I suppose it's also advantageous for me that her mana core hasn't really developed. Considering the fact that it would be harder to corrupt her mana core with miasma if that was the case. Thanks to the vulnerable state of Lamy's internal cluster of energy, my work was easier. Let's go faster now. It took longer than I thought for the colliding energies to stabilize. Perhaps it was because I was operating on someone else's mana core and not my own. Either way, even with the slight obstructions here and there, I finally did it. Phew, at long last. I smiled, staring at the transformed core in front of me. No longer could it be referred to as a mana core. An equal half of it was already shrouded in darkness, and the second part was brimming with multiple colored lights. A perfectly fused core. I had succeeded in containing Lamy's miasma, and making it an integral portion of her being. With this, you'll be able to grow even stronger. Mana. Miasma. Magic. Anti-magic. Lamy now had access to these and most likely lots more. This is my gift to you. I'm sorry it came late. And with that, I cancelled the resonance. Ha, HAAA. Ha, HAAA. Both Lamy and I were short on breath. It was an intense session that sapped quite the energy from me and her. How was it? I asked her amid my heavy breaths. Sweat poured out of both our bodies, and I could tell that she felt a greater deal of the pressure. It was her first time, after all. I feel better. She smiled, turning to meet my gaze. Her smile was genuine, and a spark was in her eyes. The pain from having her body constantly corrupted was now gone. Instead, a brand new refreshed sensation must have been coursing through her. It feels hot and weird here, kind of. Lamy touched her stomach, where her fused core was located. But, it also feels kind of good. It would take some getting used to for Lamy to fully understand and control both elements. But, I had no doubt about her capabilities. After all, she was my daughter. The energy you feel is now a part of you, Lamy. You'll be able to get even stronger now. I patted her shoulder and rose to my feet. Once I did that, my hand pulled her up as well. Lamy I. As expected, the doting elf queen burst through the doors and went straight for her niece. Are you okay? Does it still hurt? He wasn't too hard on you, was he? Are you in pain? Feeling better now? You look so exhausted. Won't you rest? What am I, chopped liver? I thought to myself, feeling relegated despite my hard work. I understand Aurora's worry and care, though. Lamy was the treasure that Emilia left behind, so I can respect that. That was the reason why I specifically requested that she stayed beyond the glass walls. That way, she couldn't hear the intensity of Lamy's screams. Even though she could see the girl in obvious anguish, not having to hear the sound helped in relieving her worry and fear. Besides, now that it was all over, they could all laugh about it. Thank you so much, Jared Leonard. I don't know how I can ever repay you. It was only after she had completely ensured the well-being of her niece that Aurora shifted her focus to me. Allies help each other out. I only hope that after this war is over, we continue to keep the agreement and remain allies, for the good of everyone. The treaty specifically implied that either party could choose to dissolve the alliance after the war with the demons was over, but I would prefer it if that didn't happen. A joint front was profitable in many ways, not just in defeating our current enemies. I hoped she would see that. I understand, Jared. You have proved not only your worth, but also that of your whole race. I understand now that it would be foolishness to dispel our alliance with your race. Aurora smiled. Lamy also lowered her head and murmured a sorry excuse of thanks. This whole incident hadn't been in my plans, but things ended up working better than expected. I thought after seeing me work my miracle with original magic as well as stopping the looming two-pronged incoming demon attack, Aurora would be fully convinced to remain allies with the Eastern Kingdom. But, looks like that's not necessary. I already had her trust. At this point, it was simply a matter of taking care of the rest on merit. First, we'll repair the damage done to the Elf Kingdom. Then, we face off against Zinkiel's plan. Underscore 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 a/n. He. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. I certainly enjoyed the bonding. Ha ha ha. Chapter 410. It's a lovely day, isn't it? The Queen was seated on her throne, surrounded by the royal elves. This time, Lamy was also among the participants. Her gaze never shifted from me, making me slightly uncomfortable. Well, it's not had to receive the attention of your daughter. Even though all my lifetimes combined still didn't quite measure up to her age. In any case, all the Eastern Kingdom delegates I included were bowing before the Queen as she spoke. Please, rise. It's a joyful occasion, no? We all did as instructed upon hearing Aurora's voice. As expected, she sounded quite thrilled. Our devastated lands will be repaired, and our people will be restored to us. That was the promise, right, Jared Leonard? My allies all shot me a shocked look, most definitely caught by surprise that I said something so preposterous. Sarah Crimson's gaze was especially fierce. I gulped, feeling the intensity of multiple gazes on me. Of course, Your Majesty. Everyone, it is indeed a happy day. I made sure to return the gazes I was receiving with my confident smile. You should all just sit back and enjoy the show. Aurora nodded and her smile broadened. There no longer remained an ounce of hesitation in her eyes. After seeing that I was a man of my word with Lamy being living proof right there, she was more interested in how I would be performing the next task. And she wasn't the only one too. The royal elves were all looking expectant. As expected, they must have heard of how I solved Lamy's condition. Well, it's not all bad. Raising my prestige with every race is also one of my goals. Now then, shall we head out? The Elf Kingdom's eastern border. In the time I spent away from here, it still looked devastated. Of course, this didn't surprise me, since I had automatons constantly watching the area. Their survey was to ensure they spotted enemy forces if any showed up, and also to observe the elves that remained there. And so, with my return to the place, it was almost as though I never left. It's even worse than I imagined, Aurora murmured, laying eyes on the devastating sight for the first time. Not only did I teleport her with me, but also every member of the royal family, as well as my team members, came with me. Apparently, they all wanted to see my magic in action. Isn't it a bit reckless for every royal to ditch the capital? My thoughts trailed as I smiled softly. Well, it wasn't as though the demons would suddenly launch an offensive there. Plus, my automatons would alert me if that occurred, and I could instantly teleport back. Ultimately, their presence wouldn't be missed. Jared, I'm expecting quite a show. Sarah Crimson said, smiling sharply at me. I still had no idea what Naren told her about me, but it seemed her expectations from MS were always soaring through the roof. Don't compare me to Naren. I wanted to scream out, but I simply answered positively instead. I still can't believe you cured Lamy. Just what can't you do? It was Freya's turn to speak. To be frank, I wanted to avoid her after realizing her feelings for me. But, as long as she remained an integral member of the Elf Society, encounters like this was unavoidable. I can't do many things, a wry smile formed on my face. Sure, I had accomplished many feats that would be deemed impossible. However, there were even greater heights that I wanted to reach. Especially after knowing people like Naren and Sarah existed, it was only fair that I kept striving for more. Currently, we were all on the outskirts of the border, away from the rubble and destruction. Even the elf general I met previously, Clara, welcomed us warmly. All her soldiers stationed around gathered and bowed in the presence of royalty. Queen Aurora behaved in a manner befitting her status and soon explained what would be happening. Many stared at me with disbelief, but it was hard to refute the Queen's words. That was why their doubts also morphed into expectations. All eyes were literally on me. I did a total survey of the area. The damage is extensive, covering over 80% of the city. Residential districts have turned to rubble, production areas as well. Only the military base is still standing since it's located on the outskirts. Clara gave a detailed report, showing how she hadn't been slacking off during her time here. We've also double-checked the city's records and observed the area. While we were unable to see any corpses, it's estimated that at least 3,000 elves died here. The eastern border had a population of a little over 7,000. The number Clara estimated was close to half of the total denizens. It was indeed a huge loss. If not for Freya's control of the situation and how they barricaded the demon beasts despite having no experience fighting them, many more casualties would have occurred. Of course, I knew all of this. After all. Thanks for the report, Clara. I appreciate it. Rising from the ground, I floated using magic. My body levitated to the destroyed town. I watched the rubbles and vestiges of an elf civilization. It was a pitiful sight, but I wasn't moved. This was all expected. Both my allies, the elves and humans, had no idea about this, but I already knew things would go down this route. I had spotted the demon beasts before they invaded the elf kingdom. At that point, I was able to decipher the strategy being used by Zenkiel. But I intentionally didn't stop them. Rather, I summoned a good number of my automatons to observe the situation and act accordingly. Then, I made my way to the Eastern Kingdom. Truth be told, the reason I also delayed in helping the elves spending time with friends and families rather than coming to their aid early was for the actualization of this moment. It may have seemed cruel, but it was the most effective route to achieving true loyalty among the elves. I simply used the enemy's assault as an opportunity, and it had finally come. All that's left now is to give everyone a good show. Chapter 411. As I floated above the devastated elf city, I noticed everyone keeping their distance and watching my lone figure. Their eyes contained several emotions, but the constant one was curiosity. Well, then, shall we begin? I smiled, taking a deep breath. I could feel everything around me around the city thanks to spellcraft. The immense mana of the land resonated with me, and I took in the sensation until it became one with my senses. It was now time to proceed. Original magic. A blinding gold light formed around me and surged at an overwhelming rate. Swirling all over my body was a calcified amount of mana that condensed more and more. The golden mana gathered in a single location, forming something in front of me. A book. The golden book looked like a grimoire, having intricate designs embedded all over it, and its pages were unlimited. The cover was golden, and it was constantly shrouded with an immense amount of mana. The power it emitted was already in the realm of transcendence. This book was none other than my original magic. Great Sage's Memoir. The moment it appeared, the surrounding mana connected to the book all linked to it. Spellcraft could be easily used to achieve any goal at this point. In simpler words, I was one with everything around me, and everything was one with me. But, that wasn't the essence of my original magic. Shall we begin? The golden book flipped its pages until it arrived at a particular page. Symbols and circuits were displayed there, all glowing golden as a result of the book's activation. Instantly, mana brimmed from the book, and sparks of mana particles in the air began rising. Like fireflies, or glimmering stars, they all began popping from the air. All over the city, the little orbs of mana manifested, causing a bizarre sight of illumination that could be described as nothing short of beautiful. The light particles began dispersing, merging with every structure in sight, and then the golden mana from my book pulsated and enveloped the entire area. Then... And no way! This is... unbelievable! That's right! The buildings and devastating structures started repairing themselves down to the smallest rubble. It wasn't exactly as though they were being repaired. No, it was more like time reversal. My original magic allowed me to store any kind of magic. As long as I understood the concept and had enough mana to execute it, there was no magic I couldn't perform. Not only could I execute whatever magic I inscribed in my original magic, but the Great Sage's Memoir served as a form of an independent entity by itself. Like an automated system, it was capable of reacting to situations and acting accordingly. Like a computer, it was encoded with numerous spells and codes as part of its protocols. It could instantly connect to the environment and utilize spellcraft at will. It could use whatever spell in its arsenal according to whatever the situation demanded. Mana consumption would be from the environment, using spellcraft, and also my personal pool. The most important part of my original magic was its efficiency. Since I could choose to automate it at choice, there was no need for me to handle any difficult magic every single time I wanted to cast it. My memoir would handle everything, and I only had to enjoy the show. Other than the mana I contributed, there was really nothing else for me to do. The Great Sage's Memoir is neurologically linked to me. Any and every action I could ever think of taking has been recorded in it. Since it was also more like an automated system, it could respond even faster and more accurately than I ever could. Humans had their limits, after all. In contrast, my original magic was versatile, powerful, and independent, the perfect tool. It was an even better version of the arcanas. That was the true essence of the Great Sage's Memoir. I'm currently utilizing the time reversal function of the Hermit's Arcana. All the arcanas I had were already recorded in the memoir, so I could use them with or without the cards themselves. For the Hermit, since its mana cost was too high, and the process was very complicated, I didn't have access to every single function. However, just reversing time was more than enough. Shwayuyuyuyu. Like magic which it was, the landscape returned to its usual state. The glorious city of the elves was restored, leaving no single scratch behind. As promised, it was as though the demon beasts had never invaded. Still, though, this isn't the end. According to the bargain, I would be resurrecting every single elf that died here. It sounded impossible, considering their numbers were over 3,000. But, did anyone really think I didn't know that already? The automatons I sent before the Elven massacre had captured the deaths of every single elf that perished. They recorded every single detail of the situation, allowing me to know the exact estimate of the number of fallen elves. 3,256. It was a hefty number. Still, I didn't take action even with those figures because I knew one truth. Even if all of them had perished, it would still pose no problem for me. Time for round 2. The book's pages flipped to another side, and it shone in activation. The surrounding mana vibrated, and the several automatons in the air descended. I've been saving mana for this moment, but, as expected, it's taking quite a lot, I smiled with determination. There was another fact that no one knew, and that was the only reason I was confident in this plan working. Time to summon them, the dead elves. Utilizing the arcana circuit embedded in my memoir, I was going to reverse the causality of life and death. Arcana stood at the pinnacle of transcendental magic, and so they defied the normal laws of the world. One of them was a simple fact that the dead could not return. Once the body and soul were not present, or if even one of these elements were absent, even resurrection magic couldn't work. But, this very principle was about to be shattered. Good thing I have an audience to see it. Chapter 412. I had 4 arcanas in my possession. The Tower. The Hermit. The Sun. The Hanged Man. Of these, my favorite was the first one. The reason was simple. It's the easiest. Manipulating space was by no means an easy feat, but the process was simple. Besides, the arcana did most of the work. All I needed was to infuse it with mana. The consumption rate was also reasonable. However, just because I preferred the tower didn't mean I couldn't utilize the others. Though I lent the Hermit to Naren, I could still use it with my original magic, at least, to an extent. Then, what of the other 2? I had some plans for the Sun, so it was best not to bring it out now. However, the Hanged Man was the most important arcana at this juncture. Each arcana defied a law in the world. The tower was in charge of space. The Hermit controlled time. As for the Hanged Man, it interfered with the law of resurrection. Body and soul. They were the 2 most essential parts of a human. If one part was absent, the human was as good as dead. Even if resurrection magic was to be used, there was a need for both elements to be present. Magic was simply supposed to act as glue to bind them together. However, in the current predicament, the elves had been so mercilessly killed that their bodies were in shambles. Perhaps a few arms and legs would have remained after being gruesomely killed by demon beasts, but the miasma would have corroded them beyond recognition. Their bodies were as good as non-existent. Fortunately, I was able to dispatch automatons to retrieve their souls. Before they dissipated and were corrupted by the miasma, they used the magnets I developed for such situations and absorbed all the souls of the fallen. As a result, I was in possession of the souls of all the elves who died. The issue was their body. That's where you come in. The books flipped quickly, showing the magic circuit of the Hanged Man shining bright. Controlling the automatons hanging in the air, I deployed the souls of the dead elves. My memoir automatically utilized Spellcraft to ensure that the souls didn't dissipate into thin air. Since they were all present, the condition for resurrection was complete. Even though the Hanged Man defied the law of resurrection by not needing both elements to be present, it still required one aspect. Without any specific essence to trace the source to, it was impossible to resurrect a being. If there was no base, the Hanged Man couldn't operate. But, with the souls of the dead ones all present, and the abundance of mana available to conclude the ritual, I brought everything to a perfect close. And so, it ends. The bodies of every single elf were constructed by the Hanged Man magic circuit in my memoir. Using the information from their respective souls, their exact bodies were made having no flaws. It was a miracle to many shocked eyes, but this was simply the work of magic, albeit at the transcendental level. One by one, the living elves were made, until not a single individual was left unaccounted for. And just in time too. My mana pool had almost dropped to critical condition. Barely hanging on to 30% of my mana after this whole ordeal, it took quite a toll on me, after all. Fortunately, everything worked out. How exhausting. As I descended from my heights, my lips murmured those words. Clara and her soldiers had gone to take care of the naked elves, so only the ones I arrived with were waiting for my return. I did it, just as promised. The elf royalty was stunned beyond words. I could see pure reverence in their eyes, some were emotional to the point of shedding tears. Darius was one of the latter. He was always an emotional one, after all. Why, you really did it. You did the impossible. Are you all right? Are you even human anymore? As expected of my betrothed's protégé. Is this truly magic? Thank you so much. Many more words filled with cheer, disbelief, praise, and concern assailed my ears at once. I could only smile and laugh with everyone surrounding me. And then, before I knew it, everyone was in an uproar to celebrate what would be the turning point in history. A single mage who had yet to reach adulthood, raising over 3,000 elves from the dead. It was absurd, but true. Even if I decided not to venture any further, my name would forever be embedded in history. I had both humans and elves as witnesses. Surely, I had created an irrefutable legend. However, not enough. I still wanted more. Until I achieved everything I could in magic, there was no way I could be satisfied yet. I had lots of limits at the moment. The ones who were weaker than me couldn't notice, but my abilities were lacking. What if 100,000 people died next time? What if I was meant to repair an entire continent with my magic? In my current state, that was impossible. Which was why I had to get even stronger. Strong enough to surpass the limits of magic. Only then would I be satisfied. Let's have a feast in celebration. In response to Aurora's bold words, everyone present raised their voices in enthusiasm. Yes. I couldn't help but chuckle. A threat was looming, yet these people could only think about fun. Still, they weren't entirely wrong. Thousands of lives had been saved. Surely, it called for celebration. Well, I'll use the feast as a chance to bring up the two-pronged assault that'll be coming our way. A smile formed on my face. From my calculations, the demon beasts would invade the elves from the northern border and the western borders respectively. Those two were respectively the most guarded and least protected territories. For the Eastern Kingdom, the invasion would be coming from the north and east. By attacking the strongest and weakest strongholds, Zenkiel will be able to surmise our level of power and act accordingly. That was the plan. Well, then, let's see how it goes. Underscore 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 un. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. There's been so much dialogues and info dumps lately. I'm sorry about that. We'll be switching to action soon. Chapter 413. Bulatin was a demon general serving under the mighty commander-in-chief of the demon forces. He respected his leader with every single ounce of energy in his body and was devoted to bringing the best of results. To be honest, though it was blasphemous, he idolized the demon lord of Verd more than the demon king himself. Perhaps it was because he had never had the privilege to serve under King Abel Lion that he had this bias, but Bulatin couldn't change the way he felt about demon lord Zenkiel. As a member of Zenkiel's 9 stars, Buletin was a demon general granted immense privileges and had enough power to boot. Yet, why was I the one sent here? He murmured. Buletin, a reptile-shaped demon, had 4 arms. His face was more akin to an alligator than a dragon, and his tail was uneasily dangling as he moved. Placed acutely on his back were 4 distinct weapons that served as Buletin's choice means of attack. While his physical capabilities were extremely high, he supplemented them with his mastery over weapons. As a result, he was known as Buletin of the 4 armaments. Still, this prestigious and highly ranked demon general was in an emotional slump. He sighed as he dragged his feet. The reason behind his displeasure was quite obvious when one looked around him. There's nothing here. Even though Buletin was armed with his exquisite armor and 4 swords, even having an army of 1,000 demon beasts, there was no challenge to welcome them. Just a vast landscape of ruined mountains was in view. These mountains had weird shapes. Their disfigured forms and unique appearances made for an interesting sight, but nothing else about them was special. To be frank, Buletin was a little let down by this development. 4 of us were supposed to invade the humans and elves. I was assigned to the eastern area of the human nation, but another emotion began growing alongside his displeasure: worry. Was I sent here because Lord Zenkiel thinks I'm not useful? Anxiety coursed through the demon general's body as the worrisome thought of being relegated to such an uneventful area filled his mind. Sure, among his comrades in the 9 stars, he wasn't the strongest member. But, Buletin wasn't exactly weak either. In the rankings placed in the alligator-like general's head, he placed among the top 5. So why was he chosen for such a mundane task? In his mind, Buletin had proven himself more than worthy to challenge bigger challenges. Surely his master recognized his potential, right? As he had these thoughts, Buletin led his army across the valley surrounded by many devastated peaks and broken-down mountains. Hoping he would encounter an army to prove his superiority and vent his turbulent emotions, the demon general pressed on. Fortunately, he finally sensed a being in sight. HAAA. For a moment, Buletin's crimson eyes widened in excitement. However, the feeling fizzled out almost immediately when he realized it was only one single entity that he sensed. TCH. His annoyance rose to an unprecedented degree and he directed his attention in the direction of the being. You dare make me raise my hopes up? As though he had sensed Buletin's bloodlust frustration, the being began moving. The demon general thought he would flee, but the strange entity drew closer to the horde of demon beasts, with their leader being none other than the mighty Buletin. Is he crazy? He's coming here. Soon, the silhouette of the individual appeared before the surprised demon general. It was a human. A human. What's a human doing here all alone? The most amazing part of the human was that he was approaching Buletin and his army without flinching for a second. No hesitation could be found in his steps as he fearlessly approached. This made the demon general shocked beyond measure. Is he an idiot? Can he not see? The man in sight looked haggard. He was covered in a ragged outfit, walking barefoot on the rocky surface surrounding him. He was holding a massive sack while walking, obviously showing he was a traveler of some sort. The rags he wore contrasted the well-made sack, but they were ultimately possessions of a destitute. Is he a madman? That was the only explanation Buletin could form in his head. Still, madman or not, the demon general didn't care a single bit. His mission was to kill any human in sight and destroy everything around. Even though his opponent was a hopeless vagabond, that didn't change what he had to do. Still, killing the human before him didn't have to be performed by Buletin himself. He was a demon general, for crying out loud. Such meager tasks had to be done by the army he led. You. Go kill him. Per his instructions, the demon beast closest to Buletin moved in the direction of the human. Instantly, he stopped. The human didn't move a single step further from his position. He muttered some words, but Buletin couldn't understand human speech, so the words simply went over his head. Why would I bother conversing with lower life forms? At this point, the demon general was just waiting for his demon beast to finish the job so they could continue marching. The human dropped his heavy sack and began opening it. Even when the massive demon beast steadily approached him, none of his movements displayed any form of hesitation or fear. The man simply focused on the task at hand. Once the sack was opened, lots of blades could be seen within it. They appeared unlimited, but that was simply because of their sheer number. However, broken blades? Why is he carrying around broken blades? Every single blade that could be seen in the sack was broken, shattered beyond repair. Bouletin could not understand the logic of a madman, though he attempted to. After realizing it was a simple waste of time, he ordered the demon beast to hurry with its job. Just end it already. As a result, the massive creature lunged at the human who was fishing out something from the sack. The winds parted and the air reverberated. The grounds shook with every step that the dashing monster took toward its prey. In a moment, the vagabond's life would be extinguished. However, swish! In less than that moment, the demon beast was cleanly sliced into two pieces. Its enormous form vertically split into two equal parts, sending both ends crashing to the ground. Dark blood splattered in the direction of Bouletin and the rest of his troops, oozing on the ground. In a flash, the demon beast's life was abruptly put to a close. Chapter 414. Unexplainable silence. After witnessing the sight of something impossible, Bouletin was confronted with perfect decorum. The air became heavy, and the putrid smell of corrupted blood filled the air. It wasn't so much fear as it was shock. The demon general was simply amazed that a human had been able to cleanly slice a monster who was at least 10 times bigger than he was, all in the blink of an eye. It was utterly confusing, but Bouletin couldn't allow himself to get distracted by such emotions. "I can easily do the same," was what he used to justify the absurdity. It was unfair to compare himself to a single human destitute, but since the yardstick was still within his realm of understanding, Bouletin was able to overcome the initial surprise. "Okay, so he's strong. That explains why he's all alone here, and why he could confront us without fear." The man whom Bouletin now actively watched was holding a blade. This blade wasn't shattered like the rest, but it was in pretty bad shape too. Judging from the weapon's age and the numerous chips it had, it was only a matter of time before it also joined the rest in their shattered state. As a weapons expert himself, Bouletin understood the blade's durability more than anyone. In a few more swings, the weapon was done for. Should I just send demon beasts in waves to make sure he exhausts the weapon's integrity? Once that's done, it'll be a simple matter to end him. Moving faster than he could retrieve another blade, Bouletin was determined to personally end the human's life. Carelessness was a sin. Such were the teachings of his master Lord Zenkiel himself. Both overestimating and underestimating an opponent could lead to defeat, so Bouletin was prepared to sacrifice a few beasts to achieve his goal. If they ended up killing the man, that would prove that his worries were in vain. However, if the man prevailed, his weapon wouldn't last much longer. That would be his window to strike. Either way, Bouletin was assured of victory. "Attack! Kill him!" At this command, a few dozen demon beasts charged at the human, who was already in a stance. He muttered some words, but Bouletin still didn't understand any of them. Swish! In a single flash as well, all the demon beasts were felled. Blood spurted out of them, and their lifeless bodies crashed on their blackish bloody pool. They, too, were defeated by the human. What? How is this happening? They were at least 30 of them. So far, he had lost approximately 35 demon beasts. Bouletin still had lots more to spare, but meaninglessly sending them to die would be a waste. The demon general racked his brain to figure out the best strategy to use in defeating the unflinching swordsman. "Ha, I've got it. Surround him on all sides. Cover his flanks and rear." The human was indeed very adept at fighting a straight-on battle, but he would surely lose against an overwhelming number attacking from all sides. Those were the thoughts of the exceedingly brilliant Buletin. As commanded, the demon beasts circled the swordsman. Their large numbers were 50 and their hulking figures made it pretty obvious who the victor of the round would be. Even if a human was skilled, he still had limits. There was no way. An instant burst of mana surged from the human. Wah! Before Buletin could utter another word, the demon beasts that had completely trapped the destitute in the center were eliminated. Their bodies were diced into large chunks and blood splattered everywhere. The mana of the swordsman was retracted as soon as the deed was done. Now standing atop at the center of a scene of carnage, the human stared undauntedly at Buletin, waiting for yet another challenge. Grrrrrrrrr. At this point, Buletin ground his sharp teeth with rage. The demon general was no fool, so he already realized that sending in more demon beasts would be a waste of resources. Almost 100 had been killed by this single human. While he would have loved to see his limits, he couldn't allow any further deaths. As annoying as this is, I'll handle him myself. Buletin stepped forward, drawing one of his 4 weapons, a long sword. He could wield all of them with his 4 arms, but doing so for a single target was a disgrace to him and his master. It's shameful enough that I have to even fight him directly. Any further, and Buletin wouldn't be able to handle the blow on his ego. Be grateful, human. You'll gain the privilege of dying by my hands. In response to the general's obvious taunts, this human smiled. No, he chuckled. He dares. The swordsman uttered more words on his tongue, smiling as he spoke. There was a limit to Buletin's patience, so he took his stance and infused his blade with miasma. Strengthening his body with demonic energy, the enraged monster was ready to make his charge. I'll kill you. However, just as he was about to strike, the human's mana erupted to an even greater degree from earlier. It was only for a moment, but even Buletin felt terrified by the sight of such an overwhelming force. And then, sound caused lots of flesh being dissected echoed in the air. Buletin was still standing, but he could hear lots of bodies heavily falling to the ground. Blood flowing like water suddenly swept through the demon general's feet and their gory odor invaded his nostrils. The blackish pool of blood wasn't his, but Buletin had a rough idea whose they were. Slowly turning his head, the self-proclaimed top 5 of the 9 stars looked behind him. His eyes bulged as he realized his fears were true. Buletin's body trembled thanks to the horrid sight he witnessed. Replacing the demon beasts he had as troops was a scene of carnage and gore. Mangled and sliced flesh littered the ground and not a single one of the demon beasts was left standing. They were all dead, killed by the human's blade. Over 900, in an instant. Buletin looked forward, at the end of the massacre, and spotted the swordsman. The blade in his hand had shattered, but he was looking even more menacing than before. The terrifying mana he exuded vanished, and the destitute's sight now locked with Buletin's. The demon general gulped upon receiving the frighteningly calm gaze of his opponent. The feeling of moderate caution was slowly being replaced by a stronger desire for survival. It was instinctive, primal. Before he knew it, Buletin had already unsheathed all his weapons. Now, the human looked at him with a more serious gaze. His lips parted once more, and even though Buletin couldn't understand the words, they still echoed in his ears. Martial Blade God Technique. Martial State. Chapter 415. Weak. That single thought echoed in the mind of the one who held his shattered blade. Even after cutting down over 900 beasts in a flash, he had not gotten his fill of violence. They're all too weak. He had been training for nearly 6 months, isolated in the mountains for that long. After spending so long tempering his body, the man had expected some sort of experience to stimulate him, allowing him to test the limits of his ability. When he sensed the miasma approaching him from the valley, he had been excited. It's different from the one I felt back then, but this destitute had definitely felt miasma before. Even though he had been much younger and inexperienced, the swordsman couldn't forget the sensation that permeated him back then. Compared to the intensity of the disturbance he experienced in the past, the wave of negative energy that tickled his skin was far greater. That was probably why he had raised his expectations. He halted his rest and dragged his sack containing all the blades he had gathered for his training. All of them but one had all broken apart due to training. Their durability was simply not good enough. When he saw the horde, the swordsman had been ecstatic. Finally, he would be able to test his strength against formidable foes. Their bloodthirsty aura did not bother him in the slightest. Why would it? All he needed to do was move his body and swing his blade. That was all he had been doing for so long that his mind and body were numb to almost any other feeling. Yet. Swish. Even then. Swoosh. After getting all worked up. None of them stood a sliver of a chance. At this point, the swordsman stood in silence, surrounded by piles of corpses. His gaze was locked on the last opponent standing. It seemed to be a strong one, at least more formidable than the others he had eliminated. And so, ignoring the carnage he had wrought, the swordsman dropped the last of his ruined blades and focused his attention on the final enemy. The demon was done drawing all 4 weapons in his possession: a longsword, a battle axe, a scythe, and a broadsword. Each weapon had its advantages, and if a master could utilize them in tandem, it was possible to cover the minimal weakness they possessed. For defense, the demon had a very tough hide, as well as an enchanted armor that blocked damage. Unlike the demon beasts, the opponent he was facing was definitely very experienced in the art of battle. Upon seeing that, the swordsman didn't realize when his lips parted to form a grin. Maybe this one will be different. The mountains that took several strikes to break were no longer able to resist his blade. After training in this place for so long, the swordsman realized that there was no longer anything that could stop his strike. Everything in his path had been long conquered. But, perhaps this opponent would be different from the others. That was probably why he felt like going all out. A technique that made martial artists transcend the limits of their capabilities, granting them access to even greater power, albeit temporary. For magic users who were parallel to this, they also had a similar state. It was referred to as mage mode. However, complex principles concerning the manipulation of mana to form spells were beyond the reach and interest of those who constantly tempered their bodies and honed their skills. For martial artists, a form that exceeded their current condition also existed. It was known as martial state. And the young man, though a hardened warrior, wanted to unleash this power on his newfound target. Martial blade god technique. Martial state. The mountains were not able to bear the explosive pressure, and instantly made way for the overwhelming power that was concentrated on a single human. He could hear the opponent utter words, but the swordsman could not understand any of them. He didn't understand the language of demons, after all. At this point, even if he did, nothing the monster said would matter to him. All that the swordsman cared about was the fight to ensue. A massive chunk of the energy that was dispersing swiftly gathered and formed a blade. It was white as snow, yet it contained an unforgiving glint that could make any shiver at its sight. It was a mana blade, but unlike any other. Any technique performed by a warrior while in martial state was forcefully raised beyond its limits. The same applied to the gleaming white blade. Hugh, the swordman's rags tore to pieces, unable to bear the pressure. Only his pants were protected from the blast, revealing his bare flesh and well-toned muscles. The swordsman's auburn hair was now white, and his irises donned the same color. Here I come. Taking a proper stance befitting a warrior, the human prepared his strike, watching the demon also prepare all 4 weapons to deal his own blow. The fastest one strikes first. The strongest one wins. The answer was that simple. It was a risky venture, but he had not come this far to consider safety at this point. While he hadn't been expecting a demon assault, the young swordsman was certainly thankful to the heavens for it. After all, he would be able to test all 12 ultimate blade forms of his newly attained state. But first, shall we test the waters? Smiling, the swordsman controlled his muscles and took a step forward, ready to launch himself. Now! The environment ruptured as soon as he dashed in the direction of his foe. Ignoring the stinging sensation of the air, the chilly breeze of the environment, and the multitudes of emotions that assailed him, the swordsman only had one goal. One strike. And so, he went for it. Raising his blade and swinging it to strike, the swordsman watched his opponent steady all 4 weapons of his in defense. He's going to block my assault. Very well. While the swordsman wasn't aware of how durable his opponent was, he assumed that the demon would at least be able to tank one hit. He had all 4 weapons to protect him alongside the armor and thick hide. Certainly, this demon would prove more sturdy than the devastated mountains around him. The swordsman smiled, deciding to pour his strength into the attack. Without using any of his 12 ultimate arts, he went with the flow and sharply swung his blade. Swift and precise, the attack was initiated. And then... eek! An eruption followed. Chapter 416. What is this? This power? Bouledin was in both awe and fear. Unlike most of his companions, he was a martial artist. While he knew certain spells that enhanced his body, Bouledin was solely focused on raising his personal ability. He had finally stepped into the peak state after so much effort and several centuries of dedication. However, even at that, he couldn't fathom the depths of the power that confronted him. If he had just arrived at the peak of a hill, then there was an even bigger, taller mountain that now stood before him. It was so impossible that Bouledin fell into despair. In the face of such a devastating difference, he could do nothing but cover himself with all his might. And so, he did. With all his weapons, armor, and willpower focused on defense, Bouledin shrouded himself with all he had. I can't. He knew the despairing truth. I can't fight that. And so, the blade of light came crashing down. Disappointment. Pure, unbridled disappointment permeated the insides of Edward. As he stood all alone in the devastated landscape, the mana around him dispersed. Feeling melancholic and sullen, he stared at the spot where his enemy once stood. No trace of him could be found any longer. He didn't last a single move, were the whispers that proceeded from his mouth. The mountains all around him had been vaporized. As though a crater had fallen and pulverized the vicinity, everything around was leveled, razed to the ground. Every semblance of the fallen demon beasts or demon general had now faded from sight. At the center of everything was the lone martial artist. I should have known. A sigh of despondency leaked out. He didn't want to admit it before, but Edward now had no choice but to admit it. He had become too strong. There's nothing here that can prove to be a challenge to me. Still, a faint glimmer of hope remained in his heart. If they invaded this place, and in such a large number, does that mean the demons have begun their move? Edward had isolated himself for nearly 6 months, so he wasn't abreast of the current affairs of the Eastern Kingdom. Still, he had an idea that they were preparing for war against the demons. The fact that he just clashed with an army of them proved that something was in the works. If that was the case, then surely I'll meet someone strong. After pursuing the oath of the blade for so long, pouring every essence of himself into it, the young man's ideals had slowly changed. From the righteous ambition he had as a child, Edward's path was now that of the blade. An endless quest to get stronger, that was the root teaching of the technique passed down to him. I wonder, a faint thought popped into Edward's head. A certain boy appeared in his thoughts. Just how strong have you become, Edward? To find the answer to that, he had to leave the mountains, flatlands. Maybe I'll return to Enslark. Or, should I go to the nearest military base? The capital would be nice too. Why not just go to Inslark? You have friends there, right? A deep voice pierced his mind as he deliberated. The owner was none other than the familiar of Edward Adulahan. Ah, that's true. It's been a while since I've seen Anna, or anyone else for that matter. Making up his mind, Edward smiled and decided to pay a visit to his longest friend. Ah, I think you're forgetting something, the deep voice reminded Edward, causing him to halt. You don't have anything on you. Surely, you do not intend to return like this, do you? For the first time, Edward paid attention to himself. He was wearing no cloth, so his ripped muscles and perfectly toned body were in view. His pants were still on, but even they weren't enough to hide the marvelous body Edward had cultivated. I see nothing wrong with how I look, though. Becoming too fixated on martial arts had caused some of Edward's cognitive functions to deteriorate, especially when it came to the area of common sense. Of course, you don't, sigh. You've become quite hopeless, you know. I'll take that as a compliment. In any case, we can't have you looking like this. Let's go to the nearest settlement and ask for something to wear. Ah, well, that's a good idea. Do you have any money? At this point, both host and familiar fell dead silent. After a few moments of uncomfortable decorum, the familiar, being the more sensible one among them, spoke once more. Then, we'll just have to pretend we're beggars and ask for raiment. Why don't we just perform a task for them in exchange for clothing? Silence prevailed once more. That's actually not a bad idea. Finally, the young martial artist was using his head. Perhaps the thought of returning to civilization was restoring vestiges of the common sense he had lost when he relentlessly pursued the path of the blade. Well, shall we get going then? Indeed. So, a demon invasion, eh? Should be fun. It wasn't just the host who was happy about the prospects of a worthy challenge. You sure are excited, Well, I don't blame you. After all, not only Edward felt constrained by how much power they had not yet displayed. Bond abilities. Fusion techniques. Martial fusion state. There were yet many abilities left for Edward and his familiar to explore and utilize, but there was no one to use them on. Which was why. Let's hope we run into more enemies. With that enthusiastic statement fully supported by the Dullahan familiar, the partners walked beyond the devastated area in hopes of something more stimulating. Since war was brewing, their wishes were certainly going to come true. Impossible. Rias, a demon general among the 9 stars, unconsciously leaked out her thought as she witnessed one of the most horrific displays of one-sided violence. It was too extreme that even with her status, the demon lord felt utterly overwhelmed by what was happening and the one who was wreaking such havoc. It was a single human and she was merciless. Rias had expected the northern border of the Eastern Kingdom to be tougher than the others, but she had never thought a single human would push them so far. Unbelievable as it was, that was exactly what was playing out. How can this be? The other humans were at a safe distance, observing the situation. A particular rash boy was also trying his hardest in the battle, but there was really no need for him to interfere. The girl's power was enough to decimate all her foes. Rias had met many monsters in her long lifetime, but this was by far the worst. She was a true harbinger of destruction. Chapter 417. A few hours earlier, Rias had been quite confident. Her slithery green body and snake-like body from her waist downward made it clear she was a Lamia. She had flowing black hair, and on her hand was a staff that had a crystal at the very top. The black stone glowed malevolently as she slithered with her army in tow. As one of the strongest members of the 9 stars, officially ranked 3rd in power, most demon generals wouldn't even stand a chance against her. It was for this single reason that she was sent to the northern border of the Eastern Kingdom. It was their greatest stronghold, and so she was meant to test their security. If things got too dangerous, all she had to do was retreat. That was what her master Lord Zinkiel told her. However, Rias knew that wouldn't be necessary. At the very least, she would decimate the area with peak-level magic spells until she was satisfied. The only reason she would ever retreat would be a result of running low on miasma. If that happened, she would simply utilize the corrupted souls of those she killed as nourishment. Zinkiel usually told his underlings never to underestimate or overestimate their foes, so Rias wasn't acting as a result of overconfidence. She simply didn't believe humans were worth much. Her colleagues in the White Tribe told her several times how weak the humans were. Sure, it was only restricted to the areas she investigated, but it had to be the same in other places. Rather than humans, their focus should have been the elves and fairies, then the big guns called the beast folk could come later. But, she couldn't refuse her superior's orders. That was why she was leading an army of 1,000 demon beasts to wreak havoc on the northern border. He he he. Make this interesting for me. She gave a toothy grin, revealing the fangs she had. Maybe I'll treat myself to a few male humans. I wonder how they'll taste like inside me. Her snake-like tongue licked her curled-up lips. Her disgusting habit of taking in her prey while they were still alive, preferably males, and digesting them with her fluids, was clearly showing in the way she was eyeing the people atop the garrisons that she approached. Before Rias was a very tall and sturdy fence. It blocked any possible routes past the vast seas that connected the demon realm to the Eastern Kingdom. Not only were the walls enchanted with magic, but they were made with only the best materials. It's going to take some time to break through. Rather than simply wasting her time breaking the wall, which could have some magical repair function, wouldn't it be better to simply fly over it? Yes, I'll do just that. Rias grinned, looking at the obedient demon beasts behind her. Usually, it would be difficult for anyone to cast magic on people this many, but Rias was a demon general, after all. Casting the flight spell on all the 1,000-numbered demon beasts wouldn't be too difficult. Once they passed the barrier of the walls, then they would begin their slaughter. Ho. I'll first begin with the men at the garrisons, then proceed to annihilate every military personnel in sight. Her goal was to completely devastate the northern border. Then, once I'm done, I'm sure Lord Zinkiel will praise me himself. Ha, I can't wait. Before she could conclude her statement, Rias noticed some movement among the humans who defended the top of the walls. What's going on there? As she was trying to observe the situation, a girl jumped out of the tall fence and descended with great speed. Just before she reached the ground beneath the monolith, lightweight magic allowed her to land safely. What the? Rias struggled to make sense of the situation. What was a single human doing here? The other soldiers atop the fence didn't even try to stop her. The looks on their faces displayed that they were scared, worried even, but none of the soldiers tried to prevent the girl from meeting her doom. Humans, do you not care about what happens to that child? Wait for me. Yet another voice surged from above, and another person rushed to meet the girl. This time, it was a boy. He appeared no older than the girl. These two were most likely young adults. Rias couldn't understand humans and she didn't bother learning their language. Still, she heard the rushed conversation between the two. What are you doing, Jerry? Get back up. You're not leaving me behind this time. I can defend myself and the base too. Oh? You think you can keep up? Well, I'll do my best. I refuse to give up. I'll catch up to you soon. Really, now? Looks like you've gotten cocky these past few months. Just because you got your name embedded in Inslark's records, shut up. Look at you, already talking back to me. Well, I'll just have to show you the difference between us. It was as though Rias and her army were invisible as the two young people chattered away. That's enough. There's a limit to my patience when it comes to impudence. The magic user demon general growled, slithering forward. Her army followed behind her. As a result of their sudden movements, the two humans finally looked in the direction of Rias and the demon beasts behind her. Let's do this, Sierra. The boy grinned, readying himself for action. Pfft. Please, you're not in my league. Just try not to die. I won't. You be careful too. Why you? Humph. I don't need your worry. I can handle them myself. Very well, then. Here I go. The boy and girl released their mana, causing Rias to be surprised by the intensity. Still, she didn't falter. There was a limit to the amount of mana that a human could summon. All she had to do was cut them down before they tried anything funny. Preparing her staff, the demon general readied an advanced spell ready to execute it. However, Mage Mode. Elemental Chamber. The quality and quantity of the human's mana peaked to an unprecedented degree. It was beyond what she had sensed earlier. As she looked at the two menacing people, Rias had a sudden thought within her head. I think I'll have to go all out. Chapter 418. Both humans were shrouded in immense and highly concentrated mana. For the boy, a sphere of flames covered him. His entire body was also glowing amber as though covered by a thin layer of flames, rather than skin. His previously brown hair now floated in the air, brimming bright red like flames. The elemental chamber he mentioned earlier had caused him to adopt this transformation. Even from where she stood, Rias felt the intensity of his mana. It was terrifyingly hot. However, that was nothing compared to the person beside him. Her entire outfit had changed and a grimoire now appeared before her. The blue, black, and white energy swirling around her matched the apparel she now wore. This was Mage Mode, the greatest state a mage could achieve, allowing them a massive amount of power, though temporarily. Why did such a young individual possess such strength? Compared to the boy beside her, she was far more dangerous. However, since they both emitted great power, it was difficult to ignore any of them. They had to be eliminated together. Rias, despite looking cunning and acting sly, was quite straightforward in situations like this. Demon beasts, kill them both. All she had to do was order all the monsters to attack them at once until they grew exhausted and fell. Their transformations wouldn't last forever, and the reason they probably adopted them was so they could boost their power. That means if they're out of that state, these two will stop being threats. That was what she concluded. And so, using her minions as sacrifices, Rias observed from the rear. Now then, let's see how long you. In a brilliant burst of fire and wind, several demon beasts met their instant end. The boy coated in flames flew high into the sky, using the intensity of the fire on his body to propel him to each target, taking down one demon beast at a time. His capabilities were beyond normal. How could a single strike of his engulf giant monsters in flames? At a point, he leaped high up and then descended with ferocious speed like a meteor, decimating the few dozen monsters around him. He was like a god that punished demons, purifying their darkness with his intense flames. But, his actions were still nothing compared to the girl. Unlike the boy who flew up and about to defeat his prey, exerting himself beyond the limits of normal people, the girl never left her position. From where she now levitated, she was launching highly destructive blasts toward the demon beasts. It was crazy, but she was a literal one-man army. A single blow could decimate 100 demon beasts in a go, yet she did so effortlessly. It was a pitiable sight, and Rias could feel a terrible sense of dread befall her. In a minute, no, maybe less, it was possible that her entire army would be done for. I haven't even done anything yet. Her eyes were fixated on the girl, who was smiling playfully as she destroyed the demon beasts that were meant to devastate the northern border with her. Fear coursed through Rias' body. Still, a greater fear of disappointing her master made her unable to back down at this point. Why, you bitch, you ruined my plans! The Lamia growled, glaring at the human girl. At this point, she too stared at the demon general. She must have sensed her bloodlust. Oh, So you want to play too? Why not wait your turn? Rias couldn't understand the human's words, but she felt like the girl was mocking her. Her gaze was enough to tell the Lamia that much. You, Rias raised her staff, causing the black crystal atop it to gleam even more malevolently. She hadn't wanted to go this far yet, especially since they hadn't invaded the Great Walls, but the Lamia could not contain her rage. She would suffer further disgrace if she didn't resort to her full strength. Peak level magic. I'll use that to decimate this little girl. Yes, that was the fastest and easiest solution. Jerry, take care of the rest for a bit. I'm handling the boss. Even as Rias began chanting the spell, the girl had the audacity to look away. How dare she? How dare she? How dare she? In a few moments, she would be consumed in a flood of miasma-infused acid. Screaming in despair and agony, the girl would suffer endlessly. Hey, don't start without me. The boy called out from a distance, still fighting the couple of demon beasts that were left. Too late. Hee. The human girl was now looking in her direction. The expression on her face was so full of confidence that it frightened the seemingly superior Lamia. Why are you smiling? You'll die, you know? I'll make sure to kill you and everyone else you care about. What did you just think? You'll kill who I care about. The air around the girl changed instantly. Rather than her playful smile, a serious murderous look was now evident on her face. It was frightening, so scary that Rias didn't even ponder how the human girl was able to read her thoughts. Still, the Lumia was almost down with her spell. Any moment now, and I wanted to take my time playing with you, but what you've thought is unforgivable. The human girl made a pose as if to snatch something, and then spoke words that shouldn't have been uttered by someone so young. Original magic, Phantom Link brain dead. Suddenly, something broke inside Rias. Her mind snapped, and she couldn't feel anything and anyone. Her vision darkened and her body helplessly fell. Before Rias could even make a final thought, or complete her spell before the demon general could even realize it, she was dead. As her neural links and core were completely destroyed by the human girl's original magic, she was now nothing more than a lump of meat. No. You're already done. The human boy sharply glided to the girl, undoing his transformation in a flash. Yep. I see you've finished up too. About time. The girl glanced around and saw that the demon beasts were all decimated. Not a single one was left standing. Chapter 419. Not bad, Jerry. You've really improved. I'm so happy right now. Sierra's mind was in ecstasy, seeing the man she loved achieve such a great feat. The fruits of his endless training were finally showing. Of course, someone like Sierra would never say how she truly felt out loud, especially with the boy right beside her. And so, she resorted to the usual way she communicated with him. Humph. You're still too weak. Yet. Don't you worry, though. I'll soon catch up to you. That optimism of his that never faded away, and his constant efforts to achieve that goal. Sierra was lost inside its ecstasy. Even after so long, none of them had changed in the slightest. Yet. I look forward to that. She smiled internally. Of course, she couldn't say that as well. You wish. Ha 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 ha. And so, both of them returned to their base, ready to be cheered for their victorious efforts on the front lines. This is what you wanted, right, Jerry? Sierra smiled as she watched the boy give an exhausted round of laughter. Truth be told, she didn't really care about protecting the kingdom. Sierra simply wanted to be with Jerry. It was his choice to spend his apprenticeship in the northern border where the conditions were harsher and it was more perilous. He wanted to get stronger, as well as protect everyone in the Eastern Kingdom. As a result, Sierra had no choice but to tag along with him. Despite all his objections, they both ended up in the same platoon and had to see each other every day. Their rooms were also beside each other, so it was easier for Sierra to sneak into his. Even after their apprenticeship was over, Jerry remained in the north, insisting on protecting everyone. I just can't say no to him, can I? As a result, she too remained. Even now, when they were hailed as the trump cards of the northern border, Sierra didn't exactly feel anything. She didn't care for the praise of others. No, you shouldn't thank me. It was all Sierra. She did a wonderful job. I was just trying to keep up. As Jerry's words of praise sounded in her ears, Sierra felt a wave of satisfaction course through her. A warm feeling spread inside her, displaying itself on her face. Compared to her, I need to work harder. Jerry smiled, pumping his fist in determination. Idiot, you've grown so strong already. Sierra smiled, looking at the man she loved. His growth was beyond expectations. That was purely because of his efforts. Even though you'll never catch up to me. Still, she wouldn't mind it if he eventually did. After all, that would mean his dream would come true. Either way, as long as he was by her side, Sierra felt like nothing else mattered. If Jerry wanted to fight, she would fight too. If Jerry chose to side with the demons, she would also do the same in a heartbeat. The ball was in his court. And so, she waited for what he would do next. We should probably rest, but I want to train some more. A demon invasion of that scale means they're definitely taking this war seriously now. Jerry said, turning to Sierra. Training, Then, count me in. Oh, you don't have to, with me. Don't be a wuss. Let's go. Fine. Let's. It should be fun. And so, the two of them walked away from the crowd who smiled behind them. The people who watched the boy and girl all had the same thoughts pertaining to them. Sierra ignored them, though. Where he goes, I go. We are bound by fate, and we are in love. No one is allowed to stand in our way. As long as I have him and he has me, that's enough. A wide smile spread across her face. After all, I belong to him. And he belongs to me. That was all there was to it. It was all that mattered. Looks like they handled things well on their end. I was just about to address the elves who were with me, as well as my comrades, when I got a report from the scout automatons I stationed in the Eastern Kingdom. Apparently, both assaults had been completely extinguished. For the North, Sierra was more than enough to handle it. I was surprised to see Jerry Keller in action as well. His growth was beyond what I expected, but that was only natural considering whom he chose as his rival. Looks like he even mastered Elemental Chamber and retrofitted it to suit his fire attribute. It was impressive, to say the least. But, of course, the most surprising of all, was the incident at the eastern border. A single swordsman defeating a horde of demon beasts and a demon general devastating the area as a result. I could only expect that from one single person. So you've turned into a monster too, Edward. A slightly intimidated smile spread on my face. I was initially superior to him in martial arts, but not anymore. My limit was the peak level, but Edward was already in the transcendent realm at least when he used martial state. Amazing. Simply amazing. Everyone around me was growing at a phenomenal pace. If I didn't train for over 100 years back then, I would have been left behind. Once again, I was grateful to the Hermit Arcana. My talent, compared to others, was very small. Not only that, but I also had many fields to cover. My goal was not to be simply focused on one area. Magic. Martial arts. Alchemy. Engineering. Knowledge. Anti-magic. I needed to diversify as much as I could to see a clearer picture. If I didn't have enough time, it was possible that I would not be able to attain a level of mastery in any area. Good thing I did. In any case, it was finally time to wrap up the nuisance of Zinkiel's strategy. Let's get this over with, shall we? Chapter 420. As you all know, demons have begun invading your territory. In the conference room where I was seated with my allies humans and elves, I addressed the pertinent issue facing us all. It's an attack on two fronts. They only have one goal. Aurora and the important elves on her end, as well as my comrades, looked at me as I spoke. To measure our capabilities, Zenkiel, the commander-in-chief of the demon forces, needed more information on the military might of the elves and humans before going any further in his plans to crush both ends. So, what should we do? I propose that we hide our strong cards and deal moderately with them. Aurora spoke with caution. Even though she was the queen, her experience in military matters was limited. As a result, she needed the consent of those more experienced to make a proper decision. I agree with the queen. If we act that way, the demons could underestimate us, allowing us to win in the long run. Clara the elf general nodded in response. Freya and her brothers also supported the idea. The elf king, after seeing everyone agree, had no choice but to also respond the same way. What do you think, Jared? Aurora turned in my direction. Of course, they would seek my opinion. At this point, I had become an indispensable ally to the elf kingdom. I am not in agreement. Surprised gasps and stares were directed at me, but I calmly focused my gaze on the elf queen. Why is that? Firstly, your points are valid. It would indeed be much wiser to hide our true strength when subduing the demons. Based on the surveillance of my automatons, there are only 1,000 demon beasts, each led by a demon general. It was a size that we would handle without going all out. If we indeed followed the Queen's plan, there would be no real casualty. It would simply take longer. Then. But, that's only when you look at things on the surface. I interrupted Clara before she got a word in. Causing our opponents to underestimate us could work, but that only depends on the type of enemy that's leading the demon forces. Everyone now watched me in silence and surrender, ready to listen to my rationale. If it were me leading the demon forces, it'll be easy to see through your ruse. We don't know the level of intelligence the commander of their forces possesses, so it could be dangerous if we attempt to influence their decision by putting on a show. I couldn't tell them that I knew Zenkiel, and that he wasn't the type to underestimate his enemies. So, what do you propose we do? A smile formed on my face as I heard that question. It's simple. We do the opposite of what anyone would expect. We hit them, and we do it very hard. By easily subduing the enemy forces, even Zenkiel would be forced to admit how powerful we were. Usually, people with limited strength tried their hardest to hide it so the enemy underestimated them. If we used the Queen's logic, Zenkiel would still be able to gauge our capabilities to an extent. However, there existed a special kind of people who didn't bother hiding their abilities. They were too strong to care. That was the image I wanted to portray to the demons. The Eastern Kingdom had executed things on their end perfectly. Now, it was the turn of the elves. We'll devastate their armies with so much firepower that not even a speck of them will be found. By exhibiting even more power than necessary, Zenkiel would have no choice but to overestimate our capabilities. A simultaneous defeat on both ends and the loss of precious subordinates would be enough to steer the demon lord to the path I desired. Once pushed to the wall, a creature's instinct to survive goes into overdrive. They would do just about anything to survive. That's what I'm after. But, if we do that, won't they strike us with full force next time? Aurora's gaze was full of concern. Her anxiety was understandable, but unnecessary. Indeed. They will strike as hard as possible in their next attack. However, having to deal with both sides with unbridled force will be hard even for the demon forces. They had limited personnel and resources, after all. In order not to be spread too thin, they'll focus their forces on one continent, crushing us with their sheer force one after the other. The elves looked even more worried, but my smile simply stretched further. From the corner of my eye, I observed Damien Lawcroft. He was actively paying attention to my every word. Since the elves will be considered greater threats, I'm certain they'll strike your land first. After completely destroying the elf kingdom, the demons will focus their attacks on the humans. What? Then why would you even think of instigating such a? While it's true that your people won't be able to bear the full brunt of the demons' forces, I assure you that there's no need to worry. That's why our kingdoms are allies. I see. So our forces will combine and face off against the demons. Exactly so. It was the most certain way to rid ourselves of a chunk of the demon forces. Why wouldn't I take the chance? I see. Then, we will go along with your plan. Aurora smiled at me. Everyone else in the room agreed, causing me to bow my head in gratitude. Now that we've settled that, it's time to split our forces and devastate the demons. For the northern border, I decided to let Sarah go alongside the other members of my team. Clara and her forces would also be supporting them, though I didn't really see how they would need so many to subdue a mere 1,000 demon beasts. Still, I transported them there with my magic, wishing them the best, not that they needed it or anything. As for me, I was heading to the western border alongside Freya, and someone else. Are you ready? I asked the girl beside me. Her black and white hair fluttered with the wind as she nodded, clinging to my side. All right, Laimee. Don't leave me for even a single moment. I smiled at the half-elf. I could sense a chilly stare from Freya, but I decided to laugh it off. I'm just a father taking my daughter on a field trip. Is that so bad? Freya decided to stick close to me too, causing me to get sandwiched between the two girls. Well, this was perfect anyway. After all, I needed to use teleportation magic to transport myself and the girls to our destination. Alright. Here we go. Chapter 421. Shwayuish. In the blink of an eye, we teleported away from where we were at the elf capital. Space warped and our distance with the western border closed in a flash. Appearing out of the distortion in the air, I looked at both sides to observe the reaction of the elven beauties. Whoa, it feels so amazing. Do it again. That was, of course, Laimee's response to the wonderful effects of space magic. I felt a warmth permeate my heart. Is this what fathers feel when they show their kids something cool? I'm so happy right now. My warm smile didn't cease as I watched Laimee's cute face. The fact that she was clueless about my love was a bit hurtful, but her obliviousness had its cute side. I just can't get used to this, Freya murmured, looking around her. She seemed to be in an awfully terrible mood. While I understood that she felt threatened by Laimee's presence, or was probably jealous of the way I was focusing on her cousin, there was nothing I could do about it. Freya liked me, but I didn't feel the same, or rather, I couldn't. From my experience with women, they tended not to take a sincere "no, I'm not interested" well. If I rejected her now, the results would be unpredictable but definitely devastating. Since I still needed to be on good terms with the elves, and Freya was a very important member of her race, I couldn't exactly push her away now. At the same time, I was also intent on giving any sign that I was interested. Hopefully, she would get the hint and lose interest in me quickly. Whoa, is that them? They're a lot. Laimee exclaimed, looking at the landscape beyond us. We were currently levitating, a good distance from the ground, and marching steadily in our direction were our enemies. I could see the earth tremble, and a terrible chill filled the air. Waves of miasma ascended the skies, causing it to appear dark and stormy. Don't worry. You guys are safe with me. I pulled both girls closer. Eeb. Squeaky sounds leaked out of both of them, but it was probably from fear. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to them. I smiled, somewhat finding it cute that my daughter was shaking in my arms. As for Freya, it wouldn't be good to neglect her. The trauma she experienced with the demon beasts when I first met her seemed to be manifesting, as she was also shaking while in my grasp. She seemed to be mumbling some things, but it was probably to calm herself. It'll be inconvenient fighting with them by my side. So, why don't I just do this instead? Instantly, a large magic circle appeared on the ground directly underneath me, and I summoned something from my special storage space. Look closely, Lamy. You too, Freya. I'll show you guys what a golem is useful for. After practicing many things, there was one field of magic that I took special care not to neglect. Construct magic. I used it to create various models of golems and automatons. While I was fond of using automatons quite often and even succeeded in creating a masterpiece, golems were pretty fun too. Since I was the one giving them commands and controlling them remotely, it almost felt like a game. And so, before I realized it, I ended up making the ultimate golem. Whoa! What's that thing? It's easily 60 meters high. Amazing! Yes, it was very massive. Hugo! Activate! Instantly, the hulking being that appeared from the magic circle whirred to life. It was colored black and white, having a smooth bodily structure. I used only the best of minerals and ores to construct this golem, so it had a flawless body. Having a giant humanoid figure, a blade strapped to its back, 2 blasters locked on both hips, and several other gears located inward and outward, it was the perfect machine. This golem stood at the pinnacle of magic engineering. That was Hugo for you, the ultimate golem. Let's go inside. I tightly grabbed both girls and made my way toward the open contraption in the massive golem's head. What? We're inside the thing. Both elves shrieked in surprise, looking at the foreign area with both surprise and amazement. You guys should sit anywhere. I smiled, loosening my grip on them. The control room in Hugo's head was similar to a mini house. Having several ores inside to serve as sources of illumination, there was even a relaxation center in the form of a lounge. However, that wasn't the main spot. I walked ahead of the girls, and they followed after me almost as soon as I ventured forward. After passing through a small corridor, we arrived at the command center. There was a total of 5 chairs present, but 2 were located at the forefront. Before us was a screen that displayed everything that went on outside through the highly powered lens of my golem. It could zoom in, zoom out, focus, target, home in, and do several other things. I really went all out with this thing. I gave myself a secret thumbs up. I sat on the chair at the center, and both girls chose the seats that were closest to me. We were automatically strapped in as we sat. The belts were sturdy and comfortable, so it wasn't a bother. Hugh, display controls, I said, and suddenly, a board full of tons of buttons and levers popped from underneath. The table was a command board that controlled the golem from within. I can control Hugo without this. I don't even need to be in this room to do that. But, the reason I still chose this method was simple. Lamy. Freya. Want to have some fun? I was with guests, after all. With these buttons, one could make Hugo do whatever they desired, but I didn't plan on taking all the fun for myself. Both girls easily caught my drift and nodded energetically. It pleased me that they were also in the mood. From the screen, I spotted the flabbergasted army of the demons. Compared to Hugo, they looked awfully small. Their expressions also showed the kind of despair I liked the most. Now, then, what shall we try first? Chapter 422. A wide array of choices were displayed before us. Buttons of various colors, signifying different functions, were waiting to be used. I looked at the 2 girls, eager and waiting for me to tell them when and how to start. Okay, I guess I'll run you through what to do. I glanced and spotted the demon general, who was still staring at my huge golem with shock and fright written on his face. He had come too far to back down at this point, and even if he did, there would only be a harsh consequence for failure. Death would be merciful in comparison. Well, why don't I teach you the basics? Seeing that my opponent couldn't run anywhere, I could take my time to tutor the girls a little on how to control such a sophisticated construct. This could take a while. How long had he been standing there? Darek had no idea. He was too busy shaking in his boots to count the moments he spent in fear and anxiety. Having a rather stout and muscular figure, Darek resembled a turtle with quite a shell and scaly appendages. Rather than flabby arms, though, he had rather muscular ones. His shell also had spikes sticking out, and his green-colored skin was one of the hardest of this race. Despite being a powerful member of the Demon Society as well as the leader of the 1,000 demon beasts behind him, Darek couldn't make a single move. The demon general's gaze had been on one single location for longer than he could count the massive golem that was in front of him. Just what is that? Darek, unlike his colleagues among the 9 stars, knew how weak he was. He was well aware of his limits in the Demon Society, and he had no intention of changing his position in the status quo. He was neither too strong nor too weak. He had managed to claw his way to the rank of Demon General and had no intention of going further than that. For him, his rank was just a necessary measure for survival. Respect was awarded to the strong in his society, and since he had achieved quite a high position, he was guaranteed a good life. Perhaps that was why he slacked off most of the time. I don't need anything more than this. That was his philosophy. Even when they were to be deployed to invade enemy land, he had been sent to the weakest location, the western border of the Elf Kingdom. Darek had been pleased beyond words, happy to simply slack off and execute his duties with as minimal effort as possible. That was what he was expecting. But, what the hell is this? The rat-like demon squeaked in the presence of a true giant. After locking gazes with the massive golem for so long, locked in a standstill, Darek finally decided on the next course of action. Maybe we should advance. As he thought this, the golem whirred to life, causing his entire body to jump in shock. Hi! The golem's left leg moved, raised higher than Darek could see beyond. It seemed like the ray of the sun was blocked by that single leg raise. Then, a thought popped into his mind as he marveled at the 60-meter-plus golem. Shit, it's gonna crush us. If the monstrosity before him so wished, it could crush quite a number of demon beasts with a single stomp. However, boom! It seemed Darek's worries were for nothing. The left leg returned to the ground, causing the earth to shake for a bit. Then, hi! The right leg moved this time. After a few seconds, the right leg returned to its previous position. The next movement of the golem was the right hand. Then, the left hand. Afterward, the head turned left and right. What's going on? Repeating the process, the frightening golem did the same thing as before. It's not going to attack. Darek was now utterly confused. If the massive construct had made a predictable move, then perhaps he would have been able to respond accordingly. But, the movements he was seeing currently were too haphazard and abrupt. In all honesty, Darek thought the sight reminded him of how a child learned how to walk or move their body. It was that pathetic and bizarre. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought manifested in his turtle-like head. Could it be that the golem was malfunctioning? Yes, that had to be the case. There was no way an enemy with such a weapon of mass destruction would be doing stretches for so long. Then, that means this stuff is only supposed to scare us away. Yes. That has to be it. Once he figured out the plans of the enemy, Darek regained his confidence in a heartbeat. His charisma returned, and his sunken face popped back up in resolve. He now had the appearance of a proper demon general. My soldiers, keep marky. An explosion erupted from behind him, decimating a huge chunk of the sea the demons had traversed to arrive at the land of the elves. Waters parted and formed a massive void at the center. Thick clouds ascended and a seething hiss of the devastated body of water spread. The tremor of the blast was enough to once again petrify Darek's such firepower. The golem had targeted the sea behind him, threatening Daruk and his army about what would become of them if they made a single move. It was possible that they just missed, but there was no way an opponent as powerful as the one he was facing could be so careless. Would I be able to survive such a blast? Daruk wasn't so sure. It was a 50-50th chance, but wasn't the type to take risks. NGH, what should I do? The demon beasts behind him would mindlessly obey his commands, so he could simply send a few of them to test the waters. But, I don't want to provoke it. Stuck in this endless loop of deliberation, Daruk finally got to the end of the tunnel. And so, he made his choice. Chapter 423. We're at war. They probably won't spare me, anyway. The end of the tunnel was very bleak. I should just give it my all and try to survive. That was the only way Daruk could escape this situation. For the first time in his life, he would be giving it everything he had. Maybe I'll be able to overcome this situation. It is said that an individual is capable of bringing out an immense amount of power when confronted with an impossible situation. This power surpassed their usual limits, and for a moment, they unlock an even greater ability allowing them to surpass their normal capabilities. Daruk had previously considered that as nothing but a load of crap. But now, he believed in that concept with every ounce of his body. No, he had no choice but to do just that. I can bring out more power than I think. Delving further into his delusions, the demon general stared at the golem which was at a current standstill for some reason. Now was his chance. I'll do it. Right here and now, I'll push myself beyond anything I've ever done. The demon beasts with him were nothing more than fodder. If he utilized his original magic and condensed his defensive magic to its very peak, then he would definitely be able to break through the golem's defenses, further allowing him to destroy its core. Without a core, a golem was useless. All right, I've got this. He growled, knowing that any failure on his part would be devastating beyond repair. Miasma coursed through his body, condensing beyond anything he had ever tried before. Before long, his body became an intense miasma generator. The spikes on Daruk's body grew beyond its regular size and his size increased as well. As though his bulging muscles weren't large enough, they further swelled in size. The greater the miasma intensity, the more powerful he got. It was a simple, yet highly effective magic ability he possessed. Still, he had never focused his miasma this much before. It felt somewhat exhilarating breaking through the normal bounds he had grown comfortable in. I can still do it. Faster. Stronger. Deeper. I can concentrate the miasma more. Realizing he had far more room for growth than he expected, the demon general grinned as his power kept rising beyond his expectations. As a stroke of luck, the golem was still motionless, so he had time to keep pushing himself. More. 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 Yes, right there, and then, Daruk had only one thought coursing through his mind. I will surpass my Limai. A missile descended upon him and his immediate surroundings with lightning speed, faster than his thoughts could process, much less his lips could complete the sentence he was about to make. Instantly, everything around Daruk was enveloped in white light, breaking down the surroundings into nothing but specks of dust. The eruption vaporized everyone and anything in its path. The demon beasts vanished within the brilliant dome of white light, disappearing into nothingness. And, unfortunately for the demon general, he soon followed. Without being able to utter his final statement or bring it to actualization, Daruk was completely immersed in the white light that baptized everything in its destruction. The entire demon forces were obliterated in an instant. Just like that, the battle was over. Why did you press that button? Come on, it's the nuke function. At this point, I was losing my patience with these girls. I had planned on taking things slow by teaching them the basics of movement and stuff, and initially, things were working out splendidly. But Lamy just to be impulsive and activate a missile on her own. She saw a blinking red light and pressed it. Rookie mistake. The sea roared as it absorbed the blast, so I forgave her for her indiscretions. Even though she was 400 years, and wasn't supposed to be making such mistakes, I let it go. I even halted the golem and decided to teach them the basics again. The goal was for us to have fun by toying with the demon forces that made the mistake of invading the elf kingdom. But that all went to smoke when Freya mistook another button's function for whatever and nuked our opponents. She basically ruined the game. What was the point of everything? I murmured, finally realizing how much of a handful these elves were. This is what happens when you let kids use adult toys. I made the mistake of leaking out my thoughts. For a moment, everyone froze. Yep, even I realized it after saying it. Something about my statement didn't sound right. Unfortunately, before I could find out what it was, both elves burst out in protest. I'm not a kid. I'm way older than you, show some respect. You're not even an adult yet. You're a bad teacher. I learned two horrible lessons at that moment. One was to never refer to elves as children. And I mean, never. The second was even more profound. It was a revelation that I would forever remember. We can even lactate already. Yet. Don't look down on us 'cause we look young, you know. Yep, that was something I never learned from Emilia in my past life. Though the information was unnecessary, I did appreciate new knowledge. Want to see? Practical experience was more valuable as well. But watching two elves bring out milk from their chests while watching a devastated landscape within my sacred golem just didn't seem right. I think I'll pass. In the end, timing was everything. As regrettable as it was, there was no way I could indulge in research at such a point in time. It's a shame, though. After a brief moment of uncomfortable silence, I decided to take the most reasonable approach. There was still time to spare, and it wouldn't be nice to end things now that I summoned this big boy. Well, should we have another round? Both elves were surprised by my proposal, but quickly jumped at the opportunity and responded positively. Okay. I'll give you both one final chance. Let's take it from the top. Hopefully, nothing gets nuked this time. Chapter 424. After a somewhat enjoyable experience with the two elves, we finally returned to the elf capital. As expected, the landscape didn't seem to take too well to our little experiments. Fortunately, I was able to somehow reverse the effects with my original magic, though it cost an ample sum of mana. When I was done, I returned Hugo to my storage space and teleported myself and the girls to the palace. Once I dropped them off, I also had to fetch the other group. They were also done with their end by the time I arrived. According to the murmurs all around me, it seemed only Sarah was enough to decimate all of them. However, as I instructed, everyone at least participated in the battle and they achieved an overwhelming victory. I was pleased to hear that. Now, then, shall we return? Once again, the important leaders gathered in a conference hall and discuss matters pertaining to the just concluded strike. My eyes observed everyone around, and I smiled slightly when it reached a particular someone. So, he went and did it, I was glad that certain people were predictable in their actions. Usually, when a person discovers an enemy among allies, the most logical course is to flush them out. But, I would rather manipulate said mole to perform certain actions that would prove beneficial to me. Damien Lawcroft is performing his role well. I smiled, turning my gaze to others as we began our conference. The main topic was what we were going to do from henceforth. Do not worry. There's going to be quite a bit of time before the demons are able to invade us. I estimate another week or more. Even though it was plenty of time for me, the elves seemed shocked by the short span they had to work with. For a race that wasn't geared toward violence and wars, it was a hard pill to swallow. Do not worry, though. Within this short while, I also intend to be hard at work. It was finally time to publicly announce to the elves as well as seek their aid about my plans going forward. I wish to bring the other races into this alliance just as in the past. Aurora was silent for a while, lowering her head a bit, as though considering the matter. I see what you're getting at. It would indeed be easier if we have more allies. I was glad Aurora was on the same page as I was. We should start with the fairies, and then make our way to the therianthropes. I also further explained that dwarves would be last. After laying out my rationale, the elf queen nodded in agreement. At this point, we needed all the help we could get. Besides, Aurora must have found out that it was useless to argue against anything I said. It was my efforts that brought us this far, and almost everyone in the room trusted me enough already. Well, then, we should begin preparations to travel to the fairy kingdom. After all, time was of the essence. But, even as I spoke to my allies, the image of our enemies entered my mind, especially the one whom I just bested in a game of wits. It would be nice for me to see your facial reaction right now. Zenkiel. Damniate. The demon lord growled as he cursed. As commander-in-chief, he was meant to show composure at all times, but the seething emotions within him couldn't allow him to contain his dissatisfaction. I observed all the battles, and, what the hell is this? Zenkiel was fraught with inexplicable feelings. Anger. Frustration. Confusion. Worry. And most especially, fear. Shit. I just expended 4,000 demon beasts, and what did I gain? The truth was that Zenkiel wasn't exactly interested in the survival of the troops he sent. By observing them with magic, he would be able to obtain whatever information he desired from their advancement. His goal was simple: measuring the capabilities of the other races. But, after seeing the way they had all perished, Zenkiel had a single thought. They're too strong. For the Eastern Kingdom, merely a few individuals could handle his demon generals and demon beasts. He had to work with the assumption that they weren't the only ones capable of such feats. The Elf Kingdom incidents were even worse. Just what was that golem? Zenkiel murmured, worried by how much firepower it packed. He was a demon lord, so that level of destruction wouldn't kill him. Still, he wasn't sure about coming out unscathed. Those who were controlling the golem didn't even seem to take the probes as threats. Even after the demon beasts and his general were killed, the golem kept practicing various things. It was as though his army had only served as fodder for them. Things weren't better at their northern border too. Sure, he expected more resistance since it was the most fortified stronghold of the elves. However, Zenkiel never expected the resistance to be so great. With only a few individuals spamming spells of mass destruction, the entire area was flattened in no time. It was inconceivable, but reality made the demon lord realize just how formidable his enemies were. The worst part of everything was that his army was only able to advance a small distance from their starting point. They were destroyed before going any further. Damn it! At this point, he could call his probe venture a failure. He couldn't estimate the strength of the enemies, which was the whole point of the four-pronged assault. Not only did he not catch them off guard, but not even a single casualty came from the enemy side. What do I tell His Majesty, the Demon King? The loss of some fodder was inconsequential, but Zenkiel had used up 4,000 of them. Even if there were plenty more demon beasts in stock, even more powerful than the ones he utilized, it was still a fact that he had just wasted a good number of pawns. And yet, I failed miserably. Zenkiel did learn a thing or two from the whole incident, though. The humans have allied with the elves, after all. Unfortunately, that wasn't all. Chapter 425. There's someone brilliant among them. He saw through my plans. Zenkiel was now certain of it. Even though they had done their best to ensure the humans and elves were too occupied with their simultaneous problems, so they didn't form an alliance, that objective was thwarted. That was when things started spiraling downhill. After the western border of the humans, and the eastern border of the elves were completely purged of their demon beasts, the two races must have made contact. Still, Zenkiel had wanted to believe it was all coincidence. After the recently failed probe, though, he received his answer. They have a brilliant strategist. He saw through those attacks, didn't he? The problem is how exactly he was able to predict my moves. Zenkiel hadn't also been expecting teleportation magic to be at work. That meant the elves had advanced in magic more than he previously surmised. King Abel Lion is right. If we leave these people for much longer, our very existence is threatened. Zenkiel's major concern was the strategist of the enemy forces. If only he could find out what was going on his end, he would be able to plan accordingly. How will that be possible, though? See Commander. Zenkiel's subordinate swiftly entered the tent where he was all alone in, bowing instantly. What's the matter, Lakius? He asked. Despite the demon's submissive personality to him, he was still a member of the 9 stars. He resembled a dragon, having a scar on his face, and several black tattoos to match his green scales. The darkness in his eyes, as well as the immense miasma swirling within him, attested to his strength. This demon General Lakius was the most powerful within Zenkiel's 9 stars. Well, a human is here, in the war camp. Yet. Zenkiel was surprised beyond measure. What was a human doing here? They were currently stationed at the border of the northern continent, stationed closer to the elf territory than the human one. It was madness to assume that a single one had managed to cross over and even appeared amid the encampment of the demon forces. He says he's not an enemy, that he is well acquainted with Legris Damien. Zenkiel knew Legris Damien, the human. He was a human who aided the demons. If not for the support of his organization, then perhaps their plans for war would have been postponed by another few years, maybe more. But, it wasn't like they operated on charity. In exchange for the help the organization rendered, the demons had to give a huge chunk of the miasma harvested from their generator. It was a give-and-take relationship. The human also says he's with the organization. He says you'll understand. So, he's with them, The very fact that the human was aware of the connection between the demons and those people meant he was indeed in the loop. The question was how deeply acquainted he was. Did you restrain him? Zenkiel asked, looking at Lakius. And no. Much to my shame, that human is stronger than I am. None of the generals also stand a chance. We could definitely defeat him if we teamed up and brought him down with our numbers, but... no. There's no need to go that far. Zenkiel decided to trust in the man's words. Besides, if it was true that an emissary was coming, had indeed come from the organization, then it would be rude to treat him in such a manner. Did he give you his name? Other than the human called Legris Damien, Zenkiel also knew one other member of the organization called Keto. He calls himself Damien Lawcroft, 10th seat of the organization. I see. Zenkiel did not need to ponder on his next course of action. If a member came personally, that meant that it was something important. Legris Damien had been unavailable for some time now, so this one was probably sent as a replacement. They should inform us of these things first, though. Zenkiel sighed a bit, remembering how abrupt the change between Keto and Legris had been. Take him to a reception area. I'll be with you shortly. Lakius bowed upon hearing the words of his superior, and the skittered off to carry out the command. Phew. Very well then. I might as well see what this is all about. At the very least, perhaps it would serve as a distraction from the dread that was assailing him. The next Grand Demon Assembly is tomorrow. All the other demon lords would be there in the presence of King Abel Lion himself. Zenkiel gulped after considering his failure. The other demon lords would probably take this chance to usurp his position. They were comrades, but that didn't mean the others wouldn't seize turn on him if given the chance. Everyone only had unadulterated loyalty toward their king. Let's hope I can get some good results before then. With that fleeting thought, Zenkiel decided to leave his tent and see the man who came to visit him. He could only wonder why. All right. Looks like everyone is set. It was the following morning, and our little group of diplomats was prepared to begin our journey to the fairy kingdom. Of course, we wouldn't be venturing there with our envoy team alone. We don't want to keep our other members waiting. The people before me nodded with resolve and excitement. Sarah Crimson, Bradford Levyfield, Maria Helmsworth, Damien Lawcroft, Fabian Indieval. Counting myself, that made us a group of 6. Yvonne Smith wouldn't be following us on this mission. The reason came as a surprise to me too. Jared. I don't think I'll be going for the fairy expedition. He had told me yesterday, just after we concluded the conference. Why? My response contained hints of surprise. I was sure Yvonne had been feeling inadequate in many ways after seeing so many crazy things. Still, I didn't expect him to simply give up on exploring the world and finding ways to improve. For a moment, I was nearly disappointed. I want to remain here. He finally blurted out. And then, Yvonne told me his reason. Chapter 426. I want to remain here. He finally blurted out. More surprise came over me, wondering if the elven beauties finally got to my thick-skulled friend. But, after Yvonne told me his reason, I realized I was the unserious one. Apparently, Clara, General of the Elf Kingdom forces, had a bond magic beast who belonged to the same kind of principality class as Ivan's familiar. The general had noticed this when she saw him fight in their combined assault and pointed it out. And so, the Clara offered to help him in his quest to grow stronger. I want to take her up on her offer. I know I'm being selfish and impudent, but it's fine, Yvonne. You've finally found an opportunity for growth, right? How could I, in good conscience, stand in the way of that? Why yet, he had replied me, still feeling slightly guilty for his pursuit of power. It was unnecessary, though I was glad that he thought his role as an envoy was also important. He's a loyal comrade. Do what you must, Yvonne. But know this, you must become stronger than ever when next we meet. That's the penance you must pay for ditching us. My lips curved to form a smile. Yvonne got emotional easily was what I noticed yesterday. Yes. I promise to get much stronger. Since that was what he wanted, I allowed it. As a result, Outgroup was 1 member short. But, I wasn't overly concerned anyway. Ivan's role in the group was practically vague. It was good that he found what he wanted to do amid everything. Besides, we were going to be getting 2 new members for our expedition. Yep, as expected, it was Freya and Laimee. I want Laimee to come with me so I can teach her more about her new abilities, but what about Freya? As princess, her presence was necessary, or so she said. It's rude to wish to visit fairy royalty without royalty on our end. The elf princess added. What she said was a load of crap, considering the fairies didn't care about that in the slightest. Let's not drag this matter on, I finally conceded to her clamor. Either way, her participation was unavoidable. As a result, our group of 6 increased to 8. Welp, let's get going, shall we? The journey didn't take up to 5 seconds, thanks to my teleportation magic. Thanks to my automatons, who had practically surveilled the entire western continent at this point, I was able to easily locate and transport my comrades to the borders of the Elf Kingdom in the south. What blocked out path was a massive wall of trees. The large sea of green shrubs, undergrowth, and plump trunks made it seem like an impenetrable fortress. A closer inspection of the trees also made it appear as though they were alive. Creepy. Still, I was glad nothing had changed from my memories. What now? A voice came from beside me. My skin nearly jumped because I could sense the amount energy coming from the one who spoke. It's in the way. Should I just tear it down? Heck no. Are you crazy? I thought, but didn't dare to say. Sarah Crimson was a fearsome woman, so I had to use the best choice of words when dealing with her. Especially after observing her fight with Aurora. Why are women such a handful? I'll take it from here. Freya smiled, stepping away from our group. Her steps were light and gentle, and she moved in the direction of the thick forest walls. Where do you think you're going? Called out Sarah. She looked perplexed by the elf's sudden action. I smiled slightly, looking at the expression of the others with me. Bradford was still recoiling from the fact that his closest confidant Yvonne was not coming with us. As for Fabian and Damien, they were uncharacteristically silent. After being relieved of his position as leader, Fabian had become nothing more than an extra. As for Damien, well, his case was a little more interesting. Maria looked the same, though she smiled occasionally when we locked eyes. I returned her smile too. We've been talking a lot more, after that night. I realized Maria was more interesting than she appeared, which made me want to talk to her more. After this whole thing, we should host a get-together and have an extensive talk. Yeah, that would be for the best. In any case, other than Freya, it seemed only Lamy and I knew what was going on right now. I'm going to request an audience. The elf princess responded to Sarah's earlier question. The barrier before us was no ordinary cluster of trees. It was actually made using magic technology. Unlike the elves, fairies were not averse to magic innovations. In fact, they embraced it. Evidence of this was how we were able to convince the Fairy King in the past thanks to the innovations I offered in exchange for assistance. For a fairy like Jane Ursula to have existed, it meant their society welcomed magic research with open arms. As for the cluster of trees, it was a simple automated defense system. While they appeared to be trees, the thick constructs before us were artificially produced. Using special ores and dense materials, the fairies created this large forest. Added automated functions and magic conductivity so they could control the trees freely, this entire area could serve several functions from absolute defense to utter annihilation. Each tree contained so much sophisticated tech and weapons of mass destruction and were also overflowing with mana. If anyone were to attempt an assault, the system's danger sensory functions would kick in and counter the force of the assault with an even greater one. Most aggressors would end up dead as a result. Well, not that anyone is stupid enough to attack them head-on. I smiled wryly. I am Freya Vindil, first princess of the Elf Kingdom. Please grant us entry into your sanctuary. The girl raised her voice as she spoke. For a moment, nothing happened. However, that only lasted for a few seconds at most. Ding! A sound rang out, and something like a board appeared in front of us. System recognition. Target, Freya Vindil. You have been granted entry into the sanctuary. Other guests should state their identity and wait for recognition. Thank you for your patience. Chapter 427. System recognition. Target, Lamy Vindil. You have been granted entry into the sanctuary. Other guests should state their identity and wait for recognition. Thank you for your patience. As I was still reading what was written on the system board, slithering sounds filled the air. The trees began drifting apart, like large snakes with bloated bellies. They made a path for the recognized guest to traverse. I'll explain the situation to them once I get in. You should all just wait here. I understand. Thank you, Lamy. The half-elf smiled, nodding positively as she ventured into the small path created for her. After some time, when her figure could no longer be seen, the trees closed back. Well, try your best for us, Lamy. I smiled. This was the reason why I required the assistance of the elves when dealing with their fairy neighbors. This makes things easier. The fairy system is efficient, so we didn't need to wait for very long. Either that was the case, or Lamy had a special relationship with the people here. She did say she was acquainted with the royalty here. The trees opened up for all of us and we entered without much difficulty. It felt weird, passing through humongous trees that could close in and crush us at any moment, but I kept my cool. Maria clinged close to me, and I ensured to wrap my arms around her to calm her down. She must have sensed the density of mana that each of the trees possessed. Poor girl! She must be overwhelmed. I was lucky not to have been able to sense mana in my past life, so my comrades were even more afraid than I was when we wanted an alliance back then. Freya also seemed familiar with the surroundings, so she moved comfortably. Everyone else treaded carefully, though. Laimi was the one who was most carefree among everyone. She was very much acquainted with this place, after all. After helping her out with the miasma poisoning, I made sure to converse with the girl often, much to Freya's dissatisfaction. She told me quite a few things, including the fact that she visited the fairy kingdom very frequently. That must be where she got the bright idea to dive into research and tech. I smiled. It didn't take us very long to reach the other end of the forest. The moment we did so, the huge wall of vines returned to their clustered state. None of us turned back to see this happen, though. We were more enamored by the landscape before us. Wow! I've never seen anything like this before. Amazing! Incredible! Unbelievable! How is this even? Cries and bellows of disbelief sprang up from everyone. It felt like I was among country bumpkins who were just arriving at the city for the first time. You guys are embarrassing me, I nearly murmured. But, how could I blame them? After all, compared to anything they had seen in the past, this was the most amazing metropolis anyone could lay eyes on. For one, there were no such things as solid ground, or even a visible sky. The entire city was enclosed in a very massive dome. But, did it feel clustered or constructive in the slightest? No way. Every building we laid eyes on was luxuriously built, all having glimmers of mana around them. They also floated in midair, every single structure. Floating boards served as platforms for those who didn't want to fly or couldn't. Though, in a nation of fairies, such a person didn't exist, so only the former utilized the boards. The floating boards used for transporting people or goods from one destination to the other. There were several floating system windows like the one we witnessed before entering the elf city, and they displayed various things. Some were adverts utilized by stores, while others displayed news or entertainment. Designated lines existed for the floating boards, so the routes each floating board took were organized. The chances of an accident occurring as a result of a crash between two boards were non-existent. Brilliant lights illuminated the city with multiple colors, giving it an aesthetic glow. Everything was perfect, a truly modern city. So much has improved since I last came here. The floating boards were new, and the fact that they now utilized their system interface to advertise or entertain passengers or workers as they went on their activities. The system was only used for important news and security in the past. The buildings now looked more modern, and there were quite a few more structures I didn't recognize. In short, it was a new and refreshing experience for me. We were in a transparent building when we entered the fairy kingdom, so we could see the brilliant sights around us, though we hadn't officially entered yet. Looks like we still have to go through an immigration officer. The system checked everything just fine, so there was no problem with security. The major reason why an officer had to be dispatched was so guests, especially first-timers like us, would get accustomed to the new place we just arrived in without freaking out. The officer would run us through the important things to note concerning the sanctuary, as well as serve as our guide for whatever we wanted to do. Their existence also prevented the perpetration of illegal activities by newcomers. The fairy society operated in an efficient manner which ensured that the peace and tranquility of the denizens. It was a literal sanctuary. Welcome to the sanctuary, everyone, also known as the Fairy Republic. A voice appeared from behind us. The gawking members of my groups sharply turned and saw a denizen of the city. It could be the first time they would see one so close. My name is Lu. I'll be aiding you on your visit today. The fairy bowed slightly. Everyone awkwardly did the same, still completely flustered by his appearance. Lu, I've definitely seen him before. Wasn't he a researcher back then? He looks different too. I made sure to suppress my surprise as I bowed as well. As everyone raised their heads, the young-looking fairy smiled warmly, displaying a charming radiance. It's a pleasure to meet you all. A/N. Sorry for the errors. Will be corrected soon. Chapter 428. Fairies had small statures. The biggest among them was probably as tall as an adult man's head. However, according to what I learned from Jane Ursula, one of my most trusted friends, they weren't always like that. Apparently, the fairies were the ones who intentionally reduced their size so they could feel more comfortable in the limited land they possessed. With their smaller figures, it would certainly feel like their city was bigger than it really was. Their size was beneficial, which was why they chose to remain that way. However, to people seeing them for the first time like our team of delegates, they couldn't help but stare quizzically. I know I have quite the small size, but it's rude to stare so much. The fairy called Lu chastised their intense gazes. Sorry. Our group members apologized profusely. Well, almost all of them. The entity called Lu, like other fairies, had a small size, as well as wings behind that kept him afloat. He had a very childlike face, and his body made him seem even cuter. His attire was a well-made black and green suit, custom wear for someone of his caliber. The wings behind him fluttered with a swift, yet beautiful motion, giving him a dignified look. It is of no consequence to me. But please keep that in mind as you venture into the city. Lu warned. No one would like it if some strangers were staring at them too much. In fact, to the people here, we would be considered the weird ones. Now, then, I will run you through a few things before we enter the city. Lu added. Is that really necessary? We're in a hurry, though. The person who spoke was Lamy. None of us were complaining, and I wasn't exactly pressed for time. The half-elf was only saying that because she wanted to avoid going through the boring orientation. Well, you're an exception, Lamy. You're a regular here. But, for newcomers, it is mandatory. Ugh. Then can I just go ahead? She smiled brilliantly at the small being before her. No. They were allowed in because of your recommendation. You have to remain with them. That sucks, the half-elf pouted. I glared at Lamy slightly, realizing she would have simply ditched us so that she could go have her fun. Alright, then. Let's get the orientation done with quickly, shall we? Lu snapped his fingers and several system windows appeared before us. Several images, as well as texts, were displayed. They contained rules, regulations, safety measures, a brief explanation of proper behavior, etc. I was quite puzzled when I saw some of the information displayed before me. Something seems different from before. You don't need to focus on those aspects. They're mostly for our denizens, or those with intentions of staying here for a long term. Since you're visitors who came on a diplomatic visit, you need not concern yourself with that. Apparently, my confused expressions were read by Lu. I see. What I read had to do with the current system of governance and public order in the fairy sanctuary. It conflicted with how I remembered it to be. Sure, a few changes could have been made, but the fairy kingdom was still as I remembered it to be. However, the policy I just read made me realize just how much had changed. I may end up facing more issues than I initially expected. Lu put us through the norms of the strange land, but thanks to his articulate expressions and succinct speech, we were done with everything before 30 minutes elapsed. Well, since you're all caught up, I will be taking you to your destination. He smiled with his charming innocence. My allies were all enamored by his beauty, unaware of the truth about fairies. They had developed their magic and technology to the point of making their bodies appear however they wished. They called it plastic surgery. Even ugly fairies could look however they desired without consequence. The only way one could really tell about a fairy's age and level of ability was the state of their wings. Just as humans and elves had monochores within them as well as grades to judge, the wings of fairies contained their monochore. Their grade could be deciphered by the color, and the older a fairy was, the bigger the wings were. Which is why I'm surprised about you, Lu. He was definitely one of Janicila's subordinates in the Department of Research. That meant he was over 500 years old already. No, he was most definitely way older than that. Yet, your wings are shorter than the last time I saw you. Just what was going on? According to a popular saying in fairy culture, wings don't lie. It wasn't possible for fairies to fake their wings. Is he perhaps someone else who bears the same name? Maybe his child? Even though this Lu was very identical to the one I knew, the possibility of plastic surgery existed. So, perhaps I was simply mistaking the fairy's identity for the one I knew in the past. Where would you be heading to first? Would you like a bit of sightseeing before heading to the greenhouse? Apparently, the royal palace of the fairies was now referred to as the greenhouse. My comrades stared at me, waiting for my decision. Officially and unofficially, everyone recognized me as the leader. They all gave me pleading stares, hoping I would allow us to take a slight tour before getting down to business. But, these people should have known me too well to expect such leniency. We would prefer heading straight for the greenhouse, if you don't mind. Lu smiled and nodded in response. Understood. Then, I shall summon a flaring board for everyone. Please, a moment. The fairy officer left the room, probably already sensing the dissatisfaction that arose from my comrades as a result of the decision I made. Come on, Jared, would it kill you if we just looked around for a little bit? It's a magnificent place. Come on. I could show you around. They wouldn't mind, honestly. No, I'll show you around instead. These silly people really thought I would change my mind. It was funny, so I chuckled slightly. Everyone halted their clamor, and then awaited my words. No. It was as simple as that. Chapter 429. Lu arrived not long after, having a luxurious board trailing behind him. The floating platform had sofas constructed on them, allowing passengers to sit while it took them to their destination. It's clearly for important persons, I thought as I stared at the glimmering piece of fairy technology. Please, get on board. The door that blocked us in from the waiting room was opened, allowing us entry into the fairy nation itself. Excited sounds came from a few people behind me, namely Bradford and, surprisingly, Maria. While she did her best to adopt a stoic facade, it was clear that she anticipated traversing the fairy sanctuary. As we stepped out of the room, we entered the floating board that was waiting for us. There was no ground beyond the room since fairies didn't need them. As a result, the platform we would be utilizing was our only viable means of transportation. Magus is permitted for residents, but visitors aren't allowed to utilize it. That meant we couldn't fly. The boards were truly made to be the only viable means of transportation. Woa, it's so comfortable! Bradford exclaimed as he made himself at home on the floating platform. The seats were bigger than the bodies of fairies, so one could surmise that it was designed with delegates of other nations in mind. Every member of our team was able to secure seats, and their expressions made it certain that the sofas they sat on were comfy. I'm satisfied you find our reception comfortable. I didn't take the fairy on his offer, deciding to stand instead. It wasn't out of anything in particular, just personal preference. And so, the platform began moving, detaching itself from the building we were previously in. It initially started as a slow, smooth ride. However, as time went on, the pace picked up and the board sped. No one was bothered about their safety since Lu already explained how completely secure the experience of traveling with boards was. Even fairies, who could freely fly, preferred to use their floating boards rather than soar through the vast expanse themselves. A magic barrier prevented anyone from falling out, and the wind pressure was completely eliminated. This provided for a smooth and comfortable ride. To be honest, I enjoyed the trip. We eventually arrived at the location called the greenhouse. Before reaching the tall monolith that seemed to ascend to the peak of the fairy sanctuary's ceiling, we had passed through quite a bunch of fairy settlements. This allowed some of our members to enjoy the sights around them, while we didn't have the time to spend, preventing us from fully appreciating their peculiar structures. The interest of my allies seemed to have been satiated a tiny bit. The floating board came to a slow halt, connecting to the edge of our destination. Once it was parked properly, we were all able to step out of the vehicle. Lu followed after us, and then swiftly arrived at everyone's front. "All right, everyone. I certainly hope you enjoyed your short trip using the floating board. If you have any complaints that warrant concern, please speak up so we can work on it." No one could speak because the ride was perfect. "Excellent. Then, shall we proceed?" Lu smiled sweetly, showing us his back as he glided through the air. Our group simply followed him obediently, taking good looks around us. "It looks a bit different, renovated, maybe, still, this is the palace I remember." My thoughts lingered as I observed the giant tower. It was so massive, yet it managed to remain suspended in the air. I often marveled at this sight back when I was still Lewis Griffith, but the trick behind it slowly lost its luster as time went on. "Please, come with me," Lu spoke more as an instructor than a tourist guide. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that he was originally a researcher not into affairs like tourism. The females were the ones who did these sort of things in the past. However, considering the change in technology and governance, having Lu as our supervisory officer didn't surprise me any longer. There were no guards stationed at the palace gate, and the moment Lu approached it, a system window popped up. It identified the ferry, and then the gates were automatically opened to all of us. We walked down the large hallway, looking around as we strolled. Where do you think the throne room is?" Bradford murmured, whispering to Sarah Crimson. The red-haired woman shrugged. Apparently, she didn't care. I observed that the fairy's ears pricked the moment the bushy-bearded man said this, smiling internally. I was also slowly understanding the situation. The situation seemed a bit strange, but I finally figured it out. They don't run the royal system any longer. It all made sense. This was now called the Fairy Nation. The public policies seemed too liberal for a monarchy, and the elective system I was seeing was a foreign concept. The fact that this Lu is working as an immigration officer rather than a female shows that that guy is no longer in power. The fairy palace was now called the greenhouse as well. If I wasn't mistaken, then had the fairies somehow adopted a republican system of rule? This is weird. Please step into this contraption. A magic elevator awaited us. Once we all stepped in, the vehicle took us above, until we got to the second highest floor. Our group encountered a door the moment we stepped out, and Lu bowed slightly. "Our president will be waiting for you inside." "President, It seems I was right." A system window popped up the moment we drew closer, but we were instantly recognized and the luxurious door parted for us. "We, delegates of the Eastern Kingdom and the Elf Kingdom, seek an audience with the head of the fairies," I declared. "Do come in." A voice that resonated with my soul sounded. My body was fine, but my insides churned for some reason. "What's going on?" I thought in shock. However, since it was no time to dawdle about it, I decided to let the matter slide. We glided into the place, meeting a finely furnished room with a strange aesthetic that was different from the throne room everyone was used to. For one, it seemed more like an office than anything else, though it was quite big. However, that wasn't what shocked me the most. Ba-dum. 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 Reverberations echoed in my soul as I stopped dead in my tracks, looking at the person who sat behind the desk. She also stared at me in the same way. The fairy's eyes widened and her jaws nearly fell. Both our gazes met each other, and we entered into perfect sync. Jane. Lewis. Chapter 430. Bright pink hair, like ripe peaches. A small, curved face similar to an adorable child's and wide eyes filled with curiosity. Her irises were green, her lips were small and cute. The round glasses she wore accentuated her beauty, and her tiny physique made her absolutely adorable. Her outfit was a suit made up of black and white materials, glittering regally as she sat behind her desk. There was no way I could forget the person who was seated before me. She was an old friend unlike any other. Jane Ursula, head researcher and innovator among the elves, was one of my closest friends in the past. I could say that she understood me better than most people. In some ways, she even surpassed Amelia in her compatibility with me. And that was because of one simple fact. We both loved magic to the point of obsession. There was a reason she was called the Mad Witch. At some point, I was also referred to as the Crazy Sage. The both of us formed a joint brand dubbed the Insane Duo. I was a magic theorist while Jane was a magic technician. There was no better person I could relate with in my love and pursuit for magic more than her, much to Amelia's dissatisfaction. As a result, we spent so much time together, and I was able to get very close to the fairy enough to be the first among our group to receive something from her. A soul brand. Jane Ursula was a magic expert who specialized in the soul. Her original magic allowed her to directly interfere with the souls of people, and she was even the one who drove me down the path of researching the true essence of a person's soul in relation to magic, of course. A soul brand was the marking only Jane could inflict on her target, allowing her to connect herself to them. She could sense such a person from a distance, locate them wherever they were, control them if she desired, gain access to their memories, etc. Basically, she could somewhat interfere with her target's soul. Why, then, would I allow her to do such a thing to me? It was because when executing it in my case, Jane made sure her magic went both ways. In essence, she linked both our souls through equal channels. It was more like a bond of friendship than anything else. As a result, we could never lie to each other. We could also tell where the other person was, or sense if they were close by. Our respective works were also able to work in perfect sync thanks to the ability of one person to completely understand the other. It was the perfect bond of friendship. Which was why I was surprised to get the same sensation as we drew closer to the greenhouse. It was like something sparked within me. As we drew closer to the office, I had felt it grow stronger. However, at the moment, as I was staring at the person opposite me, I knew for sure, Jane, that it wasn't a mere feeling. And the most amazing part was the fact that the most important fairy seated before me was also wide-eyed, having the same sensation as me. I could tell from a single glance. Lewis. She recognized me too. What's going on right now? The fairy called Jane Ursula was in utter shock. Her wines fluttered excitedly as she looked at the young human who stood before her. His handsome features didn't faze her in the slightest, but something about him ensured she couldn't take her eyes off him. And that was because he had her soul brand within him. How is this possible? Jane knew every single person she ever branded, and she was also able to identify them individually. The one standing before her bore the soup of a familiar person too dear to her heart to forget. Lewis. But, was that even possible? Lewis Griffith, her best friend, died over 500 years ago. She knew for sure that he indeed gave up the ghost. After all, she was there when he drew his last breath. Jane knew just how much she suffered after his death, how her heart wept for the loss of her dearest friend. It was this very grief that drove her to develop her most phenomenal project. There was no way none of that was real. Yet, there was the soul of her friend right in front of her. And the boy? He was staring at her with the same eyes she used to look at him. They say the eyes are a window to the soul. And so, when Jane locked gazes with the human, she realized that the impossible was indeed true. He really is. The question was how? Jane Ursula wasn't sure, but a guess popped into her head, so she decided to use that logic to guide her turbulent mind. What's important is that he recognizes me and I recognize him. Even though the link between the two of them was weak, too frail for her to read his thoughts or manipulate his soul, Jane had enough evidence already. I believe I already told you not to stare so intensely. It's rude. Lu gave a slightly irritated comment, rousing both the human and the fairy from their intense staring contest. Sorry about that. The human responded rather awkwardly, causing Jane to smile a bit. He really looked nothing like Louis, neither did he exactly behave like him. However, souls never lied. And so, Jane Ursula was comforted by the sight of her most trusted friend. That was enough to make the adorable fairy's lips form a smile. Louis, after so long, you've finally come back to me. That's enough, Lu. I've got it, thanks. I heard Jane's voice softly say, causing the angry fairy to soften his expression. In my last life, Lu had quite a crush on Jane, or so certain rumors went. Looks like some things never change, I observed, watching him back off. That's right. This was the reunion of the century. Extras were unnecessary. Chapter 431. Thank you for your efforts, Lu. You may leave us be. The fairy seemed like he wanted to protest, but he changed his mind midway and simply nodded. Lu glided away from us, smiling like an idiot, most likely because he received words of praise from the woman he liked. I know how you feel, buddy. It's too bad she'll never look at you that way. I almost felt bad for the dude. After all, I knew the one Jane Ursula loved more than anything in the world. Magic. According to her, I came second, though the gap was too wide to be called a competition. Compared to such a grand cause that Jane was obsessed with ever since I had known her, no, even before someone like Lu never stood a chance. I almost let out a chortle as I smiled at her, and she did the same to me. Instantly, we understood one another. Even without speaking, our emotions were strong enough to reach each other. There was no need for such a concept as words between two best friends. Silence enveloped the room, and we once again locked eyes, ignoring everyone else around us. I'm back, Jane. I've missed you more than you know. Jane. Someone from our group lunged at the fairy's desk, banging it with all her energy. Woa. Lamey, is that you? You're here? Hold on, that makes sense. Wait, your body, it's been healed. How is this? It appeared Jane was very well acquainted with Lamey indeed. Knowing the kind of personality she had, I didn't find it hard to believe. Jane would have stayed close to Amelia and her family even after I was out of the picture. It made me wonder if she was aware that Amelia was pregnant before I died. I'll have to ask her. Jared did it. He healed the miasma poisoning. Oh? He did, Jane smiled in my direction. From her expression, I could deduce the fact that she was giggling internally. She must have realized the kind of awkward situation I was in. Lamey is my daughter, but... It was too late for me to take up my role with the large gap in our age. Still, I was trying my hardest, wasn't I? What I was actually curious about was the relationship Lamey had with Jane. Jared, why did the President, call you Louis? Does she mean Louis Griffith? I looked beside me, watching Maria's curious gaze pierce me. It felt like those eyes could see past my facade. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. No. She's probably just basking in nostalgia. She's called the Mad Witch, after all. Don't expect her to be mentally stable. I partially snickered when I said this. Hey! I heard that. Jane sharply cut in, glaring in our direction. Jared, why would you annoy the president? Maria's hushed whispers contained hints of worry and surprise. I was usually very courteous when addressing those in authority. It was the only way to get what I wanted. Since we were delegates in a strange land, it was expected that I would act cordially. But, I had caused quite the stir. "You're being rude to Jane, Jared. Apologize." Lammy blurted out, looking at me and our group from the fairy's desk. "Shouldn't you be here with us? You came here as a delegate, not a friend. What's the matter? Jealous much?" This time it was Jane that attacked me. Did she think I felt intimidated by her relationship with my daughter? Well, maybe I was a little bit. But, it's mostly because I don't want her to learn weird things from you. I nearly blurted out, but held on to my self-control. Jane would be a terrible influence on Lammy, and I could already see traces of the fairy in my daughter. She isn't interested in marriage. She has no one she's currently seeing. She stays holed up in her research. She sees everyone as test subjects. Ring a bell, Jane. I narrowed my gaze at the president of the fairy sanctuary. I never expected her to be the one, but it was a fortuitous turn of events. "I would like to speak to your leader personally. The rest of you can go take a tour, or whatever. Your flippant attitudes to unimportant things haven't changed." I smiled, turning to my comrades. "You guys can go take the tour you've been asking for. I assume Lu is waiting for us beyond those doors. Just tell him where you want to go." My group members were excited enough so that they left without batting an eye. "Will you be all right?" Maria asked, though, at least having the heart to care about me. "I will." "Okay then." And then, she too vanished with the others. They opened the door and shut it behind them as they excitedly departed. Freya turned to look at me one final time before leaving, but I pretended not to notice. The only ones left were me, Jane, and the stubborn Lammy that refused to budge. "You too, Lammy," I spoke sternly. "No. I'm not going anywhere." Since she said that the leader should wait behind, I choose to be the leader for the elves. "But, you're a half-elf, though. Besides, isn't Freya more suited for that role?" Hey. Don't bring that up. I'm older than her, you know? Age means more experience. It sure doesn't look like it to me." I sneered, almost bursting out in laughter. "Hey! What did you say?" "You heard me. Now scram." "Yoo-woo. Jane, you see what I mean? He's so mean to me." The girl began pouring to the fairy beside her. Jane's fairy self was still on her small seat and slightly bigger desk. "You guys are incorrigible. It almost feels like I'm watching you and Amelia argue. Ah, why didn't I notice it too? Still. Amelia wasn't as Anno. Oh, she was annoying. I keep telling you, love makes you see only what you want to see. I'm sure you only have an image of a kind, gentle woman whenever you think of that bitch." As expected, even till now, Jane hadn't changed a single bit. Chapter 432. Hey. Yes, how could I forget? Jane and Amelia never got along well in my past life. I didn't know exactly why, but it probably had something to do with me as well as a conflict of interest. They both wanted me to dedicate an unlimited amount of time to them. Amelia was my lover, and Jane was my best friend at the time. I cherished them both, and found the time spent with both of them rewarding, in their respective ways. But, unlike me, they didn't seem to like the idea of sharing causing bad blood between them. "You still think she was purely a saint, don't you?" "But, she was nothing like that in reality. You didn't notice that because you're not a woman. I know these things, you know? I was the oldest among everyone back then." Lammy seemed lost in our conversation, how we were talking about her mother so brazenly. I thought she would have protested when Jane called her mother a bitch, but Lammy didn't. It was probably due to the fact that she was simply confused about what we were saying. What's going on?" she murmured. "The advantage of using fast speech is tremendous." I smiled. "Okay, that's enough of that." Jane snapped at the young girl with her business-looking expression. I'll play with you later, Lamey. Go hang out with your other friends. The half-elf began looking dejected the moment Jane spoke those words. Her sulking face looked at both of us. They're not my friends, she also murmured. Yet. Now go. We'll catch up later, don't worry. As a result, Lamey dragged herself out of the room. Slam. Weren't you a bit hard on her? I asked, watching how Jane didn't even soften her face when the girl gave one final glance behind before leaving. Nah. She's old enough to handle toughness. Besides, that child needs to begin acknowledging people as friends. She won't properly develop that way. Look who's talking. I nearly rolled my eyes as I simply smiled at the words. Hey, you just thought about something very rude, didn't you? Why don't you check for yourself? Oh, wait, your connection has weakened. Pfft. Why you? The fairy gritted her teeth, causing me to laugh even more. Still, I was very pleased with how she handled Lamey. Amelia and Aurora spoiled that child, but it seemed Jane is giving her tough love. I guess she's also sort of a good influence. In any case, I could already tell how close Jane and Lamey were. She was a mother figure, and also a close friend to my child. It appears I have yet another thing to be grateful to you for. PSSH. Do you suddenly realize that? She tilted her round glasses, balancing them properly. Seeing someone no taller than my fist doing that simply made me snicker slightly. At this point, I have nothing to say. Your daughter is a handful, but it's the least I could do for you. She shrugged, floating from her chair. Besides, with you out of the picture, Amelia and I sort of got along a bit. I suppose I felt bad that you jilted her so hard. We girls have to stick together since rogues like you exist. Jane shot me a disgusted look. For a moment, I felt worse than dirt. Hey. Isn't that simply too much? This is our first time meeting in centuries, you know. And? I'm simply stating the truth. You haven't become allergic to that, have you? And no, I murmured. Yet. So, you should hear it. You were a jerk who abandoned that woman who loved you with everything. I mean, we didn't have the best relationship, but I know she loved you dearly. The sort of love you guys had was exceptional. For a while, I too felt, never mind. Jane sighed, drawing closer to me. With every distance she covered, I felt even more aware of my guilty past. I truly made that grave mistake, didn't I? Bottom line is, you messed up. I had to handle your mess. Your child is brilliant, so I consider her as a keepsake from you too. I have dibs, so you're too late to claim her back now. Hey, hold on, what? Was that the bottom line? This was the point she wanted to make? Why did she make me feel like shit, then? Yep. I have dibs on Lamey. Of course, if you convince me, we could share, the fairy smiled naughtily. You little. I growled, reaching out for her swiftly. Hee. Too slow. She fluidly glided away from my reach. TCH. You, just how and why have you not changed? Ha ha ha. What can I say? But really, you think I haven't changed at all? I sighed, staring at her intensely. Her mannerisms and naughty smile suggested she wanted me to notice something about her. Her breasts are a bit larger, but plastic surgery is a trend here. I can't trust that. My eyes narrowed a bit more. That was when I finally noticed. Your wings. They're a shade duller than before. The colors aren't as sharp. They're also smaller. Bingo. Hee. She giggled, twisting in the air to show them off. How is that something to be proud of? It just shows how immature you are. Hold on, what the? Jane let out a massive grin, staring at me with pride and secrecy. So, you've finally started thinking, I noticed the same thing with Lu, but these guys had more immature wings than what I knew them for in the past. Age was progressive, so how were they having wings that should have belonged to a younger version of themselves? I was able to give an excuse that Lu could have simply been a descendant of the one I knew, but judging from how he interacted with Jane, it was really him. And then, even Jane had the same bizarre set of wings. What the heck happened? Oh, my sweet Louis. There's so much you don't know. In the 500 years that I wasn't present, just what had Jane been up to? What in blazes did she do? Chapter 433. I think this is the first time, a voice softly permeated the fairy's ears. As she hovered in the air above the clear floors, luxurious bed, and the one who was laid atop it, she could feel an overwhelming emotion overtake her. The first time I've seen you cry. The soft voice contained hints of sadness, but his words were intended to tease her. This fairy was Jane Ursula. The being who was on his deathbed at that moment was none other than Louis Griffith, her best friend. His grey hair, shriveled body, and wrinkled face made him look like a stranger compared to the man she knew decades ago. Still, he was one and the same. He had just grown old. I'm sorry, Jane. I truly wanted to explore more with you. He smiled. Out of everyone who was supposed to come for Louis' last moments, she was the first to arrive. Due to the kind of man he was, several important people would be arriving. Still, Jane wanted to have her private moment with him. Seeing Louis like this, though, was too much for her little heart to bear. You idiot! Then don't die! Don't die! She cried even more. Jane was an oddball through and through, but she was also a tough cookie. Nothing seemed to faze her except for magic. Even when one of their comrades had died decades ago, she wasn't particularly shaken. Sure, she really respected him as a comrade, and they were also trustworthy friends. However, she still viewed his death as part of the inevitable cycle of life. It couldn't be avoided. But, why was this case different? Her heart felt like it would burst, hurting beyond what she had the capacity to bear. Jane was an expert on soul magic, so she could clearly tell that he didn't have much longer. Even though Louis was fortunate to have lived a full life, even knowing where and when he would die, Jane Ursula couldn't accept his death. She just couldn't. I can't live past this point. You know that, Jane? Louis said with a soft smile. He was seeing such a delicate side of his friend. Watching the tiny fairy make cure expressions as she cried, Louis felt like it was more than good enough for a farewell present. Though, his heart was also pained. If it was only for the sake of his friend, he would have loved to live a bit longer. But, they both knew the truth. I don't have magic. There's no way to surpass my physical limitations. One of the things the both of them worked together on was how to lengthen the lives of the races that didn't have long spans of life. Elves lived very long, the same as fairies. In contrast, humans had short lives. The average lifespan ranged from 80 to 100 years. For beast folk, it was even worse. Dwarves lived a bit older, but ultimately, none of them could cross 150 years. For Louis Griffith, a regular human, to live to the ripe age of 120 years, he had indeed reached his apex. There was nothing that could be done. Even though he and Jane had worked on this project together, achieving a breakthrough, they realized that it could only apply to those who had mana cores. By utilizing one's mana core as a secondary heart, as well as using the mana within to strengthen the body, it was possible to lengthen a person's lifespan. Louis Griffith was inept. Such a principle didn't apply to him. And so, his death approached at a fast rate. You know, if I were to use human terms, I've only known you for like a month. Jane said, slowly trying to cheer herself up. Still, sobs escaped from her. You never did tell me your age, Louis responded with a slight smile. And I never will. Fairies lived far longer than elves did. Some lived beyond 1,000 years and were referred to as grand fairies. I was certain Jane was among the longer-lived ones. She never confirmed my suspicions, though. Even if I've known you for a short while considering how long I've lived she stopped herself from saying any more. Then, just as Louis was about to tell her to proceed, the doors opened and more people entered. That was the end of their conversation, at least, the ones that ears could hear. But, Louis heard a voice within his soul. It was soft and warm. The comfortable feeling that permeated his insides made him smile softly at her. And she did the same. What were the words he heard within him? Louis Griffith could never forget them. I liked you most of all, second only to magic. You mean the most to me, Louis. Even as he finally fell into eternal slumber, surrounded by those around him whom he loved and cherished more than anything else, the great sage never let go of those words. They were the sum total of his relationship with her. Fortunately, just before he died, he also responded. You were my best friend. I'm happy that we were the insane duo. Have a full life, Jane. Then, death took the man. The soul brand dissipated along with Louis Griffith's soul, and he vanished beyond what Jane could sense. That was their final farewell. But no. Not like this. Not ever again. The Mad Witch didn't forget the despairing feeling that assailed her that day. And so, she trod a path that even dwarfed her other crazy endeavors of the past. This was truly the path of insanity. She dedicated her years to curing the source of her greatest grief. It was what every living creature desired, but none were able to achieve. Immortality. Despite the impossibility, Jane never gave up. The voice of her best comrade was with her every step of the way. Magic makes the impossible possible. Internalizing that principle, she pushed on. And so, after nearly a century of such a tasking endeavor, the brilliant Jane Ursula finally arrived at the answer. Body swapping. By creating an organic body through cutting-edge technology and intricate mana, she was able to construct an exact replica of a fairy's body. And then, using her soul magic alongside what she learned from the Hanged Man Arcana, she was able to transfer her soul to a new, younger body. As a result, she attained immortality. Chapter 434. I call it the Soul Project. I was eventually able to organize it on a large scale, implementing it as a public policy when I became president. There were so many things I wanted to ask, but I was simply too astounded to speak. Jane always had a knack for surprising me with her exceptional talents and borderline supernatural wits, but this trumped everything. Incredible. He. Impressed by my great feats, are you? He. That's right. Just as we once promised, I changed the world with my magic well, at least among my people. According to Jane, she was able to initiate the whole process on a national scale. She had capable subordinates working with her, so they constructed organic bodies for the fairies who desired the same eternal life she possessed. It became a public luxury, similar to how the fairies utilized plastic surgery. Of course, there was one particular step in the procedure that required her aid: the soul transfer. By using soul branding on all the fairies that consented to the procedure, Jane would surgically remove their souls from their original bodies and place them into their new bodies. That way, the fairies could replace their old and dying bodies with new ones. Rinse. Repeat. As a result, it produced a metropolis where no one had to fear death. But, weren't there people who resisted it? What was the reception rate? Certainly, fairies were open-minded, but what of the other races? There was a reason I had never heard of this soul project before meeting Jane. Besides, even among her own people, there had to be people who didn't agree with the concept. 100%. Everyone in this republic has consented to the procedure. Some have even had their procedures done twice already. Really? I was a bit surprised. I was sure that at least a few would object. The only reason people accept death is because they have either fulfilled their purpose in life, or they do not have the power to change it. My friend explained. Someone who had spent his life as a researcher could die in peace once his experiments finally bore fruit. They would see their life's purpose as fulfilled and would see nothing wrong with leaving the realm of the living. However, I designed this republic with policies geared toward multiple choices and career paths. The fairies could spend an eternity and still not reach the limits of their achievements. This drives them to keep striving for more. Their desire to live burns even stronger than before. I was taken by storm. Jane Ursula basically designed a system where people could love forever without boredom or lack of purpose. Every single fairy was recognized by her through the soul brand, and she was able to ensure smooth transitions of her citizens so that all of them kept going about their businesses. No one wants to die, Jared. At least, not if they can help it. Jane concluded with a soft smile. Wow, Jane. You've far exceeded my expectations. Hee hee. Of course. She puffed out her chest. Jane's small size just made her posture look weird. Immortality, eh? Who would have thought? It's not as grand as it seems. Besides, stubborn idiots like Gawain rejected the prospects. Yep, I expected that from him. According to Jane, after I died, she tried to convince Gawain not to give in to the same path. Since he had a monocore, he could strengthen himself so he could live longer pending the time she could unlock the secrets of immortality. But I'll live and die as a human. There's no need for anything grand like being alive forever. Living a fleeting life is what living is all about. Gawain rejected that prospect. Amelia was the same as well. Dom died earlier than I did, and Ford also died before Jane could complete her experiment. In essence, she was the last of my comrades that I had in the past. You know, I actually tried to conjure your soul several times. I was surprised by this new revelation. Yet, sigh, I was stupid back then. After attaining immortality, everyone that mattered to me was dead already. I felt awfully lonely, so I decided to try calling you back. Jane told me how she resorted to so many things to bring me back all in vain. Sigh, looking at you right in front of me, I have so many questions. A part of me wonders if one of those failed attempts actually triggered something. That's impossible, though. I replied, rubbing my chin. According to her, the last time she tried conjuring me was 50 years ago. I didn't even exist back then. Plus, even she admitted that it was a failure. With no strong link to my soul, or a portion of it, trying something like that was useless. Then, how are you here? It makes no sense. Your body, even though it has been enhanced, is purely human. How were you able to return? You look nothing like your past self too. I smiled at the curious fairy hovering around me as she observed every minute detail of my body. Your body isn't very mature too, especially down there. Looks smaller than last time. Hey. Boundaries. I covered my groin in reflex, though doing that didn't really change anything. Ugh, please. Do you know how long I've been staring at it? You think there's a point hiding it at this point? Jane had a nasty habit of undressing anyone she met with her magic item, the glasses she wore. During our first meeting, she burst out saying something like, "Holy shit! You're big down there." It was so embarrassing, especially since I was directly beside Amelia and the other comrades I had made at the time. I actually felt Amelia's gaze move downward at that point, but that was probably my imagination, right? You still haven't changed. Come on, Jane. Grow up. Can you blame me? Everyone is so small and predictable around here. I can't resist trying to explore new things. She narrowed her gaze as she giggled. Oh, stop that. I laughed in response. On a serious note, though. How are you here, Louis? Her face was close to mine at this point, almost touching my bare skin. Her large eyes stared into mine, waiting for an answer if only I had one. I don't know. Chapter 435. I told Jane everything up to the last detail. The first thing I remembered when I awoke from my slumber in the darkness. The assassin that came for my life, as well as the organization who wanted to eliminate me. I told her about the invasion of Khan, even showing her his current status as one of my familiars. I explained how I returned to our base and trained there for 3 years or more, like 100 before returning to end the war. I did get an alert that someone entered the base. But, since we wanted to hand it over to those belonging to the future generation, I decided to let it go. Jane retorted after hearing this. Once I was done revealing everything, the fairy sighed and collapsed on her sofa. We were already in a lounge where to my relief there were sofas big enough to sit on. And? The goal of those guys after you, is to gather the arcanas, right? I'm surprised they already have so many already. Jane shared my sentiment. It meant that the organization was just that formidable. Seeing as how they're the ones most likely behind this war, it's best to assume that they have even more power than we can comprehend, I added. And this whole singularity stuff, it must have something to do with your reincarnation. Oof, I've also never heard of it before. This is quite a peculiar case. Regardless, that did not sully Jane's brilliant smile in the slightest. No, it was actually the opposite. He. Finally, there's something fun we can crack together. She giggled. I'm not sure I should be excited about this, though. I mean, these guys want to kill me, you know. Bah! You can't die, not if I can help it. I smiled once my friend basically offered her full support. Thanks, Jane. I appreciate the help, and this seat as well. It's quite comfortable. I bounced on the sofa with a burst of laughter. I get visits from the dwarves, beast folk, and the elves. Of course, I'll have decent seats. Jane sighed in exasperation. I could tell she just wanted to show off her achievements again. Apparently, my fairy friend had lots of connections with almost every nation. The Eastern Kingdom was simply an exception. The alliance she established was merely for business transactions, so she was receiving benefits from them and vice versa. There's nothing really beneficial in the Eastern Kingdom. She wasn't completely wrong. In terms of technology, dwarves were better. In terms of power, beast folk were superior. In terms of magic aptitude, elves were better. Humans were not the best in any department. So, in order to be efficient in her ventures, Jane excluded them from her partnership. How did things even turn out this way, though? I'm surprised by how much this Republic has changed. That? It would have happened much earlier if not for that stupid geezer. The geezer she was referring to was none other than the Fairy King. That idiotic misogynist. That self-centered bastard. That narcissistic excuse for a ruler. Ugh, just thinking about him makes me want to throw up. The only person Jane disliked more than Amelia was the Fairy King, and for good reason. Even I could not stop her from raining those hardly appropriate words on him. Biruel wasn't exactly a bad guy, but his ideals and personality left much to be desired. He had a close-minded personality, and his philosophy on certain things shaped the Fairy Kingdom into the way it was in the past. For one, he was a misogynist. He believed women should be relegated to certain roles while men had the dominant positions in the fairy society. The escorts, ushers, and immigration offers were all females meant to woo visitors with their charms, or provide entertainment to the males. Positions of power belonged to males as well. Even though competent people like Jane existed in the Fairy Kingdom, she was never the head of her department until much later. This was all thanks to Biruel, the Fairy King. He was also extremely self-centered and selfish. The decision for an alliance against the demons at that time, even though it would affect his subjects greatly, was agreed upon only by Biruel once I was able to satisfy his personal desire. He wanted certain blueprints and models to create a specific kind of golem, and I delivered. I provided the answers to certain nerve reactions and movement patterns. Once Biruel was pleased with this little gift, as well as others to come, he readily agreed to mobilize his troops for war. While I was happy about his consent, I was also able to see just how much of a terrible monarch he was. Many fairies died in that war, all participating because of that idiot's selfishness. He should have consulted us first. Till date, Jane still held the death of a lot of her comrades against him. After the war was over, Jane was able to secure certain rights for the female fairies, so life was bearable. Though she kept telling me how annoying the king could be anytime we spoke, I saw that she was fighting him off in her own way. Even when I died, though the two were in my room as I drew my last breath, they were still at loggerheads. After I was done with my soul project, he tried to gain access to it forcefully. That was when I had enough of his annoying antics. Jane was seething as she spoke. According to her, she basically caused a rebellion within the fairy kingdom and organized a coup. The fairy king was dethroned within a week. Even the males whom Biruel had supported so avidly, with the exception of the few who closely stuck to him, abandoned the fairy king at that point. Since he had an unstable and dissociative personality, he was banished from the fairy sanctuary along with his close supporters. I haven't seen or heard of him since, and I certainly don't hope to. I just hope he rots in a corner and dies off. Jane concluded. But, I had to wonder if things could be as simple as that. Chapter 436. Considering the fact that Biruel was quite a young fairy when I knew him, he would still have quite a while to live. Knowing his personality, it was unlikely that he would simply let the matter die down. It was a matter of his hurt pride, after all. Biruel was an absolute king who lost everything. There was no way he would just let it all go. That was why I was so surprised as well as slightly worried that he had gone completely off the grid. Why do you think I have an alliance with the beast folk? He dares not try anything with this place. I gulped and nodded instantly. Jane was right. Even an idiot like Biruel knew not to mess with those guys. I'm probably just overthinking things again. I smiled, shrugging his image off my mind. You've done well to plan so far ahead. Well, it's not like there's anyone else who'll do the job. She sighed. Ah, so that's why you're still president, even after so long. My fairy friend nodded vehemently. Elections are supposed to be held every century. Yet, every time the campaign holds, no one desires to compete with me, so I end up being the one chosen. She couldn't also refuse the position since it gave her enough leverage to continue her research unhindered. I'm sure those lazy bums just want to go around their business while leaving everything to me, Jane yelled in frustration. Despite this outburst, I could still tell that she liked her position as president. Well, president of the fairy sanctuary, shall we get down to business? I said, now clasping my hands together and staring at Jane with a serious look. Oh? You mean the demon threat? Sure, I'll help you with all my capacity, but if we're going to be involving my citizens, there'll have to be a public poll. Jane said. Apparently, her people voted for certain policies and privileges. This society was run with them in mind, providing for their comfort. Even your help alone is much appreciated, but the truth is that I want to use this war as an excuse to unify every nation. And so, I began my explanation of how beneficial it would be if we had a unified alliance between every single nation. Not only would it be useful for my means, but each kingdom or republic could learn from each other. As long as we were able to operate on general interests, as well as a unifying factor, it was possible to create a united front even for the future. I see your point. So, the demons aren't even the main issue. I slightly smiled at her question, shaking my head slightly. No. They're not. People needed a sense of danger and urgency, which was simply why I used this invasion as an excuse. It was true that I needed to take care of the problem arising from them, but forming an alliance wasn't exactly the only way. I see. I see. In any case, you've convinced me. You just need to convince everyone else. I'm sure you can do that. I nearly laughed as Jane gave me a sly look. Don't underestimate me. We both giggled together, drowning our unease and concerns into the fun of enjoying each other's company. However, just as I expected, the question dropped once again. Louis, what do you plan on doing with the demons? My laughter slowly died down, replaced by a somber look. From my expression, Jane should have guessed what I was going to say. You mean, you're... Yes. I'm going to be wiping out every single demon from this world. She looked shocked, no, probably even appalled by my intentions. Weren't you the one who sought another way during the last war? Indeed. But look where that got us. No more. I've given enough mercy to them. Besides, it was too late for their race anyway. The organization was using them as pawns, so their very existence was a card that my enemies could use against me. To properly defend myself and leave no loose ends, it was best to eliminate them. Completely. Yes. I'm going to kill every single one of them. Innocents would be dragged into this mess, but it was the path I had chosen. I've gotten a bigger perspective from the last time. Hatred breeds hatred. Even if we spare the innocents, they will jump at the opportunity to bear their fangs on the Alliance who devastated their nation, and killed their people. Desperation was a dangerous emotion. It was also very unpredictable. If the organization uses their desperate emotion for vengeance, they could utilize them in multiple ways that would be troublesome to handle. The most straightforward approach is to tackle the problem head-on and annihilate their people. Whoa, you've really... Jane was still recoiling from shock. I knew she didn't exactly feel pity for the demons. She was probably just concerned about me. I've chosen to cling tightly to those I care about. I will never let them go. As for those against me, I will decimate them without mercy. So far, I was fortunate that none of them had used underhanded means to target my family. There were countermeasures put in place, but I didn't know how powerful my enemies were. It was the right call to chip off much as I could from the enemy's pawns. What of your memory of Carla? You'd really kill her people? For a moment, there was silence. Jane's question hung in the air, and I bit my lip, returning to memories of the past that I abandoned. They did all those horrible things to her, all the more reason why I should decimate them all. They aren't worth my mercy. It was very selfish and hypocritical, but I had strengthened my resolve. I'm no longer going to second guess. I won't hesitate to. I'll simply do what I need to do. That was the path I had pondered on greatly before finally choosing to tread. I see. Well, I'll be supporting you in your endeavor, Louis. Of course. Do you have a choice? Hey. Jane squealed once more, causing me to laugh heartily. She really was too cute. Chapter 437 The Grand Demon Assembly. Clack clack clack. Footsteps echoed all over the vast hallway as a few individuals made their appearance. They all had peculiar appearances, and their features were bizarre, monstrous, and downright malevolent. As they walked from various locations, the 6 individuals gathered at a single location. Right before them was a massive door that led to the throne room. The 6 beings present knew just who sat beyond the doors, and they had reverent expressions. Having absolute respect, as well as unquestionable loyalty, were the traits of every member here, at least, almost all of them. You may all enter. A deep voice surged from within. Upon hearing this, they instantly proceeded into the vast hall. From their distance, they could make out the magnificent image of Abel Lion as he sat on his throne. The females among them were already drooling over his magnificence. As he elegantly watched them enter, the Demon King's eyes seemed to burn into their very soul, causing them all to shudder. The moment they stepped into the appropriate distance, all 6 demon lords bowed to their absolute ruler. Raise your heads. They responded instantly. Zenkiel of Vert. Lydia of Blanc. Circe of Jaune. Lubic of Blue. Kiran of Noir. Descarion of Rouge. As he called each other their names, the respective people shook even more. They did their best to stay composed before their master. You have all done well to appear before this grand assembly. Now, then, shall we begin? They bowed deeply and agreed with Able Lion. Zenkiel was anxious. Sir C, tell me your reports. Your agents have been dispersed all over, right? His king, Able Lion, was asking concerning the affairs of the invasion just as expected. He had already questioned Sir C, Kiran, and Lubick. Zenkiel knew that it would soon be his turn. What do I say? How do I say it? His plan had gone up in smoke, and he sacrificed valuable resources for nothing. Though he had a way to spring back from the slump he fell into, he feared that he wouldn't get the chance to say it. My king. Indeed, my agents have infiltrated several regions of the Eastern Kingdom. The land of the elves is too rich in mana, so we can't operate there. My agents disguise as birds and simply hover above the area for observation. The plain white woman spoke, but her body still looked as blank as possible. And? What have you learned? The humans possess certain individuals who are powerful, but they're only a few. They call them Grand Mages, and only one is currently present in the kingdom. The second is currently away on a diplomatic mission, and the last one is currently missing. Lydia proceeded to explain the level of power of most humans. From what she described, an average demon would find it no problem to kill average humans in their multitude. If magic or martial arts got involved, demons supposedly on the same level as humans would emerge as the superior ones. That meant the demons were actually superior. While no one really has an exact idea of how powerful the Grand Mages are, if we equate them to demon lords, then that should be more than enough. Even such an estimation seemed far-fetched, but Lydia was never one to underestimate her opponents. She had survived so long donning multiple identities because of this very fact. Finally, one of the most concerning matters is a place called Inslark Academy. Everyone looked at each other with particularly displeased expressions. They were all aware of the story of Khan's failure there, and how mere students were able to fight back against the demons. While the students there are no threats to us whatsoever, the strong ones have graduated. The problem lies with the staff. There are quite a number of exceptional lecturers there. Plus, the headmaster. Lydia was worried about the one called Naren Khalid. Though she had never laid eyes on him in person, the words she heard about him made her feel like he was probably as impressive as a Grand Mage, especially after he had a match with yet another bizarre existence. There are too many uncertainties involved, but I stumbled across something that would definitely be used as a great card against us. As Lydia said this, she used magic to project a blueprint of something. Using her sight to capture anything or anyone, Blanc could use light magic to turn them into projections. That way, she could show everyone what she saw. It took a while for the demon lords, and even the demon king, to completely decipher the drawing and labeling displayed. This is. They respectively gasped the moment they grasped the meaning. Indeed, it was an unexpected sight, but the device drawn in the projected blueprint was something that caused even the demon king to shake slightly in his throne. A destructive weapon, They probably intend to use it against us in the war. Able Lion growled. Yes. After investigating the staff within the academy thoroughly, especially a particularly risky, but dexterous, man called Morrow, I came across the blueprint. Apparently, the humans were using Inslark Academy as a cover to create a machine with enough capacity to destroy tons of demons in one fell swoop. What do you think, Lubick? Just what kind of damage could this device wreak? For a moment, Abelion's gaze went to the blue-skinned demon. Forgive me for my ignorance, but I do not know. But that only means one thing. The demon lord of blue hardened his face as he spoke. That thing has an unlimited capacity. As long as an appropriate power source is placed in, it could translate the energy into a purely destructive force. That meant the capabilities of the device were only equal to the power source used for it. We don't know what the humans want to utilize as its core, but such a weapon is still too dangerous, Abel Lion spoke. He would not tolerate any form of threat to his people. We should storm the academy to destroy the weapon, or better yet, retrieve it. Chapter 438. We should storm the academy to destroy the weapon, or better yet, capture it for ourselves. This suggestion was brought about by none other than Circe, the meathead. Abel Lion hadn't asked for her opinion, yet she impulsively spoke. This caused everyone to stare at her with annoyance. Once she realized her thoughtless actions, the monstrous demon lord profusely apologized. That's all right. Abel Lion, the merciful demon king, forgave her on the spot. My king, if I may, Lydia, the one who brought this report, decided to raise her hand. What is it? You have a suggestion? Yes, my king. Rather than storming the academy, I believe it would be best to act discreetly. I currently have no idea where the weapon currently is, but it's also possible that they may transport the weapon to another location while we invade. Lydia's words were filled with sense, so all her colleagues listened with rapt attention. I believe I should continue my investigation, one that involves me alone. The Demon Lord of Blanc proposed to be allowed autonomy in order to investigate the device. Her plan was impeccable, as usual. I see. So, what would happen if you eventually find it? Ultimately, they had to decide on what they would do to the weapon. I believe it's best if we destroy it. A weapon made by humans cannot be trusted enough to bring to the demon realm. Besides, they probably designed it with the concept of mana in mind. Since demons utilized miasma, such a device would be useless to them. There were other risks involved, so it was better to simply sabotage the device. We have enough forces to destroy them, so I believe we should simply cripple their attempts at resistance. That way, according to Lydia, victory was ultimately certain. Abel Lion loved her idea, and decided to implement it. As a demon lord, she had just raised herself on a higher pedestal. While her colleagues had also been trying their best, none could argue that Lydia's role had yielded the most. Then, operate with the utmost discretion, Lydia. Destroy the device as discreetly as possible. If possible, beyond recovery. It would be entertaining to see the look of despair on their faces when they realize that the weapon they are relying on for salvation ends up being destroyed. As always, the demon lords were in awe of their great leader's words. Now, then, Zenkiel, it's your turn. The demon lord of Verd quivered a bit, clearly uncomfortable as he stepped forward. Lydia of Blanc had just given a flawless presentation of her use to the king, but Zenkiel, who was usually so charismatic, now appeared timid. I approved of your two-pronged attacks on the respective enemy nations. Kiran also mentioned that you took 4,000 demon beasts as troops. How was the yield? Zenkiel gulped as he pictured the disappointed expression of his master once he told him of his failure. I apologize, my king. They were all wiped out easily. I was unable to gain even the littlest of intel. All the demons in the Great Hall expressed immense surprise at what Zenkiel just uttered. Even though no demon lord would openly say it, they all knew that Zenkiel was the most capable of them. For his plans to have gone up in smoke like that, was strange. Explain yourself, Zenkiel. Abelion's voice was calm. It was that of a master trying to understand the failure of his subordinate. Zenkiel knew this well because he was the same to the members of his 9 stars. My king, the humans and elves are too strong. Our original estimation of their power is too small. In fact, I currently do not have a full grasp concerning just what they are capable of. Before any word could be spoken, Zenkiel used magic to demonstrate his point. Unlike Lydia, he could not utilize projection through light magic. Still, demons also had magic technology and artifacts that were discovered during the previous war. One of them allowed the recording and projection of certain occurrences. Lubick and his team were able to replicate the item, making it capable of monitoring long distances. One end would be the transmitter and the other served as a receiver. Zenkiel brought 4 receivers from thin air, using his spatial magic, and then activated them. He displayed the footage of the 4 respective scenes simultaneously. This allowed everyone in the room to watch just how the battle had gone down. Everyone was shocked beyond words. From the strange swordsman in the mountains, to the crazy duo in the north, to the bombardment of the elves with purely destructive power, and then the most bizarre. What the hell? Is that a golem? It's so big. How does such a thing? The demon lords were initially puzzled by the size and design. However, after seeing what the construct was capable of, they fell into dead silence. As you can see, their capabilities exceed our expectations. In fact, I do not have a correct estimate of their strength. Those who had limited strength were prone to hiding it. But, the fact that their enemies had shown such unrestrained power, it meant they still had reserve strength. I see, even King Abel Lion was flustered. Still, though, as the absolute leader of the people who were before him, the Demon King maintained his supreme aura. So, Zenkiel, what do you propose? As for that, I discovered something after this failure of mine. The enemies have a brilliant strategist aiding them. That is why our efforts to ensure no alliance could be formed went up in smoke. The mastermind had countered the move of the demons and utilized it to his advantage. He can see through our plans and counter them with a more sophisticated one. It is shameful for me to say, but based on what has happened so far, he is most likely more brilliant than I am. Another barrage of gasps filled the grand hall. Zenkiel had the most experience and maturity among all the demon lords. In terms of intelligence and strategy, he was unrivaled. Yet, this great individual confessed that he was inferior to another. Chapter 439. That is why I have concluded that it is unwise to keep resorting to strategies and trickery. It would be a waste of time and effort. That was the last thing anyone expected Zenkiel to say. The demon lord who came before him was one who believed in impeccable planning and flawless strategy. Zenkiel inherited his previous master's will, allowing him to be moderately cautious but also decisive in everything. To have been capable of throwing aside the brilliant arts of war that his master entrusted to him was something no one saw coming. But, the demon lord of Verd was no fool. His line of reasoning was completely justified. We should simply crush them with our numbers. That is the only way we can swiftly ensure victory. The reason why the demons had chosen to resort to strategies was so they could retain a good number of their forces, even after engaging in warfare with the humans and elves. After all, the fairies, therianthropes, and dwarves were still enemies to extinguish. However, with the current state of affairs, it was simply better to go all out on the enemy. I realize that we do not have enough battle strength to challenge both continents, especially given their level of power, which is why I propose dealing with one kingdom first, then proceeding to the next. That way, victory was guaranteed, and the demons would also have another stronghold to utilize. I seem you make a fair argument. Indeed, from the fact that the humans are capable of making such a devastating weapon as Lydia said, as well as the sights we have all witnessed, it's safe to say that they have been hiding their strengths. Abel Lion spoke in a low undertone. What didn't make sense was why they decided to reveal their hand. Wouldn't it have been better if the demons underestimated them? Apparently, the mastermind in question also foresaw that I would make this move. He made preparations to checkmate me in this affair. Zenkiel stated, causing everyone to dread the existence of the person whom their respectable demon lord spoke of. Just how many steps can he think ahead? I have no idea. Not many could detect it, but the likes of Lydia instantly noticed traces of admiration in Zenkiel's tone. He had something akin to a deep respect for the enemy who was smart enough to surpass him. That puts us in a tight condition. But, how do you know this, Zenkiel? The demon lord smiled in relief, happy that he had come out of the thick forest of despair. If he played his cards right now, he could redeem himself. A member of the cult is among the delegates sent for the alliance. In essence, he is on the same team as the mastermind. What? Really? Yes. He was the one who brought me the intel. Apparently, he deciphered our moves and is also planning another one to checkmate us. What's the identity of that member? Abel Lion rubbed his chin more intensity at this point. His name is Damien Lawcroft, 10th seat of the cult. He was born and bred in the Eastern Kingdom, and he is an integral part of the nobility there. So far, he had avoided all forms of suspicion, and also has the full support and trust of the Crown Prince. Abel Lion nodded slightly, satisfied by the conditions the man fulfilled. I was a bit skeptical that such a mastermind wouldn't have discovered the existence of a mole on his team, but the man's portfolio protects him from suspicion. Besides, the mastermind must have also been more focused on the threat of the demon invasion that he wasn't completely searching for moles. It's at times like this that a person relies most on comrades. I understand that he'll be more focused on the external than the internal, Abel Lion gave a thought as he smiled wryly. So, this member told you of his plans, right? Yes, my king. He knew we would be concentrating our forces on a single kingdom first. He also guessed rightly that I would choose to attack the elves first. The level of reasoning behind the mastermind's logic and introspection was enough to make Zenkiel wonder if the opponent could read his mind. I see. While I don't like owning the cult favors, they've done us a great favor for this piece of intel. The Demon King murmured. Indeed. This turns the tables around for good. If we utilize the assumption made by their alliance to our favor, we should be able to catch them off guard. The other demon lords joined their ruler to nod in agreement to Zenkiel's sublime words. We will attack the Eastern Kingdom first, then, and we will decimate their continent beyond recovery. Abel Lion smiled wickedly. And so, while the allied enemies would be expecting an attack on the Elf Kingdom, concentrating their forces on that end of the world, the demon horde would catch them completely off guard. Perfect. Abelion's mind sparked with excitement. How long will it take for our army to be mobilized for the Eastern Kingdom? His words contained resolve, as well as a malevolent urge to tear down an entire civilization. If we consider the distance between their continent and our army base, it'll take longer than usual. I'd say 6 days. Zenkiel murmured. It had been 4 days since the first invasion on the respective borders of their enemies began. Within 6 days, if they mobilized their army and rallied for battle, it would be 10 days. While it was awfully short for a war, considering the last one lasted for years, Abel Lion preferred things this way. We'll crush the humans first, and then we will also decimate the elves. I also heard that he's planning on involving the fairies, beast folk, and dwarves into the alliance. Knowing him, it's possible that he might succeed. Abel Lion growled when he heard this. It would be bad if all the forces of the world were to descend upon the demons. Chapter 440. Damien Lawcroft, our eyes and ears there, cannot make any conspicuous moves, but he'll keep us updated from time to time. Once Abel Lion heard this, he was at least assured of a flow of information. The mastermind was more resourceful than he expected. The demons currently had the advantage when it came to the number of soldiers at their disposal. However, that could change depending on whether or not the alliance succeeded. Good. We'll be counting on him, the Demon King spoke half-heartedly. Ultimately, what they had to do hadn't changed. We'll just destroy them before they have a chance to rally together. Lydia would take down their device, tearing them apart from within, and then the demon forces would strike en masse. Once they decimated the human kingdom, they would corrupt the whole area with miasma, making it their second stronghold. There were 4 major continents in the world, so if the demons gained possession of 2, then it would be much easier to strike the other nations. It's perfect. Abel Lion could already see victory within reach. Still, something nudged at him. It could have been curiosity or slight worry, but Abel Lion could not let go of the impression that was upon him. Zenkiel, do you know the name of this mastermind? Yes, my king. The loyal demon lord responded instantly. He had been shocked when he heard of his identity from Damien Lawcroft, so Zinkiel knew quite well that everyone would soon burst out in surprise. His name is Jared Leonard, a 15-year-old noble from the Eastern Kingdom. What? Surprised gasps filled the massive hall. The demon lords were beyond dumbfounded that a mere child was able to outsmart their most brilliant strategist. It was unbelievable, but Zinkiel wouldn't dare spout lies to the demon king. That meant he was telling the truth. Everyone stared at their absolute ruler, only to find his eyes bulging in shock. This expression seemed to exceed that of mere surprise. He seemed to be overcome with anger. This is, gritting teeth were displayed by the king, and his hands pressed on the throne quite tightly. Yes, he was definitely upset. Legris Damien, that bastard. Abelian's thoughts snapped. He remembered when his human friend told him not to harm a particular individual among the humans. He should have researched the person, but Abelian simply let it go. To think that the same human he was told to spare was the root source of their problems. Abelian also realized that Legris must have also been aware of the human's capabilities. So, this is how he wants to act, Abelian realized that the man's actions had no bearing with the cult they were partnered with. After all, Legris had asked him for the favor outside official business. Still, he couldn't accept the fact that his supposed ally withheld such important information from him. Jared Leonard, just how valuable is he? Abelian didn't want to spare him, but he realized that for such a child to be at the center of everything, there had to be some relevance accorded to him. I will have to see for myself. If he was important to Legris, then capturing him would be the best way to handle the situation. But, considering how formidable this Jared person had proven himself to be, it was best to take care of him after they had solidified their victory over the humans. He'll be at the Elf Kingdom alongside the army of the Alliance. We'll use that opportunity to take down his home. Abelian plotted evilly. By the time Jared Leonard recognized what was happening, the eastern continent would be shrouded in miasma, making it an extremely unfavorable battlefield. In the end, victory would belong to him. After this war is over, I'll have to have a long chat with Legris. For now, though, they had to be busy with several things that warranted their attention. A full invasion required time, effort, and resources. I'll need to. What about me? What will be my role in this war? Someone among the demon lords sharply interrupted. Everyone instantly knew who it was, and even though they were extremely displeased that he spoke in such an impudent way to the king, they couldn't say anything. Descarion, are you that impatient? Abelian muttered, staring at the crimson demon. The demon lord of Rouge did not flinch. He simply stared back in defiance. Being relegated to the sidelines had made him grow more brazen in his display of displeasure. Everyone in the room felt the tension rise to an alarming rate. Beads of sweat and expressions of discomfort spread among all of them. However, Abelian got rid of the decorum by speaking up. You will remain here in the demon realm while our army marches out. What? Descarion looked even more agitated now. His bloodshot eyes that sought violence were beginning to twitch. Veins appeared in his head, displaying obvious displeasure. Once it reached a climax, there was no doubt that Descarion was going to challenge Abelian. It would be unwise to leave our front doors unguarded as we launch an all-out invasion. Think about it. Everyone agreed with Abelian's words. Zinkiel was going to bring it up later, but their king was one step ahead as always. And? What does that have to do with me? I should be on guard duty. No. That's not it. If we begin invading the Eastern Kingdom, there's no way the people of the West will stay still. Even if it's just a dangerous struggle, they will do everything it takes to counter. The land of the elves was closer to the northern continent. It was highly likely that they would strike the north rather than attempt to recover their lands in the Eastern Kingdom, especially if someone as efficient as the mastermind was the one in charge. Rather than relying on sentiment, intelligence would dictate that attacking the enemy's stronghold while it was defenseless would be the only way out. That's where you come in. Descarion, you will be waiting behind to defeat the enemies that foolishly attempt to take down our realm while we're away. Chapter 441. Everyone could see Deskarian's anger subside. As always, only the Demon King was able to control the beast that was the Crimson Demon Lord among them. Will they be strong? Deskarian asked, his eyes unwavering. There was no point in fighting if the enemy was weak. In response to this, the almighty King Abel Lion smiled on his throne. Yes. They will be. And if you're lucky, you may end up clashing with the mastermind himself. Oh? Is he strong, though? According to Legris Damien, Jared Leonard is stronger than him. He also can't fathom the depths of his power. Zenkiel answered Deskarian's question promptly. Who cares about a mere lower seat of that cult? I want to know if he's really strong. Deskarian growled, causing Zenkiel to jack off. I didn't realize it until Zenkiel said his name, but this Jared Leonard is the same person who fought against the headmaster of Inslark, a man said to be on an equal level as a grand mage, Lydia added, fighting to maintain her composure as she spoke. Oh? And who won? Deskarian's curiosity was piqued. Jared Leonard won. The Crimson Demon's eyes widened instantly. An intense wave of bloodlust filled the room as the monster among demons grinned with excitement. I suppose that means you'll be staying behind, then. I will. Deskarian smiled, his grin akin to a rabid beast. I will fight with him. Jared Leonard. While there were still objections to Deskarian's attitude, none could object or correct him. At least, he was able to agree with their king's order. That was the relief they all clung to. All right, then. Let us make preparations. King Abel Lion rose to his feet and gave a wide smile filled with charisma and authority. The demon lords instantly went on their knees in a bow of reverence. They awaited the words of their supreme leader in complete silence. We're going to war. We stayed in the fairy sanctuary for 3 days. Jane needed to settle some things before our alliance could be solidified. I was in no hurry, so we patiently waited for her to finish. The problem with a republican system of government was the bureaucracy involved. A monarch simply needed to give an order, and it would be executed, but the fairy sanctuary had strict protocols that needed to be followed. According to Jane, it was to ensure the absence of tyranny and abuse of power. While I understood certain aspects of the means of leadership, I found the process annoying. Still, since it was something everyone was content with, I had no say in the matter. The vote elections were held on the second day, and I had to give my public proposal through a manifesto. I addressed the fairies with respect, leveraging on the knowledge I had of them in the past. Fortunately, I knew the faces of many of the people I spoke to, considering the fact that they couldn't die. The votes were cast, and our proposal for an alliance went through. It took an extra day for the process to be finalized, and both representatives of the respective nations, in essence, Jane and I, had to sign an agreement and shake hands in public. Weird culture, my thoughts trailed as I smiled wryly. Still, it was a refreshing experience. Since I wasn't very pressed for time, I could also allow these laid-back activities. After 3 days passed, we were ready to go to our next location. It's been a week since I gave Anna that project of hers. I wonder how she's doing. I smiled internally. There were other things in the works, but the time wasn't ripe yet. It would probably take a few more days before the demons would complete their preparation and rally against us. Before then, I needed to gain the support of the beast folk and dwarves. Can I accomplish that in 3 days? I guess we'll have to find out. Our group of delegates hadn't changed, but Lamy was staying behind to hang out with Jane for a little while. Apparently, the Mad Witch wanted to examine the half-elf's peculiar constitution. Since she had never seen miasma coexisting with mana before, it was pretty predictable that this would happen. I was her initial choice, but I was currently occupied with saving the world, so Jane had her sights set on the next target. Phew, good luck, Lamy. I almost burst out laughing as the half-elf innocently bid our little group farewell. She had no idea of the horrors that awaited her as a test subject. Well, it wasn't all bad, but... Shuddering at the thought, I left the fairy kingdom with my team, holding a letter from Jane herself. It was addressed to the king of the Therianthropes, a means of formality, though we both knew it would do no good with regards to what I wanted. In the place I was headed, might made right. To assert myself as someone worth attention, I would need to prove it. Jane's letter was just to get the bothersome explanation part over with. I have a business relationship with them, so they won't treat you guys harshly. Since I can't come with you guys because of my duties, this is the least I can do to compensate. My dear friend had said. It would have been nice if we could explore the world outside, the way we used to, but I was well aware of the current reality. Maybe some other time, I consoled myself, placing the letter into my special space. Taking one final glance at the advanced metropolis that was the fairy sanctuary, I bid farewell to the place. By my side were both allies and enemies, but I wasn't worried in the slightest. Things just got easier. And so, we all departed with a flash of blue and white bursts of energy as I activated my teleportation spell. In the blink of an eye, we appeared atop a very high cliff, one of the many mountains surrounding us. It was filled with warmth and the smell of tropical plants. The sun burned our skin, and the warm breeze could sway a person off balance. Still, I inhaled the fresh air and looked beneath the summit we stood on. My grin broadened when I laid eyes on my target location. Found you. All right, let's do this. Chapter 442, King of Beasts. Surrounded by several cliffs was a large settlement that was larger in size than any city I had ever laid eyes on. It was at least 3 times the size of the royal capital, and the land was flourishing with goodness. Trees were in abundance, like well-watered gardens, and streams flowed across the rich land. I spotted 2 lakes as well, each glistening with the beauty of nature. This nation, located at the epicenter of nature, was bustling with activities, as well as denizens. The beast folk, also known as Therianthropes, were beings who appeared to be a mix of humans and animals. In simple terms, they were akin to hybrids. Unlike humans, though, they possessed immense capabilities even from birth. Since there were many variations among them as well, beast folk had a very rich and diverse set of cultures. Even from my heights, I observed the mix of several sub-races. The way they interacted with each other going about their businesses was intriguing. Unlike humans, elves, and fairies, that lived in set habitats, beast folk had peculiar areas in their nation attributed to various members of their community. Beast folk belonging to the cat family had their preferred habitat compared to those who had attributes of milder animals. In the same vein, fish species like mermaids dwelled by the lakes and had their little community there. Bird-like beast folk also lived in more elevated areas, so their nation was a mix of various peculiar kinds of sights. Of course, those who could interact with one another did so it wasn't a disorderly society. My comrades and I spent a moment of silence, simply staring at the expanse beneath us. I watched how the little ones played games among one another, and how an especially pretty one was being courted by several men. The men fought one another to assert their dominance, and the fox girl simply smiled in glee as she watched the suitors prove themselves. Some things never change. I grinned to myself, focusing my gaze on a particular structure located on a precipice, some sort of hill that was elevated and conspicuous for everyone to notice. The hill was higher than any other, and a large compound was constructed on it. A few houses were in the compound, all serving various purposes. However, there was one main building that gathered the respect and awe of any who would lay eyes on it. While the houses of the other beast folk were simple though not shabby, the massive house atop the hill was of a different breed entirely. This was the habitat of the one who served as the glue that held all the many races together. It was none other than the residence of the Beast King. I wonder who it'll be this time, I whispered, looking at how my comrades were captivated by the sight before us. What now, Jared? Sarah was the first to speak. She was smiling widely, already noticing that I was already aware of from the start. Now? We storm the palace. I returned her excited smile. Really? Her eyes widened even further. I told you before we went on this journey, didn't I? You're going to have fun. The fun I was referring to wasn't simply the exotic view of various new places, as well as quality time with comrades. No, there was one thing Sarah considered to be more fun than anything else. Combat. They're all so strong. Her eyes returned to the denizens of the nation. That's right, every single beast folk was strong beyond reason. Even the kids would be able to win against experienced mages. The power balance was unfair and absolutely ridiculous. Their degree of strength was what allowed them to live in such peace and stability, considering the fact that they were at the very top of the food chain. Of course, the culture of beast folk also exploited their absurd level of power. Tournaments, challenges, fight festivals, etc. were organized to test the capabilities of their members, also nurturing the young ones. The female members of this society generally picked the strongest male as her mate, and strength was valued above all else. Despite how crazy it all seemed, the way of the Therianthropes was the simplest to live by. The strong protect the weak. The weak serve the strong. As such, the ironclad rule of the beast folk was enacted. It was not written on any stone tablet, neither was it documented on a piece of parchment. No, this law was engraved into the hearts of every resident of this community. The principle, might makes right, was supreme. We have Jane's letter of introduction, and it'll be troublesome to walk down the streets of their very active neighborhood, so. Sarah's face showed me how much she was anticipating my words. We're heading for the strongest man around here. That was none other than the Beast King. And when we get there, I stared in the Grand Mage's direction. You're going to beat the shit out of him. Gerard was lying down on a mat, staring at the bright blue sky layered above him. He stretched out his hands to reach it, but it seemed so far out of reach. Somehow, that seemed to describe what sort of existence he was. Shit. As a rare-born beast folk, one who had access to more than 2 beast traits, he was always at the top. He was even better than mixed breeds, and far more powerful than their advantage of possessing abilities from both sides of their parents. It was as though he was born to thrive at the pinnacle of everything. Gerard, even as a child, bested adults who were meant to be superior to him. It was no wonder that he had managed to become Beast King when he was still in his youth. I'm currently 39 years old, sigh. He had no words to express his emptiness and constipation regret. Even though he had enough power and allure to obtain as many mates as possible, Gerard only accepted the best of females to bear his children. He needed a superior breed, after all. Unfortunately, none of those who were his seed had nearly as much power as he did. They were all strong in their own right, but compared to him when he was their age, all 51 children were weak. One is an exception, but... He sighed at the hopeless situation. That was why Gerard decided not to bother any longer. He had gotten past the point of caring at this point. Phew, when will it happen, I wonder? Any time from now. He mumbled more words to himself. Would he just stagnate this way until his death? Gerard thought about this as he closed his eyes and waited for the day to come and go, same as every other. However. Chapter 443, Sarah vs Gerard PT1. The earth rumbled, causing Gerard to awaken from his daze in a flash. Who's the boss around here? A loud and imposing voice called out. It sounded feminine, but the Beast King had no idea of any of the females who would dare cause a ruckus this unpleasant. From the penthouse where he was peacefully lying, he groaned while getting to his feet. Shit, who the hell? Grumbling lazily, he stood. You on the roof? Yeah, I can sense you. You're the strongest here, right? It was impressive that she had been able to sense his level of power even though he was yet to make his appearance. That was what went on in Gerard's mind as he quickened his pace to reach the edge of his penthouse so he could get a good look at the intruder. A female, being this imposing? The Beast King finally arrived at the edge of his residence's roof, only to see a being he never expected. Human. A human woman. The lady that filled his vision had crimson hair, and her eyes were glowing violently. It was enough to faze Gerard for a moment. Her teeth were displayed as she grinned widely. "You're the Beast King, right? I challenge you." She suddenly spoke, pointing at him with utter disrespect. It had been a while since Gerard received such treatment, so he was a little slow to catch on. No warrior had challenged him in years, and none of those who came before were females, talkless humans. The human woman who stood beneath him was quite brave. He gave her full marks for that. But, she's too naive. How can she expect me to? Gerard thought to himself, tired of the many weaklings he had been dealing with ever since he attained recognition. Rather unfortunately for him, or rather, everything around him, the Beast King was unable to complete his thoughts. The compound settling upon instantly cracked apart, shattering the summit where the woman stood. The house, where Gerard was so proudly watching from, turned into blocks of debris. The other buildings suffered the same fate, collapsing instantly. The broken buildings and devastated hill caused an imbalance around them, but that was simply settled by the human woman's next move. Everything ended up being consumed by her crimson energy, turning into dust. The luxurious compound and homes that were specifically built with the best materials serving as the supreme residence of an absolute being were so easily devastated beyond recognition. According to that kid, if you don't accept my challenge, I'm meant to resort to this. The red-haired woman was now looking at Gerard with determination. With no platform to stand on, she was suspended in the air the same as Gerard. "You!" the Beast King growled, flapping the enormous wings behind him. His deep frown slowly transformed into a wide grin matching the woman who was before him. The bored and apathetic look in his eyes was no longer anywhere to be found. Instead, his energy swelled with power, and his muscles bulged as a result. "You crazy bitch!" Now having the eyes of a predator ready to devour his prey, Gerard focused his gaze on the stranger. "I'll beat the shit out of you." "Perfect. I was watching the battle from a safe distance, along with everyone else on my team. After Sarah destroyed the Beast King's compound and supposedly with everyone inside, I was certain that he would be more motivated to fight. I transported every person in the houses, though, so they're safe. The Beast King didn't know this, though, so he wouldn't be holding back at all. I had finally set the perfect stage to watch Sarah engaging in unbridled combat. I'm sure you prefer it this way too, Sarah. You get to show your full capabilities, no rules." My grin broadened as I looked beneath me. At this point, all the denizens had halted their activities and now looked above them. Their focus was on the two figures that floated in the sky. One was none other than their Beast King, then the other was an unknown human woman. The people all watched, as though ready for entertainment. No one felt any sense of unease, of course, except for my team members. Is this really all right? We just entered the territory of our potential allies and you pull this off." Freya was the one speaking. She couldn't comprehend why I would choose the path of violence. But, there was no need for her to. "You'll understand eventually. Just watch." I spotted Maria staring at me from the corner of my eyes. "Observe this fight too, Maria. Sarah Crimson was your superior in the Imperial forces, right?" "Why yet? What about it?" Her tone was slightly flustered. "Well, have you ever seen her go all out?" "No. No one throughout the kingdom is a match for her in combat, or so I've heard." I nodded, then turned in the direction of the floating beings, observing as they readied themselves for combat. "Well, you might get to see her do that now. Is the Beast King that strong?" I wanted to burst out laughing, but controlled myself. Maria's question was stemming from ignorance, after all. Beast King is the title given to the strongest beast folk around. Heredity or lineage had nothing to do with it. Absolute strength is all that matters. An average beast folk can best a mage or intermediate martial artist in combat, so just imagine what their most powerful elect would be like. Though that was probably the only thing going for them: power. Their animalistic traits, as well as their superior bloodline, gave them the perfect bodies suited for violence. Even the demons feared them to an extent. The dwarves who preferred solitude above anything else had to form ties with the beast folk because they recognized the power of their neighbor. Judging by how the war was going to turn out, this would be the last place the demons would siege. The reason was common sense. Still, that's why this fight is the best. I smiled. A match where absolute power would collide, even I was slightly throbbing in excitement. Now then, show me, Beast King. Show me just how powerful you are. Chapter 444 Sarah vs Gerard PT 2. Powerful people exuded a certain aura that was impossible to dismiss. Perhaps it was because of his earlier nonchalance, but Gerard was finally noticing that about his opponent. In his mind, he thought, she's strong. The depth of her strength was unknown to him, but it was still ridiculous to consider that he might lose. However, Gerard was determined to see just how much she would be able to keep up with him. No need to ask for her name or give her mine. Let us see what she can do first. Boom! Like a flash of lightning, the Beast King lunged from his position. His speed was both deafening and impossible for normal eyes to keep up with. Closing his distance with Sarah, in midair, he flapped the large wings that had emerged from behind him and coated himself with immense energy. Let's see if you can handle this much. Brandishing his fist to form a heavy strike, Gerard threw out a punch in Sarah's direction. It was quick, precise, and extremely powerful. However, how boring! Boom! Before he even reached her, an immense wave of crimson energy poured out. The pulse was so heavy that the Beast King himself was swept away by its pressure. Despite his velocity and momentum, he was pushed back, unable to land a hit on her. If this is your full strength, then I'm sorely disappointed. Gerard felt the insult he just heard resonate deeply within him, along with the surprise that he couldn't land a hit. I was holding back, but still. It was at this point that the Beast King realized that he had been insulting his opponent. Since she was strong, it was best to fight with optimal strength. Very well. I'll fight you with everything I have. But first, can you tell me your name? Sarah. The red-haired woman shrugged at the question. She didn't even bother asking for his. It was like, to her, he was nothing more than the Beast King, an opponent she wanted to defeat. Well, I suppose this is how things should be. My name is Gerard, Beast King of my people. And so, with my life and pride on the line, I'll be fighting you seriously. He felt like he was being too impatient, but Gerard somehow had an inclination that the woman before him could keep up. If she couldn't, then that would only mean her demise. The air vibrated as Gerard released the vast amount of mana within him. It was like the atmosphere was undulating as a result of the pressure, and even those who watched from beneath could only shiver in response. The intensity of the emerging mana surrounded the whole beast folk kingdom. The savagery was enough to drive a person mad. However, this was merely the start. I am a rareborn. Unlike hybrids that can access only two aspects of beasts, I have the capacity to take in more qualities depending on how I cultivate my energy. His opponent could have taken this as a madman's ramblings, but this was akin to a lady warning that he was giving the woman. If she wanted to back off, now was the time. However, considering the fact that she had come to challenge him, Gerard doubted she would run. No, he hoped she didn't. At my current state, I have access to 10 different beast traits. From the flying birds, to the strongest of land beasts, to even aquatic creatures filled with special properties, Gerard had honed his body to accept and culture various traits. According to the history of the beast folk, he was the first to have attained such a status. As a result, he was most likely the strongest beast king to ever exist. With the attribute of 10 beast traits, Gerard was rapidly transforming himself as his energy swelled even more. And now, why don't we begin round 2? Sharp long ears, 9 tails behind him, flaming skin, 6 wings, 7 horns, stripes, and various tattoos on his body, and a much larger physique. Gerard was now in his joint transformation state, Phase 1. By combining all 10 attributes, he was able to attain a level no one could. The ominous mana swirling around him, as well as the immense power he still had locked inside him, was enough to drive anyone to the edge of insanity and back. However, the woman did not back off. This is a state I hardly show, and no one has managed to survive it. I hope this will be enough for you to be satisfied. The woman only grinned more widely. Is she mad? Gerard asked himself. He was currently about 9 feet tall, having attributes of various beasts. Not only did he have access to all 10, but his mana density was also enough to devastate anything around him. Surely, she understood that she stood no chance in her current state. No, this is fine. I'll handle it myself. Gerard watched her murmur to herself. It didn't seem like she was speaking to anyone in particular, so the Beast King wondered if she had finally gone insane. Beast King, is this your peak? Sarah Crimson asked him out of the blue. Is she mad? His current state was beyond frightening, and no one had ever bested him while he was in it. Even if he had another form, there was no way he would resort to that, as it put a heavy strain on his body. This much was more than enough for him to finish any opponent that challenged him. You are not worth using my peak on. He answered frankly. Her power was incredible, but this was a level that no one could attain, at least, not a human. A full-powered blow of his could decimate the city beneath him. That was how strong this form was. I see. Oh, well, I've been patient enough. The woman called Sarah murmured, finally clashing both fists together. Her mana spiked to another degree, but it was still inferior to his. Gerard didn't see himself losing in the slightest. The clouds around the city had already dispersed, and tremors filled the air. The mana that was manifesting in this area was enough to tear apart any vestige of common sense. I'll just go ahead and enjoy myself. Something about what Sarah said seemed dangerous, but Gerard ignored it. An ignorant statement from an ignorant human. He prepared himself, ready to hit his opponent in a way that would minimize the damage done to his kingdom. If he could take the fight elsewhere beyond the mountains, then he would be able to display even more of his superiority. Original magic. Words emanated from the woman's lips. Gerard shivered, same as the entire atmosphere. He suddenly felt confined, no, suppressed. This was the first time he had such a feeling. As his body quivered, he finally noticed the menacing smile and bloodthirsty grin of the woman before him. And the mana that was manifesting climbing at an incalculable rate? It was immeasurable. Invincible. Chapter 445 Invincible. Original magic. Invincible. The moment those words were uttered, reality seemed to shatter, and a newfound concept broke forth. Magic on a transcendental scale was implemented, and the being called Sarah Crimson ascended to the very pinnacle of said magic. Her body was shrouded in crimson. Her clear skin took on the color of fierce energy, and her red hair floated and flickered like flames. It was as though she was living energy, yet beyond the realm of understanding. As her body glimmered in such concentrated mana that would be impossible to calculate, the power still kept rising at an unbelievable pace. With every second, the woman was growing stronger. Far more powerful with the time that passed, capable of breaking any barrier, or tearing down any opponent. That was the power Sarah Crimson now donned. I am possible. Gerard murmured to himself as he stared at the being before him. It was no longer a woman. Let's roll. I'm going to beat the shit out of you now. It was more akin to a god. Faster than his eyes could see, much less process, the god of destruction brought her fist to his stomach, giving him a blow that completely shattered his resistance and defenses. His hard, impregnable hide was rendered obsolete in the presence of true power. Gerard felt his body fly in the direction beyond the mountains, away from his people. He felt relief, even though his body was assailed with unimaginable pain. The people won't be harmed. Don't worry about them. Sarah's voice appeared again. She gave another hit, sending him crashing among several small hills. Everything in the area got destroyed in an instant, receiving the full brunt of the descending Beast King. Sarah Crimson, now in her invincible state, floated above the crash site, waiting for her opponent to rise from the debris. As stipulated, her original magic, Invincible, allowed her to attain a state beyond the reach of humans. Since her body was coated with such dense mana, she was resistant to all attacks, magic or not. Nothing could even make her flinch at this point. She was capable of breaking down any barrier or resistance, destroying anything she desired, magic or not. She was truly invincible. The perfect being who excelled at absolute offense and defense. That was why she was revered as the strongest. However, using this form came at a very horrible cost for Sarah Crimson. It was easy to decimate her opponents with it, but there was a reason she avoided using it. The price she had to pay was immense. Ha, so boring. I can't stand this. Yes, that's right. Absolute boredom was the consequence of using absolute power. Being invincible meant no one could stand a chance against you. And so, Sarah, who was now at the pinnacle of existence, felt an immense solitude that no one could comprehend. And the worst part was that she was still growing stronger with the passage of time. You, Guff, you're strong. A voice emanated from the scarred landscape. Amid the smoke and rubbles caused by the earlier crash, was a being who was in the process of evolution. Oh? You're still alive? Impressive. Sarah smiled, happy that the side effect of using her original magic was beginning to dissipate. Perhaps she could entertain herself even further. I was wrong about you. And that's why. The air undulated and the thick smoke cleared instantly, revealing a new entity. I'll use my full power on you. Gerard, now a completely different being from earlier, spoke with a beastly grin. His head was akin to a dragon, and he had 10 horns on his face. 8 wings and a tail swerved behind him. He had 6 arms, each having various attributes, and his skin was burning hot, seething with hot ember. His 9 eyes and beastly jaw were menacing, and the physique he donned was akin to a giant. He was at least 15 meters in height. This is my joint transformation state, Phase 2. No one had ever fought him in this form. This power was one that he designed to signal his final fight. It was unfortunate that no one had appeared who was worthy of it, but now I can see it. This is how I die. How utterly glorious! Gerard thought to himself in both gratitude and glee. Let us end this. The Beast King of Carnage roared, increasing the destructive pressure of his lava-like dragon body. His cataclysmic stomp devastated the area even further, causing his environment to surge in heat. Boom! He spared faster than ever, lunging at the smaller figure of his opponent. Utilizing every muscle in his body, and every ounce of energy he could muster, Gerard was determined to fight till the very end. Ha ha ha! That's more like it! An insane cackle burst forth from the energy-coated woman. She also lunged at him, thrusting a blow to match his. The explosion that spread as a result of both blows colliding spread around, devastating the mountains and hills all around. In an instant, the slopey and rough terrain became nothing more than flatlands. Bursts of energy in multiple folds poured out as more blows were exchanged between the two. They moved faster and faster with every punch they threw. Both the beast and the goddess kept throwing punches, wreaking chains of tremors and destruction around them. Their surroundings shook with immense fervor, yet the two fighters paid no attention to anything around them. They were both simply too immersed in their clash. Ha 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 ha. Let's keep going. Sarah laughed, increasing her energy even more. Why, you monster? Gerard growled, still pouring everything he could to catch up to his opponent's speed. At first glance, it would have seemed like they were evenly matched. However, that wasn't the case. Unlike Sarah, who was enjoying herself while growing stronger at an alarming rate, Gerard struggled to match her power and speed. With every ounce he threw, he grew wary. Not only were his full-powered offensive moves ineffective on his enemy, but she also seemed to return his hits with even greater strength. It was getting more difficult for him to fight. At the rate at which he was going, it was only a matter of time before he ran out of steam. This is it. This is how I go out. Yes. This is it. If it's like this, then I have no regrets. Chapter 446, Seeking Death. This is it. This is how I go out. Yes. This is it. If it's like this, then I have no regrets. Gerard's dragon-like face smiled as his body finally ran out of strength, and he was unable to return another hit. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-ah-um. His massive body was sent crashing to the ground with a kick from the ferocious woman, causing his body to spasm in agony. One final hit was all it would take for his life to end, even in his current state. Gark. Coughing out heated blood, he looked above him to see the vastly superior being hovering with another punch being prepared. It flickered with unquantifiable heat the fist that would bring about his end. Gerard could not move fast enough to evade it, neither did he have the defenses or any offensive maneuver to match it, not like he desired it. This is, truly the end. He cracked a twisted smile on his pummeled face. His death was going to be grander than he had ever imagined. And so, he had no complaints. The god of destruction drew closer with her glistening body and unstoppable force. Sarah's blow was already nearing the Beast King, ready to render him into nothing but cinders. However, she suddenly stopped. Gerard was shocked, no, disappointed by her sudden refusal to fight any longer. Why wouldn't this being end what she started? I guess this is it. I won. Gerard struggled to understand what was going on, but he desperately pleaded for his death. His expression told her not to let such a glorious moment go to waste and simply end him. There was no way he would get a better chance than this. This was the time when he could go down in the blazes of glory. It was the precipice of his entire existence. Please kill me. His voice was hoarse, and his body lacked enough energy to last much longer. Getting one final strike from her to send him off was what the Beast King now desired with all he had. I know it is not my right, as the loser, to make a request from you, but winners called the shots. The strong decided the fate of the weak. Gerard knew that quite well. However, this was something he wanted more than anything. That was why, even though it was shameless, he begged with every ounce of his weak body. Please, kill me with your power. Nothing would give him greater pleasure. I see. You badly want this, Sarah Crimson, still in her invincible state, asked the pathetic Beast King. Yes. He managed to utter. After looking at him for some time, the lady sighed. Voyage. The energy coating her completely vanished, and she was back to her normal form. Please wait. I would have loved to grant your request, but that's impossible this time around. We're here on a mission, and your existence is integral to that. It was like a complete switch from her bloodthirsty nature, the way Sarah spoke with formality. Besides, even if I could kill you, it'll be a waste to do so. Sarah smiled at the defeated Beast King. Of course, she didn't forget the fact that one kid in her group could simply resurrect him if he suffered death. But, Sarah simply didn't want to end the life of such a promising man who was in his prime. You are strong. Even if it was for a while, you could match my power. Plus, you can still grow stronger than this. Why would I end your life now? Upon hearing her weird compliment, Gerard's heart fluttered. But, even though he was happy to have been praised by such a woman, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. A bitter smile crept up on his face. I actually can't grow beyond this, he murmured. If this is an excuse to make me kill you, I've said it already. I won't do it. The redhead spoke, slightly frowning. And no, it's not like that. Gerard didn't know how to phrase his words well. The complicated emotions within him made it hard to form words properly, and his severe injuries impeded his words. How could he tell the woman before him that he's going to die very soon? Before Gerard could finalize his inner thoughts, a voice appeared. It sounded like that of a young boy, a third party. He lifted his gaze and noticed the presence of a blond boy, watching as he descended from his heights. The boy had a smile on his face, and a somewhat innocent expression, but Gerard could tell that a deep and complicated power resided within him. What do you mean by that? Is it because of our fight? The woman called Sarah turned in the direction of the boy, appearing panicky. It was the first time he had ever seen her look so flustered, so Gerard thought she was pretty cute. Such a strong and powerful female besting him, the Beast King could only imagine how strong their child would have been. If only she was my mate. It was a shameful thought for him who was a loser to make. But, he couldn't ignore the feelings in his heart that produced such an appealing prospect. No. It wasn't because of you, though I suspect that your fight merely quickened the result. Am I correct? The boy was now looking in Gerard's direction. How do you know about that? The Beast King asked, staring at his unassuming face. The boy said nothing. Fine. Yes, you're right. I don't have long for this world. I could have lived for some months longer, maybe even a year, but this fight has strained me already. I'll probably not last the next 10 minutes. That was why he desired death so much. While he still lived, he wanted her almighty power to send him off. Sarah stared at his body with surprise, but the boy didn't seem fazed at all. He looked as if he already surmised that much. Still, Gerard was too caught up with his desperate desires that he couldn't think of much else. I want to die at the hands of this woman. Was that being too greedy? No. This was what every member of his race would dream of. As their king, it was also what he desired above all else. To die by the hands of one more powerful was the desire of every beast folk. That way, they would live their lives with exhalation and excitement, spending their last moments in pure exhilaration. The most pertinent reason for their desire, however, was so deeply rooted in them that everyone lived their lives desperate for such an end. After all, it was better than expiring as a result of the curse. Chapter 447 The Beast Folk Curse. The Therianthropes were regarded as the strongest race, at least when it came to physical ability, as well as their raw power. The reason was because of their special physique. From birth, no, probably before they were born, beast folk had the natural ability to absorb mana. They absorbed energy at a remarkable rate with or without their volition. If they focused on absorbing this energy, the rate became even stronger. Still, this passive intake of energy made them extremely powerful, even without any real effort. Their mana cores naturally formed within a week, and they could keep absorbing mana throughout childhood. By the time they grew to the age of early adolescence, most beast folk were already at the red or purple core grade. Their bodies also naturally got strengthened by taking in so much energy. And so, even if they did not undergo any formal training at all, beast folk would still turn out to be strong. They were the perfect race built for combat. But, with such great power came a steep price. Lifespan. Most beast folk don't get to live up to 40 years. The more powerful and talented a beast folk is, the younger he dies as well. I said, in response to Sarah's question. What? For real? I don't understand. She exclaimed. Of course, she would be surprised. I was the same when I first heard of this from DOM. Many races would be jealous of the beast folk and envy their natural ability to absorb mana at a rapid rate. Some would even wish they were beast folk. However, their line of reasoning would be flawed. The same body that gave these people such power was the same that caused their greatest pain. Mana overload. That's what happens when you take in more mana than you can handle. The mana core shatters and a disastrous effect invades the body. My lips curled grimly as I said this. I remembered the face of a comrade of mine and the scene where I experienced the concept firsthand. The body feels like a prison, and it feels like every internal organ is exploding at the same time. Suddenly, the person experiences such indescribable pain, and the power that they once controlled would run amok. Compared to this experience, mana shock was a breeze. The death is instantaneous for most people who experience it since the pain is so severe and the body can't handle the backlash. Beast folk, who absorbed mana their whole lives, would finally reach the point where it would be impossible to grow further. They would reach the zenith of mana core's gold core grade. The core becomes full, and that person's limit would finally be attained at that point. Most humans never reached this point, so it was probably hard for them to relate. Once the limit is reached, further meditation or mana absorption would be impossible. But, the bodies of beast folk naturally absorb mana. That doesn't stop, even when they reach the limit. That's when the problem occurs. I believe the average age when it begins is the early 20s, right? A point where most humans would never reach even though they spent their whole lives training. Beast folk could achieve it in their youth, the peak of gold core grade. Their limits would be reached, and no further energy would be required. But, just as how beast folk didn't need to initiate their body's natural disposition, they couldn't stop it either. And so, the energy would run amok within them, growing unstable. Then, it happens. Mana overload. The first time is always immense agony. The beast folk would wish they could die. This episode is quite an unbearable sight to see, watching them scream as their body seems to be tearing apart from the inside out. Normally, that would mean their deaths. However, their bodies would never allow them such sweet release. Beast folk have extremely high regeneration. So, as their mana core breaks and wreaks havoc on their body, the body responds by naturally repairing itself. As a result, even the mana core is fixed, and the violent release of energy causes the vessel to get purged of the abundant mana. But, soon again, the mana core gets full, and another episode occurs. Again and again. The process repeats in a seemingly endless cycle. The despair becomes a way of life, and slowly the beast folk gets accustomed to it. Even with the rabid sensation plaguing them, they endure it in a climate. However, this doesn't last forever. As they grow older, repeating the process of regeneration and degeneration, the body begins to wear down. Regeneration gets slower, and the body begins to break down beyond repair. And so, when they finally reach a point, the beast folk's body can no longer suppress the immense power within it. It implodes, sending the being into one final dance of agony, apparently more painful than the previous ones. And then, the beast folk does. That's the tragedy behind their existence, the sad truth about beast folk's curse. Sarah was stunned to hear this. Her body throbbed in slight discomfort, and then she turned in the direction of the dying beast king. She could now understand why he was so desperate for his request. Should I just kill him? Her thoughts trailed. Glancing in Jared's direction, Sarah could see the boy shaking his head in refusal. But, he's going through so much pain. She wanted to protest, but Sarah controlled herself. Jared never acted without a reason, so she just had to trust in his decision. Looking at her opponent one more time, she felt pained from the bottom of her heart. This man had so much potential, yet he would die so soon. Is this nature's way of balancing the scales? Sarah was well aware of the unfair advantage beast folk had from birth. If they did not have such a cruel ending, it was possible that they would evolve to become even more powerful than they were known for. Without the shackles of overloading, they could potentially take over the world with their might. Was she anxious, or was she excited about that prospect? Sarah Crimson had no idea. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be done about such a deeply rooted matter, or was there? Beast King, if you become my vassal, then I will cure your curse. Chapter 448 Mind Games. Beast King, become my vassal. If you do, then I will cure your curse. The weakened being, on the verge of death, looked at me with surprise. But, that expression did not last long. Why do you want something like that? His voice was hoarse, and I could tell that he was battling immense pain. Not only had Sarah severely injured him, but the effects of his mana overload were beginning to manifest. I once saw Dom when he was going through such agony, and I knew it was more than enough to drive a person to the edge of insanity. Despite being hailed as a strong warrior, the strongest at the time, he too couldn't bear the pain. I can use this. My thoughts trailed coldly. My knowledge of the beast folk, the Beast King's defeat at the hands of Sarah, and his current agonizing situation. Everything added up nicely. You aren't questioning my ability to do something like that. You wouldn't want the fealty of a dead man, would you? Besides, I'm dying, there's no merit in doubting your words. Spoken like a truly desperate creature. I smiled, pleased by his undying will to be free of his curse. I could have healed him at that moment, but I refused to do such a thing. Easing him of his pain would cause him to falter in his decision. I needed just the right amount of desperation. The more, the better. Beast King, no, Gerard, you have the qualities I desire as a vassal. Rest assured, I will not do anything to hurt any member of your race, neither will I make you harm them either. I simply want you, and only you. I said that, but it was merely a pretext. My desire was for the entirety of the beast folk to fall under my grasp. Unlike the elves and fairies, their kind was very volatile. I couldn't handle them diplomatically or with levity. I will simply bring them under my mighty hand. Why would I choose to serve you? You aren't stronger than I am, are you? I only lost to your friend there. His gaze shifted to Sarah. So, he's attracted to her, Should I use that? No. I shouldn't bring Sarah into this. I guess you'll never get to find out. I smiled at the dying Beast King. You know I'd rather die than let go of my pride. That's how we beast folk are. He groaned. It seemed he was intent on being stubborn. Even if you could live twice, thrice, or even far longer than you have already lived, you could achieve even greater heights than ever before. I sensed hesitation in his eyes, and then glanced at Sarah. She was silently observing the situation, no doubt. I guess I'll have to use his attraction to her, after all. You speak about pride, yet a female bested you in combat. How laughable. Hey, mind what you say, kid. Gerard growled, getting needlessly flustered. Shut up. I silenced him with a single cold gaze. At the moment, he was nothing more than a wounded dog who lost to a female, a shameful event for a male such as himself. Your pride is meaningless right now. You're worse than the other beast kings who came before you. At least, they never got their asses handed over to them as you did. I saw the king bite his lip, unable to refuse my words. Do you know why you lost to her? The answer is simple. You were too weak. Once I made this bombshell land, I could feel Sarah get upset at me, but I ignored her. Based on how she obeyed my orders not to kill the Beast King, it seems she respects and trusts me enough not to defy me, at least not openly. Besides, I had made good on my promise and showed her a good time. Whatever dissatisfactions she had would be swallowed. But, you will get a chance to redeem yourself if you accept my proposal. You'll get as much time to not only live, but get even stronger than you are. Achieving even greater heights while blotting out this shameful failure, this is a chance for both. The only thing stronger than Gerard's desire to be killed by Sarah would be to make her his mate. To do that, he had to be stronger than she was. With the motivating factor I am dangling in front of him present, there was a high likelihood that he would bite. Can I, really get stronger? He murmured with doubt. You can. My answer was immediate, and I showed unwavering conviction in my eyes. If you refuse, I'll simply let you die. You will suffer the most excruciating death as your mana overload kills you. Then, I'll revive you and let you experience the same thing over again. Ultimately, Gerard would break and accept my proposal. It was nothing personal, but I wanted the best for both sides, while ensuring my goals were met. Then, if you can keep my people out of this, if you can indeed cure me and make me stronger, then I wouldn't mind being your subordinate. His murmur sounded strained. Has the pain started getting unbearable for you? I eyed his throbbing body. Wise choice. I smiled at the man. Sarah's fierce gaze was on me, and I could tell she was questioning what I was trying to do, but I ignored her once more. Just be happy I let you play with him. I fulfilled my end of the agreement, so let me take things from here. My thoughts responded to her silent rebuke. It's good to see that I can reason with you. Though, I believe you are wrong about one thing. I continued looking at the beast folk as I spoke. And what's that? He murmured. Either you or Sarah, it doesn't matter. There's no way I'd lose to any of you. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Gerard stared at me in disbelief. Even Sarah's gaze now pierced my back. Their opinions didn't matter since it was the truth. I'm stronger than you. A proud beast folk, who respected strength above all else, would clearly have second thoughts about serving someone weaker. That was why it was most effective to show him who the inferior one was. Now, then, Gerard, I will fulfill my end of the deal. In exchange, you will become mine. Chapter 449 Unbelievable Declaration. I accept. Once the Beast King voluntarily accepted my proposal, I was able to proceed to my next plan. I knelt by his side and placed my hand on his throbbing body. Instantly, I felt the rabid mana within him and activated resonance. In a moment, I was connected to his body and decided to direct the flow of the overflowing mana to myself, absorbing the excesses until his condition stabilized. Once I was done, his boy was rid of all the rampaging energy within him and his non-core was fixed. This was only a temporary solution, though. This much should do, at least for now. I cancelled resonance and stood on my feet. The Beast King had returned to his regular look, a bearded man with brown hair and a rough appearance. And of course he was naked. Is it done? He murmured, feeling the pain in his body vanish. Not yet. I only relieved you temporarily. What? Why? That wasn't the deal. The beast folk appeared flustered. He definitely didn't want to experience the same hell he just went through. I haven't forgotten our promise. Using space magic, I fished out something from my special dimension. Here. I threw a pure white substance at the seated beast folk. He caught the little object, no smaller than a small grain. The substance was a round pill, glistening with its pure and white color. What's this? The Beast King murmured, observing the pill with a slightly disappointed gaze. It's the cure. What he was holding was the key to liberating the beast folk from their endless cycle of suffering. It was a solvent that expelled the stained mana within one's mana core and transformed it into a white mana core. He can consider it as a reset medicine that'll return them to the start of his mana absorption stage. In terms of the quantity of mana, it would be no different from a white core grade, though it would definitely be of higher and more concentrated quality. But, it still meant that Gerard would be far weaker than before. Normally, I'd stop at this and call it a cure. He'll be able to live for another 30 or so years with this. By then, I would have achieved my goals. Plus, by supplying a stable supply of the medicine, I could wrap him and his people under my thumb. But, I wasn't a malevolent individual. Besides, I did promise to make him stronger. Eating that pill will cause your mana core to change. It'll ascend to a higher plane, and you'll begin to undergo different training to make sure you get stronger. Explaining the whole process to him would be a chore, but the goal was to help the beast folk create multiple mana cores. That was the simple solution. By allocating the incoming mana to several cores, it was possible for them to create an indefinite number of mana cores and subcores. That was my intention for him. Not yet, I said, raising my finger to stop him from swallowing the pill yet. What now? He grumbled. There's that attitude again. Maybe it's because he's no longer in pain, and he holds the cure that he feels this way. As I suspected, the best way to control a beast like him was to break him completely. If I can include her as well, then this should work out splendidly. Glancing at the woman beside me, a bright idea popped into my head. Before you eat that pill and begin anew, it's best to make one thing clear. I also stared at Sarah and gave her a knowing smile. If I can secure both of their absolute respect and reverence, then I should have two indispensable allies to use. Sarah still didn't completely trust me, and it was quite obvious who the superior one among us was. But, I had no intention of letting that last forever. After all, right here and now, the both of you should fight me. One of the reasons I pitted Sarah against the Beast King was to determine both their capabilities. It was the same reason I was excited about the match between Sarah and Aurora. While it was interesting to watch two powerful individuals clash with each other, there was another merit to it. The Great Sage's memoir. My original magic allowed me to utilize any magic I had deciphered, but that meant I needed to record contents within it. Magic formulas, spells, structures, and circuits to the littlest of details had to be analyzed. By using spellcraft while closely observing a match, I could fulfill these conditions and record the magic I witnessed in the memoir. My fight with Naren was also to that end. That was why I waited before utilizing original magic. And so, after watching Sarah's match with the Beast King and obtaining the information I desired, I finally realized something. She's very strong. Her mana is incredible too. But, it's too simple. Sarah Crimson was definitely more powerful than Naren Khalid, but he would still win if they fought. She was simply more powerful in a straightforward fight where the victor was determined by sheer power. Certainly, mere tricks wouldn't be enough to stop someone who could keep getting stronger until they won, but there were many ways to handle it. And I can think of one right now. I smiled, glancing at both Sarah and Gerard. They were both cut from the same simple cloth of destruction. As a result, if I could beat Sarah, I could beat the Beast King as well. After all, he was even inferior. Well, it's easier to show than tell, right? Are you sure about this, Jared? The Queen of Destruction asked me. Of course. I smiled sweetly, glancing at the man who was still stunned by my words. I don't want any excuses. With the snap of my fingers, the white pill in his grasp disintegrated. If you want your cure, you will fight. As for you, Sarah, you shouldn't pretend you don't want to. Sarah had already displayed enough emotion to let me know of her interest. Aren't you both curious? Just how much power I have to face off the two of you? Just like clockwork, glimmers appeared in bother their eyes. Naked Gerard rose to his feet, ignored by Sarah's gaze completely. The Grand Master also stared at me, joining the Beast King to finally express her desire to test my capabilities. Now that's more like it. It's high time you both realize the meaning of true power. Was it a bluff or a genuine fact? Could a young boy like me really rival two of the most powerful beings to ever exist? Who knows? I smiled at the pair. Chapter 450 Uneven Odds. Original Magic, Great Sage's Memoir. My book appeared and instantly flipped to the appropriate page. I was linked to it, and it was linked to me. Deciphering the best course of action for the situation, my memoir functioned on its own. Releasing a burst of power to the surrounding, I created a transcendental level barrier magic that I copied from the elf arena. The barrier spanned a long distance, giving us enough room to fight freely. Though the landscape had been devastated a great deal thanks to Sarah's fight with Gerard, it was still good enough for a fight. With the stage set, I stared at my two opponents. You better give it everything you have. Wasting too much time will simply prolong your suffering. I smiled at Gerard especially. His desperation to win and obtain the miracle pill would cause him not to hold anything back. But, if I end up killing you, then... Please, don't make jokes like that, Beast King. I can't imagine how I would be able to lose to you. He was indeed very strong and he possessed a sheer amount of mana, but that was all there was to him. Having faced very powerful and complicated foes, someone like him didn't scare me in the slightest. You want me to go all out, despite seeing all that? Sarah said, observing me to find a motive. Yes. Now, enough talk. Let's begin. I raised my hand and placed it above my floating book, ready to begin the challenge. The atmosphere was rich in tension, and I could tell that both parties were motivated enough to fight with all their might. This will be a nice experience for me too. I smiled while having the thought. I'm ready when you are. Before I completed my statement, both opponents charged at me at full speed. In terms of physical ability, they far surpassed me. I wouldn't be able to evade their strikes on time. However, irrespective of my cognitive and physical limitations, my original magic operated beyond what I could achieve. As a result, I instantly teleported out of their reach in an instant. It was an automatic response done by the interface. Slow. I sneered. Did I not say to use your full strength? I could sense dissatisfaction arising from Sarah and Gerard as they raised their heads to watch my floating posture. Massive eruptions of energy burst from both of them, causing them to don dangerous states. Sarah was most likely in mage mode, considering her appearance changed and she had a more sophisticated appearance. Having a mage's cloak, gloves, and a glowing red orb that floated beside her, she gave me an intense expression. So, I'm still not worth using your original magic on? Very well. I'll have to teach you. As for Gerard, he assumed his transformation state, Phase 1. Both of them were not going all out, but their fierce determination to win was still obvious. Are they testing the waters? The ground shattered as they dashed at me with newfound speed. Still, my original magic responded and sent me from harm's reach. The moment I teleported away, Sarah appeared behind me in my new location and generated a fist I was well acquainted with. Vermilion burst, et. Throughout the fight, I had been coating myself in immense mana, but even my defenses were beginning to crumble before such a blow. It would definitely suck to take one head on. But I wasn't worried. As soon as she thrust her fist, I instantly prepared my attack and blocked hers. Normally, my brain wouldn't have been able to respond quickly to her strikes, but too obvious. Anyone with proper insight would be able to tell that she was quite sloppy. Heightening my body to the limit, I read the direction of her punch and poured a great amount of mana to replicate my strongest shield. As a result, her hit was negated. My fist tightened and a vermilion spark flashed as I thrust my hand, not waiting for Sarah to complete her surprised yelp. Wah! I was met with strong resistance as expected of Sarah Crimson. Her defense were so high that I wasn't able to scratch it. At that very moment, Gerard sent a destructive charge of mana at me. The intensity was focused, and I was sure it would sting. Which was why. I swapped location with Gerard and had him take the hit for me. With my position changed, Gawain and Sarah were now close to each other and I was far away. Perfect. From my hand glowed a condensed orb of many colors. It contained tons of attributes, and its destructive capacity was unknown to me as of yet. After all, this was the Nova spell that Naren used before I cancelled it out with anti-magic. The massive orb went straight for the two, exploding upon impact. As expected, they came out of the attack unscathed. Their defenses are quite high. Impressive. I didn't have enough time to prepare the appropriate charge, and I was also being frugal with my mana, but it was still noteworthy that they were both strong in their own right. Tricks like this won't beat me. Sarah yelled at me. We'll see about that, I responded to her barks. Both opponents couldn't be defeated by me in my current state, but it wasn't like they could reach me either. A stalemate? No. I'm going to do better. Brilliant strikes of light and bursting energy filled the area as the two still desperately tried to defeat me. Even if they were faster and stronger, my original magic had already recorded their patterns based on their earlier fights, especially Sarah, whom I've seen in battle before. Since the Beast King was inferior to her and had a similar pattern of fighting, handling him wasn't too difficult either. In essence, why can't I beat you? Damn, just stay put. None of them could lay a finger on me. Weak. It's because you're too weak. The correct answer was that they were too sloppy and predictable, but I refused to tell them that. Both of them have keen battle senses and immense power. They're learning from the fight and are trying to compensate. If I tell them the problem, they'll evolve further. I couldn't allow that until I crushed them and asserted dominance.